Hello everyone, hope you are doing well. In our today's video, we're going to create this amazing e-commerce website using Next.js, Sanity CMS, Clerk, Authentication Management, and so many other latest features. So this is our homepage for our application layer, and at the top we have our header where we are entitled to logo, and then we have the search bar, then also the card icon and the account section. So till now we didn't logged in, so it's just showcasing the logged in. Now in that banner, which is fully carousel, you can just toggle through and you can see all the latest details here for the new year, if offer and discount rate, and the code also available. Then we have section on the product topper as that the filter by category. If you click on spices, it will filter the data and it will serve you only the spices related product, and that product is coming directly from here. We are managing our product category, order and sale directly from here. So now if we click any of the product, it will automatically redirect to us to our in the single product details. So as you see, now in that details, we are having the image, title, reviews, price, in stock section, and how many people are viewing, and also add to cart. We can add to cart from here, and this card management, the store management, we are gonna do using a Zustand. As you see from here, we can add to cart, increase the quantity, decrease the quantity, and at the last product, it will automatically just delete that because that's the last quantity. So now also if we click on the card, now it will redirect to us to the cart page, but as you see we are not signed in, so that we cannot be able to view anything. Log in to view your cart items and check out. Don't miss out on your favorite products. So now if we roll back to our Clerk here, we can see how many users is logged in, so we can manage the user from here. We can create a new user, and whenever any user logged in, the data it will reflect here. So let's try to log in. So I'll click on sign in, continue with Google, and right now I'll just log in with this account, and after logged in it will automatically redirect to us to our home page. And from here now, as you see in the cart, we have one item, so we can increase more quantity, we can delete the product manually one, and also we can reset our entire cart. As you see, your cart is empty, looks like you haven't added anything to your cart yet. Explore our products and find something you have. All the message, all the product scenario, I was trying to make it as relevant as possible. And now previously, if you see, there is one more tab is here which called orders. Means if you are not logged in that tab, it will not show. Also, if you click on the image, you can like manage your account, you can upload the image, you can add the details and each and everything. It will be perfectly aligned here. And then if you click on orders, you should be able to view the orders, and in the order, as you see, click to see order details. If you click on here, you can see the order details available here. So the customer name, email, date, status, and all other details is directly here, which you are fetching from the Sanity. Now let's go and create one more payment just to see how the things going to be done. If we click okay, so now we are having to have our product. Now before going to the checkout, as you see, once our checkout is done, we are removing the product from cart, as we are directly injecting that data over here in our order tab. So whenever any new order is coming, it's injecting right here. So what I'm gonna do, first thing first, there is an order, I think this order I'm gonna remove, and then I'm gonna try to make order from this account, because so that we'll also view the details which the orders is not available. If we okay, delete the product, okay, cool, it's deleting, and let's go here, and I'm gonna log out from this account, and then I'm gonna sign in with a different account. Okay, logged in, and it will be this account. Okay, right now if we view here, as you see, no orders found. It looks like you haven't placed any orders yet. Start shopping to see your orders here. So now let's browse some products. As already added some in the cart, we'll go back to the cart, and right now So there is one things need to be implemented. As you see, we have the order summary where we have the subtotal to the 7.14 with the discount, and after discount applied we are getting only 201.00. In our Stripe the previous one 61.50. So let's roll back to create one payment, and here as you see only 2 orders available, so there should be 3 orders after we submit it. And one more things also need to be started while we are doing that payment authentication is that the webhook. And why we need the webhook? Because when the Stripe is accessing the order details, like whenever we are click on the proceed, there is some instances where Stripe is taking the actions. So we need to check all of the instances. Once our payment is done, completed, only then we are going to redirect our orders to the Sanity and also remove the card and all the things we are going to do it in API. So that will be as simply done. So what we need to do is that we need to let Stripe to listen. So if I just make Stripe version, you need to install. I'm going to show you how you can install and how you can configure each and everything. I'm going to go in depth details. That build, it will not be like a quick fix and go. No, I'm going to explain each and everything. So don't worry if there is a 2-3 part. Stay with that. It will be a super cool if you are going to learn how to work with that any of that e-commerce website, even it's the monistic or full stack or super full stack. So this build is for you. I'm trying to explain each and everything, so keep patient, go with me slowly. After finishing that build, you will be able to create a fully functional e-commerce website. Both will be available for the backend structure as well as with the front-end structure. And as you can see, the design is super cool, and both for the responsive. As you see in the order details, if you just roll back, as you see now, it's taking at the bottom. You can now also scrolling to the products, and this is tick at the bottom. So all the design, it will be fully responsive, and we're gonna create it from the beginning. So let's say Stripe, we just make with a listen flag. With that flag, Stripe can listen our port. So I'm gonna forward to that port 2, which will be localhost just 3000 and /API/webhook. So our webhook gonna listen to our API directory there where the webhook things is running. As you see, the secret is here, which is the webhook secret. Now it's running directly. So let's click to go with a proceed to checkout, which will be 201. Now we are in this Stripe page. It's directing to us the email, which the email we are providing, the user email is grabbing from there. Now we need to provide the name of that any of the dummy customer card, and we are good to go. So let's also card name and pay. Also there is one promotion code. We're gonna use it in the next one. So now as you see, all the instances I can access: charge succeeded, payment intent succeed, payment intent created, checkout session completed, charge updated. So that's the instance which you are handling. After happening that, only we know our payment is done. After that, we are redirecting our customer to that in success page. If we now track to our orders, as you see, we have those products available, and 201 is just deducted from there. So this is super cool. And also here, as you see, one more order is just submitted, and in this dashboard, now normally it's not the tech guy gonna handle the product, right? There is the content management system like the product management. They're gonna handle the product, they're gonna handle the customer. So there is that a call center and other departments. So we need to keep the product as anyone can handle. So now this dashboard, whoever have the access, they can see the order number, Stripe checkout session number, ID, store ID, and get the name, customer email, and the intent, and then the product, whichever product they are. You can now from here, you can update the product, you can duplicate, you can create a more order instance. If you click on that, you're gonna also have an overview of the product. Okay, so you can now take a decision that whenever it's taking the order is properly shipped. So whatever the customer order, you're gonna have everything within your dashboard: total price, currency, amount, discount, and status. So all other things is right here. You can go through all of it. And so let's just go one payment. If you go in this Stripe, and also need to make it reload here, After reloading, we should be able to see our checkout instances, so which is the 201 we have been paid. So right now it's loaded and we can see the details here also for the payment, from where it's happened and from which device is accessing. As you see, the details, the quantity, price, amount, all things is appearing here. So this right now we are going to use one coupon here. So if we roll back to our product catalog, and here is the coupons, we created one coupon for the new year, and the coupon code especially we keep it as very. So if we just click that very and let's go to our page again, we are going to create another order. So this should be something more. Okay, I think enough. So let's roll back to the card. Here is 498. So 498 we need to pay, or we can keep it like 503. So let's proceed to checkout, and this time we are going to use our coupon code. So add a promotion coupon code, and this coupon code has a 25% discount, and after applying, as you see, after 25% off is 125.75. the price now is 377.25 we need to pay. So now we are going to provide our dummy card number, a valid details, CVC, and also need to provide the name and pay. And this time again, it's gonna listen to all the instances, and I'm gonna let you know how to set all of the things in your locally, as well as after the build end we are going to deploy it in Vercel, and I'm gonna show each and everything for yourself. So you can see the order confirmed. Thank you for your purchase. We are processing your order and will ship it soon. A confirmation email with your order details will be sent to your inbox shortly. All the things I'm gonna show you how you can do it. So go to the orders. So you should be able to see another orders is 377.25, not that one, this one. We can see the details. So everything is super sleek. Now there is one more things I want to showcase to you, that is you is working as a live bait. How? And I'm gonna show you that. I'm gonna take a new tab here. I'm gonna open this one, and from here let's roll back to our application layer and go back to the home. And right now anything we're gonna change, it will affect the right time. As you see, the black pepper spice jar, this is the one. So from here, if we change something, it will automatically come directly. So black pepper spice pack, I'm gonna say it, not the jar but the pack, and publish. So as you see, I publish as a pack, but here is the jar. I'm not refreshing my application, right? As you see, it's automatically taking. I'm not refreshing, but it's taking the hit. And there is one more things in the arsenal, is that if you come here, there is a presentation tab here. Once you are in the presentation mode, now you can present your, like this one can create a replica over hovering here in direct one presentation mode. Like you have an employee and his duty is to update the product, right? But he doesn't know by which side this application can break. Like there is a icon, there is a, if you just make some random text here, as you see, if you click here, you can now make that one to be, so it will be that test product title. So I'm gonna make it as a product title. So after updating here, as you see the text product title, it's gonna reflect here too. So it's just give it a time. As you see the product title, test product title, now he has an idea. Even he typed that text product, it will not break because it's a one-line frame. So he can type it properly if he wants. So now you're gonna have a real-time view. Like whenever before publishing, you can access that view. You can see the product segment, and then you can go with that. If I publish, it will publish. If I unpublish it, it will be fine also. Now let's see, we want to change here the new year discount value. If we click here, now as you see, I'm not searching for any of the parameter from where I'm taking. I'm just directly just selecting here is selected on there. So new year discount value. So new year, let's say we can make it, we're gonna delete some of that and then we're gonna go with that. So it will be new year if discounts. Let's see it's changing or not. So we have the new year if discount, and that will also inject, as you see, new year if discount. So if you publish here, it will reflect here as well, and then it will also gonna reflect within our application premises. I'm gonna just directly inject it here, and let's go in the application. And as you see, new year if discount. So it's a real time, and still as you see, I can select that because the draft mode is enabled, I can just quite disable the draft mode. So right now, after disabling, it will be same like my present application. So whoever have the permission to like accessing that project, they can have an overview to understand how the project structure can go through, how the project gonna look like after uploading. So there will be less mistake, because it's not about only the tech guy. Any normal guy can handle that, can focus on the design, and can match you to have an idea how the design can really make more of sense. So these things I'm gonna showcase to you. Again, I'm saying that build gonna be really a little bit slower, because I want you to understand each and every single tech, each and every single thing. I want you to grab it simply and understandably. So you're gonna create it from this scratch, and then we're gonna do it as our own. So let's start building our application. Before building, I want to showcase you something. So this is the front face of the application. Then the stripe we are going to handle using the payment section, and then also you're going to have our Clerk, as you know, for our authentication status. You're going to handle with that. Then the Next.js that will be building with the latest feature. So everything here, it will be go through that feature available, the latest one. Then we're going to use the Zustand to use our store to create this store and manage a store within our application. We're going to use that Shadcn UI to create lots of cool UI tactic, and I'm going to let you know how you can configure that one within your application. Then here is our friend, the Sanity CMS. So we are going to create our content management using the Sanity. Also, you're going to use the motion, the framer motion, to create a motion effect in our application layer. So everything we're gonna create and do, which will be up to date till today. So feel free to go start with that boost. So to create our application, we are going to go with grab our Next.js, and as you see in that React framework for the web. So now we're gonna click on that get started, and again whenever I'm referring any of the documentation, there is a lot of things you need to go and learn, because I'm gonna just showcase you whatever I need, but for learning in a better way, you need to read and understand that. Like here we have an intro, what is Next.js and main features and how to use those docs. So you should read those things, otherwise you will not learn. Now from here we have two scenario we can choose. We can use to go with the app router, or we can also go with the page router. That's up to you, but I prefer the app router because that's the latest one. Then also there is that stable version, the canary version, and also you can choose any version you like, but I'll go with the latest stable one. And after that, as you see, you have the time to read it. Then I'll just directly go deep dive into that installation process. So now, how to set up a Next.js project? As you see the system requirements, you need to have the Node.js 18.18 or later. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close my previous terminal, and also I'm gonna close my webhook from here, as we're gonna create it right now. So there is an empty directory here, which is the build directory. I'll open my terminal. One thing you need to check, either you have the node or not. To check that, I'm gonna type that node-version. So as you see, 20.15.0 is available, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close all the instance which is right now not required. We're gonna set up later, and then we're gonna grab one by one. So now if you doesn't have the node in your machine, you just need to go with that nodejs.org, and from here you can download that LTS version and easily you can configure. If you can do it, let me know in the comments. I will try to reach you out and help you with to configure and do all other things. And if you have any particular setup which you really don't understand, let me know also in the comments. I will try to create a separate shorts video where I can show you how that things can be done easily, and let you know too. So from here, as I have that node, so I'm good to go, and I need to copy this code and px create next app at latest. Copy and paste. Now here, as you see, if you just paste that, it's gonna ask that project name. You can just define the project name as beforehand. So I'm gonna go with that, like it will be Ecommerce web YT. Enter. And after entering, it will go with some of the suggestive question. So it's gonna take the permission from you so that you will know which project and how you can combine. Our entire project, it will be written in TypeScript to keep type safe for everything. Okay, ESLint will be fine. Tailwindcss, yes, and we're gonna use that source directory. This build, no source directory. You're gonna go with the normal phase, and then the app router recommended. We want the app router and TurboPack, which will help us to boost our development process, and import alias, no, and enter. And let it give it time to install. Sometimes it will take a bit of less time or more time, it depends on the network, but don't freak out. Take your coffee, take the time, and while it's installing, I want you to focus on that project structure. That's one of the most important part in the Next.js talks. Most of the people, they are not willing to come here. As you see the project structure and organization, as you see the folder and file conventions, the top level folders, and how it gonna be rendered, how gonna get the top files, you better to have and try to read the documentation. Once you are reading, you're gonna have a lot of sense that how and why we are rendering project in that sense and how it's working in that lower level. So you should have to read it properly to have a proper and valid understanding, and feel free to come here to watch the routing fundamentals, and as well as how you can getting the data fetching segment, data fetching and caching. So everything, and by default in that Next.js 15, Next.js is not caching directly, so you need to force it to cache. Beforehand it used to cache each and everything, now it's not caching. You need to tell Next.js that you want to do the caching or not. So we'll go in details for all of this. So what I recommend you to go and read those things. Okay, so let's see here, and our project is created. If we roll back to our folder here, as you see, one e-commerce YT app is created. Now from here you can directly open it within the code editor, or you can put in ls to see the file is created, and then cd e-commerce web YT, and I'm gonna make that code space dot to open it within my code editor. So that is open in my Visual Studio Code, and right here there's the dummy project here. So first I'm gonna open my terminal, and from the terminal I will take one git bash, and before explaining each and everything, I'm gonna run that npm run dev to run our project in localhost 3000. Let's open that in my directory here, localhost 3000. While it's opening, I'm gonna explain what the things we have in our, this is called the root level directory. So in the root level directory we have the root level files. So in the files we have some of the root level parameter files, and it's compiled. It's because it's super fast. Now we are having the turbo. It's not like the Webhook, so it's rendered very fast. And this is the dummy page by the Next.js for the application. It's super cool, looks very simple. And now here we have the tsconfig.json, which is handling all the TypeScript configuration for our app. We have the tailwind.config.ts file. Here you will find that all the Tailwind configuration. This one may not require because we are directly injecting our app and components, so you can delete it or you can keep it, as it will not be harm for you. We have one readme file. You can have the preview to read it, how we can set up, as you see the npm run dev or yarn dev or pnpm or ban. It depends whichever package manager you are using, so it's not make that much difference. Then we have our postcss.config.mjs also having the package.json, which having all the packages installed. Right now we have the React 19, which is the RC mode. Now we may need to have to install some of the packages using the pair dependency or using the flag of the force, because the React is still in release candidate in RC, but Next.js is already released at 15.0.3. so if anything, any problem is there, we're going to resolve it together and we're going to make our build to be done in the next page. So we have that package-log.json. Here we are maintaining all the package scenario. Then we have the next config.ts file where we are going to configure our images or other third-party domain. We're gonna just inject here. Then we have the next-anb.d.ts, and as you see mentioned here, this file should not be edited. It's the Next.js thing, don't touch it, just keep it as simple. We have .gitignore, ESLint. Then we have the public directory here where we are having the public file. This is the best one, the Node.js, the Node modules directory, the bigger one. Then we have our app. This gonna relate it, because most of the work we're gonna do within this directory, so this is very important. Then we have the .next directory for handling the Next.js running thing. Now in that app we have our page, so everything you are looking right here is coming directly from the page. If I just select all of the things and I remove and say h2 should be e-commerce website YouTube and hit enter, we should be able to see e-commerce website YouTube is there, and some of the color, if we just go back in that globals.css, if we remove all of those things and save, you see the dummy color and dummy style is just go away. We have the Fabi icon for the icon, we have the fonts directory. Later on we're going to access that because we're going to create our font as pop-ins for our application. And then we have our layout, all the important things, injecting the fonts, injecting the metadata is all our handling from this file. So this file is one of the important one. Now before going further, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a directory here which will be client. Okay, and why I'm doing that, because there will be two directory, one is for the admin, another is for the client. So instead of doing right now, we're gonna do it later, and then I'm gonna explain why we need to do that, right? So in here we will change some of the metadata. We're gonna change that and make e-commerce website for shoppers. As we change that, you're gonna see it's going to be reflecting here. Okay, as you see, it's changed e-commerce website, and also you'll make that change that one, which is going to be say e-commerce website for educational purposes. Done. So we have our description, we have our title. Now after that, what we need to do, as you see, our application all are injecting from here. So we're gonna start building our application. In the root level of there, I'm gonna create one of directory, which is the components. As you see, that component's name should be matched with the component's name here. If you want to change any of the directory in the root and you want to access the CSS style, you should combine that. Okay, otherwise it will not work and you're gonna freak out on that. So right now in the components, before going further, we're gonna set up our Shadcn UI. So let's go in that Shadcn UI. Okay, ui.shadcn.com, and from the documentation we're gonna see that's the intro is there. So this is not a component library, it's a collection of reusable components that you can copy and paste into your apps. So there you need to focus, this is not a component library. Basically whenever you are using the Bootstrap, Material UI or any other library for the CSS, they have their own congested library, but it's a collection of reusable components. It's gonna create the component within your application so you can reuse it and there is no dependency on it, right? The Shadcn, it will not install anything in your package. You will not find anything named Shadcn. Okay, only the icons library is gonna using only the styling like CLSX or the Tailwind merge. It's gonna happen to increment that, you're gonna find it, but you can also change it if you want. So this library, it will not, this Shadcn, it will not install anything with the package. This is super cool and super simple for the developers, and I recommend that one for myself. Every time I am having trouble to create the design, I love to use that one, Shadcn. So let's go from there. An installation, there is support for the Next.js, Vite.js, Remix, Astro, Laravel, Gatsby, and manual also, and its setup is coming with the TypeScript. And as you see in the type JS config.json, it's just getting the configuration. So I will go with the Next.js, and after clicking create the project, which we created already, then after creating we need to run that command npx shadcn init. So I'm gonna copy that command and I'm gonna take one more terminal here, but before going there I'm gonna close all. As you see in the components, or we can remove the components also right now. We're going to remove it because it will create a components library itself. So let's see the Shadcn magic. So enter, and now what it's gonna do, it's gonna provide some of the pop-ups like which style you want to use and which color you're gonna use and variables you want or not. So that's the things it's gonna provide for me. I'm gonna go style, I'm gonna choose the New York. neutral, and yes. So hit enter. Now it gonna install, and what is saying, it looks like, so here you need to focus. Here, why you need to focus is that, again, I'm saying the React 19 is still in release candidate. So in the both way, you need to get the support. Either, like here is saying, it looks like you are using React 19. Some packages may fail to install due to peer dependency issues in NPM. So I don't want to force anything. I will go with the legacy peer dependency. So whatever the legacy scenarios that it will support. So no worries about that. It will work. So now installing those dependencies, and let's see. And some of the things which we're gonna use may not have support still for the React 19 in legacy peer dependency. That time we're gonna use to impact it within like injecting it manually, or we're gonna like install it by force. So now it's installing the dependency, and as you see, there is how would like to proceed. It's done and created one file in the lib utils. If we just go back here, okay, that you may now add components in the lib, in the utils. As you see, there is one file is created, means that one install, and in the package you're gonna see a lot of different package, which is the Lucid React icons library. It's open also the CLSX, then class variants authority, Tailwind Marsh, Tailwind Animate. So all of those things is installed. And if you just roll back to our globals.css, there is that dark and light theme modding here, so you can toggle through the mode. And also if you go in the tailwind config.ts file, this is all the style variables it used for Shadcn UI. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open a new file, which going to be new folder, which previously named as components. Okay, components, and here we want to use a button. As you see how you can use it, we just need to run that command npm Shadcn latest add button, enter the command, and it will create a button for you. Okay, either if you're not creating the components, it gonna enter, but okay, if it's supposed not to create, because by default it gonna create. As you see, it gonna render that button component to your project, so it's okay, that will be fine. Also in the components, as you see, there is a UI directory. Here we are having one button. So now this all the code you can change. There is no dependency at all. Like Shadcn is not gonna hold. Now if you want to change the variant, if you want to change the link, anything you can change right now from here. And we're gonna change a lot of things from here, so no worries, we're gonna see. So if we go in the app, we're gonna check if it's working or not. So right now we're gonna just grab one button from Shadcn UI, and we're gonna say click me, and let's see if it's working or not. As you see, it's having that click me, and here we're gonna make that also padding of 10 so that we can have a good view. As you see, a little bit design here. Now if we may have the variant, so let's have a different variant. First, let's say we're gonna have a ghost variant, and you see it's a ghost variant, and then also we can have another variant called destructive, which is a red alert, you can see. So now that's very simple to use. So as the Shadcn is set up, we're gonna get back to start spinning our other things. We're gonna create one file which will be header.tsx, by which we're gonna render our header, and that's a dummy. I'm gonna remove it from here. And right now in that header we need to combine what we're gonna have all together. But before going that, I'm gonna explore you how we're gonna face the build setup. So we're gonna create our header with logo and other parameter. Then after the very beginning, we're gonna introduce the clerk to create the authentication, and then we're gonna set our other parameter like the Sanity Studio, and to grab and fetch the data, we're gonna write the query, we're gonna update the product, we're gonna keep it as live, then we're gonna implement the payment. Why I'm explaining the scenario, if you are, doesn't matter if you are part 1, 2, 3, whichever your part you are, you know the flow. So whenever you are following, you know which part it gonna inject, like which the parameter it gonna hit. Okay, so let's go in the header. We're gonna start building our other phase. So this is our header. Okay, and we are going to inject our header directly in the layout, because we want header to be shown in all the pages. And if you want to provide that one, you need to inject that HEADER. Okay, it's not showcasing here. So let's see if we, okay, it's not coming automatically. What's wrong here? Let me see. So here we're gonna make that import header, and that will be from at should be from components and header. So what's wrong here? Let's see a bit. Okay, what is saying? It's not finding. So this is the components, that's the header, should be okay, we didn't create the file. So rafce, so that's the header file. So after not creating you need to import it before injecting that. So now we can grab the header, and the way I created rafce, so I'm gonna showcase some of the the libraries, or you can say as the extension which you can use. I'm using that also close tag to happening to let the tag automatically close at the bottom. Auto rename tag, if I by mistakenly rename it in a misspell, it gonna render in automatically in redirect. I use the code spell checker to check all the code label here. I use that code matrix. As you see, once I'm importing, I can see the file length, the depth here, so I will know if the package is really overweight or not. Then we have one.env to focus on the env template. We have that ES+7 React Redux React Native snippets. That's the one I use to create that rafce, to create a React Native functional component, and there's a lot of use on that. Please go get that extension. Then we have what I recommend you to get the image preview. If you're using any dummy image, you can have the preview. Also that import cost, the similar work is doing here with that import cost layer. And then we have our material icon themes, which is really focusing on to set up that icons. As you see, I have the different layer of icons. Then that one thing is here, the ptr. Like if I type something here, if I make empty space or something, if I put Ctrl+S to save the file, it's automatically checked the setup and formatted it by default. So I'm using ptr to get the formation. Then we are using the sanity.io to just check the color combination in the grok query. Then the best thing is that Tailwindcss IntelliSense. And if you see here, if I come back here and make the width full and background color of red, as you see how it's suggesting me that, and that's happening is because of that extension in Tailwindcss IntelliSense. So feel free, go to install whatever you require for your application layer. Now we are going to build our application for this norm. So I'm going to remove this, which is not required right now. So in the header, we're going to have it three segment. One, it will be the image, or you can say as the logo, and another should be our input field, and another should be our the other step. Okay, so that will be our tabs. So these three things we're gonna combine all together. And before going that, what I recommend to grab my image from my file. So I'm gonna take that here. Okay, is it came? I think no. So let me grab my images. So that's just a few of the images which I'm gonna use it here, because most of the things which will be really and the backend structure, we're gonna grab directly from the Sanity. For image, we're gonna have that using that empty card image, also the loader image, and our logo, and one for the payment. And you just grab any of the images from the internet, and if you are just looking forward to extract those logo, let me know in the comments. I'm gonna just inject, publish it, and gonna forward the link to you. So now here, first we're gonna inject our logo, right? And everything we're gonna go, and instead of the div, I'm gonna keep a name as the header tag. That will be very and super simple. And here I'm gonna provide a div here, as we're gonna provide some of that max width height properties. And to let you show, I'm gonna make it that background of gray of 300, so that you can see that is the background, nothing is there, so no background available. So here right now I'm gonna grab one image directly. That image need to import from the next image, and here next/image should be, I'm gonna import my logo, should be from it should be my images and then the logo. As you see, the beauty of the TypeScript, so it's just going to prompt up and focus on whatever is available here. So very less type mistake and very less type impromptu. So in the source it will be as a logo, and alt tag it will be passing the logo, so you should be able to see one logo. Now also make it as 200. I'm just gonna keep the background for instance. Now as you see, it's getting the entire weight, but this one should be injecting with the max width parameter. Put a class name, provided that max width is screen axle. and MX auto to keep in the central. Let's put a BJ red of 300 so that the background color you can see, as you see, that's hovering here. And let's make a px of 4. The padding should be provided in the 4 layer. And what it gonna happen, even you are in this smaller screen, you see there is a padding here for the horizontal padding. So right now, instead of keeping that directly here, we can use it in a component layer, as we are going to recycle that one, that max with the screen accel and MX auto and padding X in the 4. So what we can do in the components, we can create one file with the name as a container.tsx, again RFCE, to create the functional component. Now we're gonna render each and every single things that selected design here in the container. Then we're gonna wrap the container every time we want to use the same style. So right now what I'm gonna do, I can inject that one. I'm gonna just cut this one from here because I will not inject there. Let's make it bigger, as you see in the sideway, and here I'm going to put a class name. But before entering the class name, I'm going to make that, as you see in the utils, one parameter is already coming from the Shadcn as the lib, the cn, that are going to use at the clx and tw merge to combine any of the conflict is resolved for the class name properties. So we can use as the cross contradiction. We'll import the cn, and then we're going to provide some the dummy class name, and also then we can inject the class name which we are preferring. So what we're going to do, we're going to also take two separate properties going to come. One, it will be the children, one it will be the not the class, should be class name. And to define the, you can remove that one also. Now I will make that interface as the props, as is coming by the props. So the children, it will be that as the style of that React node. So that's the TypeScript typo. And for the class name, it will always not be there. Once it will be there, it will be coming as a string. And now here we can define as the props. So the props and error is go away. So now here we're gonna pass the children, it will interject the children. And remember, in the previous days, once we are using the bootstrap, we used to make that important flag to provide the priority, right? And here that important flag, it will be handled with the cn. So first priority, it's gonna provide the class name we are going to send here in this, like the props, it's gonna put as a first priority, then it's gonna inject those colors. If we go back to our header, and instead of the div, if we just roll back to our container, from the container, and also rename it, now you can see it's injected. Now here, if we make that bj red, okay, cool, we get the background color. Now we want to change the max width. You can say max width LG. And after doing that, as you see, we get the large background color, like the large width here. So that depends on us. However, we want to reflect it, it's gonna show us the same parameter. So I think in that way it can make a lot of sense, and we can really start building the process. And for this logo, let's just provide some class name on that. So I'm going to provide a width of 24, and here I'm going to provide also a priority flag. And at the top layer of this div, here also let's provide that some of the design. The padding Y should be 3, or you can make it as 4. Just provide a little room to breathe for this application layer. And instead of gray, I'm going to make it as white. And also after that, I'm going to make one border color. So it should be border in the bottom, and border B should be gray of 400. Right now, I'm gonna keep 400. Later on, I'm gonna reduce it. So we have our logo, and after that logo, we should be injecting one from here, which we need to import also from the next/from, and that from, it will handle, like it will grab one input, which the type it will be the text, and in that name we're gonna pass the name as a query parameter, and for the placeholder it will be saying that search for products. So that will be saying here. So let's import that from. So import from, it will be from next/from. So you're gonna use that next from here, and that from by default gonna take an action. So the action we're gonna render directly whenever the action going to hit, it will redirect us to /search screen. So that's the action we're gonna dispatch directly from here. And also let's provide some of the class name. Put a class name, not the class ID, the class name. It will be width should be full, or we can make it as a flex 1, so get the entire width. And whenever we are in or we can go with the width full, or let's make flex 1. And SM scale, I think flex 1, which will be good. And for the SM screen, it should be, let's say, okay, I'm gonna keep it like that. So let's see how it's gonna say. I'm gonna make also a border just to see if anything appearing, and I'm gonna make it as a border of the block, so you will be able to see. Now you see it's taking the entire space perfectly. In the container, put a class name which is going to be a flex, and item center, justify between. So as you see, it's pushing all together a little bit far away. Gap should be 5, so it's gonna give a 5 span of the gap. And here in the tabs view, I'm gonna take a div here, the tabs going to render. So now we have our search area. So we need to, as you see, the search area only coming in that bit. And also before pulling that up, we can directly injecting here this one within that container layer. So get the container and appear everything here, so it's having a little bit of good contradiction. So right now let's roll back to header, and in the header we need to provide some classes for this one as well. Put a class name. We're gonna make that width should be full, so that you will be able to see the full width. Now this entire is getting the full width. And also in that tailwind config.ts file, we're gonna have some of the dummy color, so the color which we are going to follow through in our build purposes. So as you see, that's the colors. There's a lot of colors coming up from that Shadcn UI. You need to be careful on that, because that colors need to be appearing there too. So here we're gonna use a 5 extra color, which will be the light orange, and the value is that #FCA99B. Then we have the light blue, we have that dark blue, and the dark text and light background color. So that's the 5 color we are going to handle in our application layer. Now over here we are going to make it in a very perfect way, and we're gonna make also, as you see, the border which we are providing here. That's, I'm not gonna keep it here because the border we're gonna keep in our input field, so that once we are focusing within it, we can have an idea what's going on. So now we're gonna make that border, and the border should be gray of 200. As you see, providing a little bit space. I'm gonna make it a little bit darker. Later on I'm gonna change to make it light, just you can see it in proper way. Make a padding, okay, should be 4, and padding X should be, let's say, providing a 4, and padding Y should be 2.5, and you kind of find a gap here. And then rounded should be MD. Okay, and whenever you're gonna focus within or focus visible, and the border should be dark blue. Okay, and if we just go and make, as you see, there is the border is injecting. And also you can make that outline should be none, so outline should be none, so the extra outline, it will disappear. As you see, now we can reflect how the border it will be. We can make it as a 2, which will be 4. I think it's cool. Now we can make it as 200 also, so it's gonna be a perfect blend. Okay, I think that's perfect. So after that things, as we are having that, now if you type something, let's say enter JAWS, as you see, it's just directing us to the search with the query as the JAWS. So we will create that. If we click in that logo, it should taking us to back to the home. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wrap it with the link from the next link, and here I'm gonna paste our image, which will be href should be /home. So now if we come back here and click, it will redirect us to our home page. So after passing the home, in the tabs we're gonna have a certain parameter, and for the tabs is required, we're gonna use in a different way, because in the tab there will be 3 tabs altogether. One is for the card, one is for the order, one is for the account. Now card gonna access the product from the store, which is in gonna be a client side library, because we're gonna use the Zustand. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make that card as a client side library. So in the components, I'm going to take a file here, which will be cardicon.tsx. Create a file, rafce, the card icon, and then I'm not going to close it. And here I'm going to import that card icon. That's it. So you will be seeing that card icon. So one, it will be card icon. Let's have a p tag which going to be for the orders, and one another p tag which going to be account. I'm going to render that. Now also in that div here, gonna make it a flex item center and put a gap of 5 so that it will be perfectly aligned together. Okay, and I think, yeah, that's much. Now we are having some of the library here, but we are also can inject one of the libraries for the React icons to grab that all of the icons perfectly. So let's inject here. You can use the Lucid icon and other parameter, that's up to you, but I also love to go with that. So what I'm gonna do, or did we need that? I think we can directly go with Lucid icon. I think that's perfect, because no need to use the multiple icons library. So we need to grab one icon named car, so we can use that, or the shopping bag icon you can use. So that's a very simple to use also. As you see, you can copy in SVG and see in action. You just need to import that, create icons and icons. That's it. So we can go through it. I think the shopping bag icon, it will be perfect. So let's go in our application. Here we need to grab one icon, so let's to grab that. We will make that like shopping bag icon from the Lucid React. And if we coming back here, as you see, one icon is available. You can change the icon, you can feel free to go any other parameter, and by default we're gonna make it as a use client flag. Okay, so that ons is the client parameter. We know later on you will understand why we use it as the use client flag, because it will be very simple to eradicate and very much easy to contradict with that. So now after that shopping bag icon, we can also make another div. In that div, a p tag will be there, and here it will be one span, gonna be passing the item value, which right now gonna be a 0 item, and after that we will say that items, and after that p tag it will be another one which gonna say as cart. Now we're gonna roll that everything in a proper way. Put a class name should be flex, item center, text should be small text, and I'm gonna make a gap of 2 in between. Gonna make a border, and the border should be gray of 200, and let's see, as you see, it's aligned properly. And let padding x should be 2, padding y should be 1, and rounded should be MD, shadow should be, let's say, MD, and whenever you're gonna hover, that shadow should be none. So right now, as you see, if we hover, the shadow is disappearing, and also you're gonna make it in a proper way. So right now, as we are having, instead of the div, we're gonna render it with the link parameter. It's because once we're gonna click on that, we're gonna href to our cart, so that it's gonna be link attached on that. And to have properly aligned that, put a class name should be flex, flex should be column. Okay, I think it's okay. Now here in that p tag, put a class name, text should be xs, so the extra small text it will be there. As you see, it's getting a little bit slower. And here on that dummy scenario, like in that span card, put a class name, font should be semi-bold. So we're gonna have a semi-bold pattern here, and also this one we can make the semi-bold. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab this entire things, the fonts parameter, we can direct or no, we don't want that one to be as bold, so we can make that one right now. Font should be semi-bold. Okay, so this is our card, and also we can align with the icon, put a class name, and the text should be dark blue. Okay, and text should be 2XL. You can go with the 2XL. I think there 2XL it will not work. There's a width of 4, height of 4. Okay, now it's defined. So provide the 8 of width and 8 of height. Okay, it's getting bigger, so I'm gonna go with a 5x5 image. Okay, 5x5 or 6x6. Okay, 6x6. If we click on the card, now the hover effect is getting really fast, which we don't want to happen to like that. So we're gonna create one effect property and we're gonna use it within our application layer. So we're gonna create it in a global layer. So as you see in the base, we're gonna create one like called hover effect. So this one going to apply. So let's add apply, and here it's going to be, let's provide a duration of 300 and easy in out, and we're gonna create that transition should be in all dependency, cursor should be pointer. So that's hover effect. We're gonna just render within this card icon properties. So this gonna affect the hover effect properties. Now if you're coming here, as you see, pretty simple and smoothly animate that. So we have our card. So the same thing I'm gonna just copy, and here in the header after that card icon I'm gonna paste that one, and instead of that shopping icon we can now render another one which is going to be, let's say, basket, shopping basket. Hit save, so that we should be able to see another one. As you see, shopping basket, and here instead of cards it's gonna direct us to the orders. So here it will be orders. Okay, cool. So one, it will be order. Now it will be, it's time to take our account parameter, whichever we want, and setting up the account. First we are going to that our friend here in the Clerk. First I'm gonna log out so that you're gonna see the process how you can inject and start with that. You need to log in with some of the parameters. You can just having the GitHub and Google. So now I'm logged in with like a different account here. So from that account I need to create this the new account. So first thing start is that to create application. So let's create an application. Need to provide the name, should be Ecommerce Web YT. Just gonna keep it like that, and here gonna get the email, Google, and also I'm gonna add the GitHub. So that's 3 parameter: Google, GitHub, and the email and others parameter it will say. So this is the preview for my application, the sign in parameter. So create the application. Now it gonna set up each and everything, and it will let you know how you can set. You see, you are just a couple of steps. So now we can configure it with Next.js. And by the way, if you're using any other application like React, Remix, Astro, Expo, JavaScript, Tanstack, all the same setup you can follow through. And from here I need to install the dependency. So let's go over here and install that. After installing, we need to also pass those things in our .env file. I'm gonna copy that, and in the main, like on my root file, I'm gonna grab one file which will be .env, and here I'm gonna just paste my code. That's it. Okay, so that's the things I'm gonna do. I don't want you to see that secret and others. You just need to have that in .env file. That's it. That will work perfectly for you. And after having that, what else we can do? We need to create a middleware.ts file, and we need to put everything with that file. So let's create one more file which will be middleware.ts, and we're gonna pass everything here. As you see, that Clerk middleware and other things should be aligned here. And after that, now we need to wrap our provider, wrap our layout using that instances should be the Clerk provider. So let's go in our layout here in the app. That will be our layout. Here we're gonna wrap everything. So we're gonna make that with that Clerk provider. And by the way, is as we are here in that Next.js 15, we should be able to use that dynamic. So it will not render, it will not gonna hit everything, it's gonna render perfectly. So now if we come over here, I want you to make a reload. If everything is go upside down, now is the time we can set it back. So let's roll back to our header. So now we can see as we having any user, still our header is not the client side, it's the server side. So we need to call the user as server side. So as it will be in server side, I'm gonna use in asynchronous way. So const user, it should be is equal to await, and the user we're gonna get from that current user. Now we can log that user, should be console.log. If we log the user, let me open my command prompt. Now here, if we just grab the user, let's hit save, we should be able to see our user status. As you see, no user is null. So now we can define if the user is there or not, so that we can be able to showcase our things. So let's go here. Let's see. So that's the input, that's the card icon. So here, remember, the card icon is a client-side library, so it will always be popping up, but the orders and account, it gonna depends on the user. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wrap this entire thing with a parameter called Clerk loaded. So Clerk loaded, Clerk CL, I'm just misspell the name, Clerk loaded, and here I'm gonna paste that. So first, if the Clerk is loaded, only then it gonna render. And also I'm gonna check is that if we have user, like we're gonna render within that if it's signed in, only then, not signed in, it should be signed in, SIGNED, signed in. So whenever the sign in, it will gonna render. So right now, if you go back to the orders, we should not be able to see the orders. Okay, let me see what's happening. Default to, did we import different time? Okay, Clerk user, oh, that's the one. Signed in, Clerk loaded, should not be an issue. What's happening? Okay, let's see, that's the Clerk loaded, that's the sign in. Okay, what's wrong? Let me reload again. I think it should not be an issue. Okay, I'm gonna just remove that sign in parameter for right now. Okay, let's see if it's rendering. Okay, it's rendering. We're gonna go with that, but I'm gonna just go and check something. But before that, like, we can also just simply use that to check if we have the user, and then we want to combine these two, like this one as the Clerk use, like this, both of that, if we have the user, only then we need to render. But we're gonna keep it in a simple way. But right now we're gonna shuffle it with our user parameter, how we want to showcase the user. So if we say if we have the user, then I'm gonna render a div. If we, so it will be if there is a user, so user is available. If there is no user, then I'm gonna also render another div. So it will not be a div, I'm gonna just render through that sign in button, and where we're gonna pass a div, and in that div we're gonna pass that one account, which is going to be user. Let's say getting the user from Lucid React. So we should be able to grab one icon. As you see, user icon is available, and after that user icon we should be having another div. So another div which gonna say as welcome back, and then another p tag which going to say user dot, we're gonna pass that. This time, no, we don't have user. Yeah, why we are passing that? We are not having the user. So we're gonna say as account, and also another p tag, it should be saying us as logged in. Now remember, the similar status queue, we're gonna keep it. So either you can copy it or you can feel free to create it. So I'm gonna just copy paste that, and that one should be saying, so span tag, it will not recur right now here, should be that as account, and that should be saying as login. Okay, so that's two things is implying here to the class name. And right now what I'm gonna do, the similar effect which having here right now, I'm gonna just copy that, and let's say paste it perfectly aligned here. So now you're gonna see that parameter looks perfect. And also one more things I can do is that height 6, text should be dark blue. So now once you click on that, if we click right now, what it's gonna do, it's gonna take us to our the page which is required for the Clerk authentication, but we don't want to redirect to in a separate page. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a mode which will be as a model. So means it's gonna open up a model. If we click it right now, as you see, now we can go and click to log in with different user. Let's say to log in with that as the very first login. It will take you to in that page where you can have to set up your profile and others. If you just hit reload, it's gonna combine all together, and as you see, it's gonna redirect to your own account page, but the second loading it will not be there, so don't worry about it. Now here we need to go and grab the other properties. So first thing first, in that div we can provide that user button from the Clerk so that it's gonna render the button and you will be able to see the user status queue. As you see, that's the button is handling that properties. Now after that we're gonna render these two here again. So here that should be naming as welcome back, and here we're going to pass the name for the user, which is going to be saying that user dot full name we need to provide. Now you can see the user also. If you just see the log here, I think did we remove the log, you can just go and grab the log property that what we are just getting as the user properties. Let's hit save, and you will be able to see the user data. So you see the very big data here. So you can see the ID, you can see the password enabled or not, image URL. If you click here, you should be able to see your image also. So that's the way it's gonna contradict that. So now let's go and make it in a proper way, in a proper visionary way. So let's copy this portion, and here it not be there, and I'm gonna just copy paste it here. So we should be able to get our design in a proper way. If we logged out, you see that one is just removed. So right now we need to also forecast the order, and this one I don't know why it's not injecting properly. It's supposed to work. So the Clerk is loaded, we have the card icon, the Clerk loaded. Let's cut again and inject one more time. Should be signed in, and that one need to be Clerk. Okay, need to be import from the Clerk Next.js. I think our import was wrong, that's why it's having some error. Now as you see, the card is removed. If we signed in, just go through the procedures of logged in. I will use a different account this time, and I should be able to log in and roll back to my home screen perfectly. As you see, it's now logging in. And also if we roll back to our dashboard and specifically see the user, you see the one user is available. So let's give it a time to log in again. And now we are having a different user. And also if we go to our dashboard and hit a reload, we should be able to see two user here. Okay, I think that's a super easy to implement and super cool to go on the procedure. And one more things also, we can contradict in the card, we can define when the card should be loaded or not. So in the card we can just manually inject one thing. So it should be const means is client, and set is client should be is client, and we're gonna make that use state properties. And here we're gonna define that if is no is client, if it's not is client properties, that should be returned null. So if it's not a client set property, it will return null. So this layer it will just drop nothing. So only it will render once the client set application. As you see, is no client means it's nothing there. Now we need to set it as use client, and use effect should be as false. And in that use effect properties, we're gonna set when it going to be is client, and here within that empty dependency we're gonna just set it, let's that set is client true. So this application going to be aligned as the use client. As you see, now is available. If we just remove that check, if it's not use client, it will just render nothing. So we're gonna check if it is client or not. That just to be go in a safe zone. That's it. So now our application layer is set up. Okay, so now that one is rendered perfectly. So as you see, if you reload, our user is available, our everything looking so smooth. I think we are good to go in the next page. Now this is the time to set up our other properties, but before going there, I'm gonna love to grab my footer also, because that too is the different one. Others all things going to be rendered perfectly. So let's go footer.tsx rfce to create a footer component, and in the footer we're gonna make it a simple way. Now that is depends on you how you're gonna render, right? But for me, I'm gonna keep it a similar fashion. So because that is not my moral concern to generate this one in that norm. So what I'm gonna do in that div, I'm gonna take a simple container. So container, and that container going to having to be have one like a p tag, which is going to say copyright at, let's say copyright. I'm gonna just grab that right text property. You can just also grab the icon if you want. Copyright at 2024, put a span tag which going to be React BD, and here I'm gonna say all rights reserved. That's it. Hit save. After p tag, we're gonna also render one image here, which going to be coming from the next image, and here we're gonna make that import payment logo should be payment from at images, and that will be the payment image. And in the source going to provide that payment, and in the alternative tag should be also as the payment image. Put a class name which should be 64, and then object should be cover. Done. So we should be able to see two things here. One is the that copy text parameter, one is that image. So instead of that div, I'm going to render is as the footer tag, and here put a background color. Let's put a background should be bj, should be that light bj color, and text should be small text for all over the properties. That p tag, put a class name. Text should be gray of, let's say 500. And in that span tag, we're gonna just furbish it better. So class name text should be dark blue, and font should be semi bold. So now the text should be generate. Okay, cool. So let's go in the container, put a class name. Padding y should be 5, going to be flex item flex item center, justify should be between. So right now we are having one parameter. And also in the page, let's put a class name. Padding y should be 20. Right now gonna just keep it like that way. Later on we're gonna render in perfect properties. Now it is the time to implement our friend here from that next sanity. If we roll back to our sanity.io, here you need to just sign in to create the account properties. As you see, I am logged in. If we go in my project, I would be able to see all my available projects right now is here. So also in the documentation you're gonna learn a lot, but we're gonna go with the next sanity to click on that. And this is a tiny package which can really help you out to go and install all the dependency for the Next.js setup. And to implement that, I really recommend you to read the documentation properly. They have a GitHub homepage. You can go over there and you can also understand a lot of things, how the way it can be supported. Now from here, I'll go with the quick start. As you see in the quick start, I just need to grab that in my project. So npx sanity at latest init. Now let's go in my terminal here. So in the terminal, I'm gonna inject that one. So here in my git bash, the second one, I'm gonna enter. So now it's gonna create a sanity project. Now here I want you to focus, because the command we're gonna use it will be very important, and you need to like circulate it in a very properly. Now here you can choose either your previous existing application, or you can just go with that a new one. So I will just click at that create a new project. So, and I'm going to provide the name, which going to be Ecommerce, let's say YT. That's the or Ecommerce. I think Ecommerce YT would be perfect. And after that, I want that default dataset. Yes, that will be fine. So now it's gonna creating that default dataset. And there is one more thing. Okay, should be a next folder. Okay, perfect. And TypeScript, of course, the entire project will be the TypeScript parameter. It looks like you are using an Next.js 15 and React 19. Okay, compatible issue we can resolve. Let's just okay. Also that studio need to yes, otherwise it will not enter that. So it will go with that right redirect on that purpose. And now Either you can go with the blog schema, you can use the clean project. Now if you didn't create any of the project using Sanity, I prefer you to go with the blog schema. We're gonna resolve that schema properties, so you're gonna have some combination. So what I prefer, let's go with the blog schema. As we are having that e-commerce, we're gonna remove that properties which is not necessarily, so you will know how to combine and calculate all of this. So let's create with the blog schema, enter. So now as you see, it's installing that npm install is running that legacy pair dependency. So all the properties, it's just going to get that Sanity vision, that image URL, components, and the Sanity icons. As you see, the icons layer also is available. We have two library, one is the Lucid React, one is that Sanity icon, so both we can use. Just give a little bit time to install those dependency here in your application layer. Also, if you just roll back to the package, you can see in the package it's now going to implement all of those. So now you see that Sanity icons, image URL, vision, and all the properties is next Sanity is all are installed. So I think it's perfectly aligned. And here as you see, we have one .env.local. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cut that entire things, and I'm gonna go in my .env file, and here I'm gonna paste it. I'm gonna remove that local file as I'm using that .env. The other ones is not necessary. You can also use that .env.local. That's not a big deal. Now here in the app, we should be able to see one studio. As you see, that's the studio we have, and all the configuration is done perfectly. And after that, for the Sanity configuration here, you see one directory here, especially for Sanity. And here we have the structure, we have the env.ts, we have here the schema types. So that's the file which going to render all the parameters and categories, block type, all things is available right here. And from the lib, we have the client, so we can use the client directly fetch from there. So in the client, we can be able to set other properties. Right now we are not going to touch it, we're going to do it once we are doing it. Then we have the image URL to render the image. We have the live option where we will set the others property. And as you see, let's see now if we go in our 3000, I'm gonna go /studio just to see if our studio is rendered or not. So you need to check it. As you see now, is compiling studio tool, so means that's the folder is just going to accessing. So that's the file it's gonna render, and that's the studio. You can go and read the documentation how those things actually working, how you can set up the combined dummy header or never or any other parameters. Is pretty simple to use. Again, I'm referring is you to go there and read more how you can access much more data layer. As you see, it's now accessing the studio, the first instance. Okay, Clerk auth was called, but Clerk isn't detect uses. So I think it's because, remember, we have one parameter here, that layout is inject with the Clerk provider. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna separate the concern, remember, which I want to do it the first layer. So I got stuck, now I will do it. So in that client layer, I'm gonna take my layout and page from here. I'm gonna directly wrap it in that client layer. So this layout and page in the client. So in the layout, I need to, as we are shuffling one step further, so let's need to add the directory here. Okay, so that's the one thing. And right now, if we just go in that particular studio, it's now out of that instance. So now also we need to provide a layout here, remember? So we will provide a dummy layout, which will be layout.tsx. And here in the layout, what kind of things we are going to combine? It should be a dummy layout, so it will be just going to grab just a simple feature, which should be const, let's say const root layout. Also, we're gonna provide some of the properties here. So first, we're gonna just inject that, which going to return, and within the return, it should be return one HTML, and here it's gonna render the body. Within the body, it will generate that children, which still is not there. We're gonna get it. So from the props, it will passing the children, and that children, it will be just as a properties of React note. So that should be body. Okay, and here that language should be en. So that's a dummy layout here. And in the layout also we can pass that what if you just go back here in that client properties on the layout, we can grab that metadata also. If we want, you can just directly pass that metadata at the top. Need to import that metadata and hit save. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make a reload here. Let's see how it's gonna render. Okay, now the default export is not a React component in the Studio tool page. I think if we go back here, the page, okay, default layout. Okay, we need to export it. That's what we forgot. So export default should be root layout. I create it in a functional component. You can also create it in a normal way. It's just up to you. Hit reload again. I think this time it should not freak out and it's gonna provide the parameter in a perfect way. Okay, yeah, now it's reloading. First thing first, it's gonna ask you to get to load. Okay, go with the Google and I will choose. Now the account need to choose the same, so that's the account I used to create the application. I think this is the one, the default one, so I will go with that. So this account should be responsible to create the application, and also we can check it. If we go here, make just a reload, I should be able to see my project within that parameter, so which is that e-commerce YT, as you see right now here. So I believe that was it. Now it's loading, so that I should be able to see my schema here. So as you see, we have the post, we have the categories. If you click here, it should be able to render the categories property, the data. So right now we will create our own schema. That's just giving you a properties to having a try and to understand how the things can be done in that Sanity Studio. So we are going to focus to combine that schema. For right now, we're gonna create one special schema which is really important to generate, because first we want to create our banner, right? And to generate the banner, we will go in that Sanity. On that schema, we're gonna create a schema which should be, let's say, cell type .ts. So that will be our first schema. So in the cell type schema, what's the things it going to be there? That's we need to understand first. So let's just create the parameter which it will be saying that. Let's say export. It should be export const cells type, and here we will make that define type should be define type. Need to import from the Sanity. And as a functional, we're gonna pass some object from here, and the name, either you can keep it as a cell or you can also keep it as the banner. So let's roll back here. Instead of keeping the cell, we can just make that banner type, or I think that's fine, or yeah, that's okay. So the name, it should be the cell, and also for the title, it should be the cell title, and then the type should be a document type. Should be document, and after that the icon should be that tag icon which gonna be imported from that Sanity icons. And here we need to define the fields. So here it will define as a field, it will be as an array, not the icon, should be only the icon. So we need to define the field here, what kind of field it will be there. So in the define field property, define field, the define field, here we need to pass the function. In the object we need to pass the name of the field, so it should be name, which going to be, let's say the name, it will be the title name. And here the title should be, let's say, cell title. And after that we also need to provide the type, which will be as a string type. So that's the cell which we are going to passing there. We just added one. So let's roll back how we can inject that one. As you see the index here, in the index we can just directly pass that. So it should be, let's say, cell type, and also need to import directly here. So now as you see, it gonna reload and fetch that our cell type. Forget that error, so no worries about that. It will freak out for a bit as we are just injecting our new schema here. So right now, if we just roll back in our schema, okay, still is loading. Now you can see the post, categories, authors, and there is the cell. So we have our cell properties. If we click here, we should be able to see the design setup. Only we have the one single title, so we are having the title properties. Now we need to define the other field, so let's go to define that. So in the next parameter, we are going to put the name should be description, and the title, which is going to be combine that as cell description, and after that the type, which is going to be a text type, okay, as is going to be a defined field parameter. And another field, we are going to also grab that other parameter, and this one, it should be the name, which will be the badge. We want to see the discount badge, so the title should be discount badge, and after that the type should be string, and also we want to provide a description should be, it will just say make that discount badge ratio, so it will be DIS discount ratio. Then after that, we're gonna define another field which going to be having that the discount amount need to be provided there. So what I'm gonna do is that just to rendering all of that properties, it will be, I think, fine for all of you instead of writing all over again and again. So after that, we're gonna having some of the setup, which going to be the discount amount, which the name, it will be discounted amount, the title discount amount, type number, and description amount of in percentage or fixed value. We have that coupon code, then passing the coupon code, which the value as the type of a string. Then we are having that valid from, the title valid from, type is the date type, and the defined field coming valid until. So we are passing a date from valid from, and then we're grabbing that, so valid until, like which time it will be expired. And then in the defined field is just type as the date time, then is coming is active, it is active or not, title is active, type as boolean, description toggle to active, deactivate, activate or deactivate the cell, and initial value is true. By default it's just set up as the true. Then the last one, in the defined field, we want to showcase the image, so the name should be that image. And here we also define the title, so the title should be product image, and after that the type should be as an image type, and also we can render in the options, by where we can say the options, we will combine that hotspot should be true. So that's the defined field for all of this. Now after defining the field, we need to create a preview by which we can showcase is it active or not. So let's create the preview mode. In the preview, whenever we're gonna select that, the title should be the title of that overall title, and the discount amount we want to apply, so discount amount, which going to be that discount amount. And after that, we also may use that coupon code, so the coupon code need to pass that coupon code, coupon code, and we will pass that is active value, and here it will render as that is active. So that's the select preview here. Then we need to prepare the value also. So in the preparation, we will grab that as a select properties as a props, and we can render that. So const, we're gonna get the title, we're gonna get that discount amount, we can get that coupon code, we can get that is active from there, and should be is equal to select. And from here, we're gonna make also that status status is active is available, then it will say that active, and if it's not active it will say inactive. And now we'll return. In the return, we're gonna define that passing the title, we will make that subtitle here, and in the subtitle going on the backtick, we're gonna define in that parameter which will be discount amount, which is we're gonna pass the percentage variation percent of, then we will also showcase the code, and in the code it will render our coupon code, And after that also we can pass our status queue here, so it will be our not studio, should be status. Done. So this is the setup for our cell type. So all the cells parameter, all the details we want to showcase, it need to be injected within this parameter, and that is the field which gonna render all of those. So we can go through and click that. As it's a banner, I will make it in that we can introduce the validation rule, like every banner should have an image, so we will not let it go without having the image. How we can set that, right? We need to configure some of the parameters. So let's go in the image. So without passing any image, it will not be going through, it will not be validated. To implement that, we're gonna pass the validation, and it will take the parameter one is as a rule, and we're gonna pass that as rule dot require. So every time anyone rendering one image, that rule should be implemented. So you need to submit one image, which otherwise it will not go over that. So right now let's create a select like a cell document. So click to create a new document, and here we're gonna create the title. So for right now we're gonna make some of the test title and some of the other properties. So let's say new year if cell. Okay, and the description that I will just go through to provide some dummy data right now, because later on we can inject the property to interchange the data layer. So here let's go in that page here. Okay, client page, and here I'm gonna make a lorem of 10. Okay, lorem 10, and I'm gonna grab that. So cut, let's see here, I'm gonna pass that. I think that will be a little bit cool. Okay, so now the discount badge should be, we're gonna pass that discount badge. Discount amount should be like 15% on it. The coupon code, I think that will be, that not be the badge, should be year end. Yeah, okay, year end. And here we're gonna pass the coupon code, should be vary, and valid from, we need to select a date, which let's select today, and after that we're gonna valid till, let's go in the next year, we're gonna keep it as valid. By default is active. As you see the product image that is required, without the image you can't publish it. So to before uploading, I will select my image here. So let's choose this one and open, so it will automatically upload. That's the best thing using Sanity, that is handle the image and other properties pretty efficiently, and it's super cool. Let's publish this one. So we should be able to, as you see, the new cell if cell and the 15% off code vary and is active. If we make is deactivate, the property ratio it will be as the deactivate. As you see the inactive, we can make it is active. So right now let's go back to our application layer. We can just feel free to go in that our structure, which is the localhost 3000. Now here we will try to get the data, because as we are having the data, we should be able to generate or populate the data within our parameter, and how we can set that data to let the action to take in the person. So to start with that, I'm gonna go in my file, I'm gonna close all, and here in that Sanity directory here, as you see, I'm gonna just go and open another directory, which will be helpers. And on the helpers, I'm gonna create two files. One, it will be my query.ts, or you can say is queries, queries.ts. So there we're gonna keep all the query, and here it will be index.ts. So here we're gonna keep all the projected file, how we can grab the query, how we can take the parameter, that's where we can keep that. So right now what we're gonna do is to get all of our like the banner data, or you can say the sale data. So that's how we can grab it. And to showcase, as you see, we have one, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just add one more here, or it's a very way to, actually it's pretty way to do it to, as you see, is activate. I'm gonna just duplicate that one. Okay, So let's hit duplicate. So it should be able to create one more here, and we are going to replace the image. So let's take another image here, and I'm gonna go with this image, and also I will make it as flash sale. So that's it, and instead of that it should be 20%, and it will be flush, and I think publish. So we are having two data. And how we can set the query to grab the data, as you see there is one tool called vision tool. Here we need to be exercising, and don't worry, the presentation tool we're gonna grab it later on, but right now we're gonna go slowly to understand it in a proper way. Here we can write our query, put in star mark, then the third bracket. Here we need to put the type, what kind of types it going to render, right? So it will be underscore type is equal to remember the name which we provide the cell. So it gonna render that all the properties of cell, and I'm gonna make it in order, which will be name ASC, so the name ascending. And if we just gonna grab that, as you see we are having two properties here. And see the name, that name going to be the similar name which we define in our, as you see it should be cell type. So that name going to contain the name which we are providing here, that's the name. So you need to be careful once you are injecting those names. So this is our first query which it will be there. From here I'm gonna like export const, I'm gonna make a query, cell query is equal to, so let's we need to define the query, how it can be defined that. So it will be define query, let's say define query, and within that parameter we need to inject. So I'm going to render the backtick, let's put in star mark, and then we're going to go in third bracket, let's go in the type should be equal to cell, and from that properties we need to render that cell, and after the cell we will make also that order which going to be name ASC. So the similar parameter, the way we use it, you can also copy paste that one here, it will work in the similar fashion. Now we need to create a function, and we're gonna make a function. We can make we can make export directly. So export const get cell is equal to, it should be in async way. So right now we need to make that query here. So try catch block, we're gonna render in the catch, we're gonna say if we are having any error. So make that as console.error. So this error going to be render error fetching, and that one going to be fetching that cell data, and here we're gonna pass the error, and from here we're gonna return like an empty array as we are not having any data. Now from here we're gonna grab the data, and each and every time we're gonna just inject the query as the products, so that it will be, or you can just grab it as a cell, it just depends on you. So I can pass it as cell, or you can say it as cells. I think products is better, so that it will be understand every time that the same parameter we are using. So await, and from there we're gonna make that sanity fetch, and that sanity fetch is coming from the live new. As you see, that's the parameter can handle to fetch all the data parameter, how we can inject, how we can exercise. And now before going in further, we need to configure a lot of other things here, which we're gonna do it very soon, but right now I'm gonna keep it in that way. So with config we're gonna go, later on we're gonna make the server token, we're gonna provide the browser token, we can also pass the fetch options which going to revalidate every time we're gonna render the data. We're gonna inject, or I think we can inject it right now, so that you're gonna have a better understanding. So to generate that one, let's go in our env file, because there we need to inject one more property .env. Here we need to grab one property which going to be passing that as I think a Sanity API token is there, and also two properties we need to provide. One should be Sanity API token, and another should be that Sanity API read token. So these two tokens will be responsible to get that other properties, and let's go in that our sanity.io, and from the Sanity, let's go in my dashboard here. Okay, so from the dashboard we can grab the token, and also we can grab the API read token. So both of the token we can grab from there, and the e-commerce YT here is the API. So from these properties we need to grab it. So as you see the tokens, and from here I need to generate the token. So one, it will be read token, another it will be, one is the developer token, right? So as you see the two token, API token and the read token. The developer token, it will be the API token. So it will be like, I'm going to pass the name of the developer, having the developer view. So I add the token and I just simply copy paste the token over here. Whenever you click OK, it will generate the token. So I'm going to take one more token. That one, it should be read token. So I'm going to just pass that read token. And here it will be just for viewer, only the read access. If I save and the read access, it will be okay to showcase you. So no problem at all. I'm going to copy that. And here I'm going to paste directly. So now I'm going to having a two token here. So we should be able to grab that token and let it work properly. So let's roll back to our application layer. And from that parameter, I'm going to go in that one tool here, that live. Here we can set the other value. So first, const token is equal to, it should be that process.env dot the same name we provided here. So this time we're going to pass that Sanity API read token. And from here with the the configuration, you can set it later on, or I'm going to ignore that one. From here I'm going to pass that as our client is available, total client I'm going to pass, and then from the server token should be the token here available, and also for the browser token should be our token which is available. And then from the fetch options we're gonna make that revalidate should be 0. So every time you're gonna fetch, it's gonna passing us through the new data, like the fetch data and whatever data we are requiring here. Also we can check here, if there is no token we can just pass an error here, which is going to be throw new error. So let's pass that error, and which is going to say us that missing. We can just passing that API read token. Okay, that's fine, I think. So now we should be able to grab our Sanity token, and we should be able to fetch the data directly here. Now why we are using it? Whenever we are going to fetching the data, it will not take that any revalidation, because as we skip that, but later on once we are needing that, we're going to keep it in the way we want. So from here we're going to get the data, and from the query, so query, what's wrong here, page should be the query, and that query, remember the query, the name we provide, the cell query should be our cell query. Either you can keep it here in that file itself, but I love to keep the concept outside the two properties. That's why it should be looked clean and nice. And from here we need to return, we will return that products dot data, or we can just passing that one empty array. So now let's go within our project structure. That should be the client and the page. So now that will be the moment of truth. We should be able to render the data if everything is going all right. So from here we're gonna make that const cells is equal to await. That should be get cell. As we make it await, we need to also make it async. So now as you see, still is a server side rendering. So make the log should be cells, and open the terminal. We should be able to see the data if everything going all right. So vision, as you see, we have our data ready. So right now what we need to do to create our properties where we can really exercise those things. But before doing that, we also need to generate some of the types so that it will be a type safe. As you see in the data, the property data is any, so means it's not totally type safe, right? So we need to create it in a type safe notion so that it can be really helpful, right? So what we're gonna do, if we just go in that Sanity, next Sanity, I think next Sanity, and there you can have a proper understanding how we can go and grab that type safe property. If we go in that quick start, and from there, okay, predifs, and That's the grok query. As you see, the type is script types. So sanity type gen to generate, just click it that. So we should be able to see how the sanity type gen, so the beta feature is there, but it's working perfectly in the property. So now overview using GraphQL minimal example, you need to just go within studio folder, extract the schema, and then sanity type gen generate. So I think that's it. So we can go with that. So first thing, we need to go like sanity extract the schema. So that's one thing we need to do. Then we can use the type gen generate. So you need to passing that command. Everything is installed properly previously beforehand. So I'm gonna go in my package and I'm gonna write one combination here to start, and by which it will start properly and clearly. So after that lint here, I'm gonna take another property which going to be, let's say, type gen start, or I can just simply pass the types in. So here we're gonna pass that. It will just get the command npx sanity at latest. It will grab the latest if my sanity is not installed. If it's installed, it will just directly go with that. Then it will go with the schema extract. So it will extract the schema, and I'm gonna pass that npx sanity at latest, and then I'm gonna make that to generate the type gen generate. So what it gonna do is that it gonna just automatically check if we having the sanity latest or not. If it doesn't have, it gonna install that. Then it will like extract the schema. Then it will also go through to create or type gen generate. So with that command, we should be able to generate our all the types property here. So all the event types. And how we can do that, let's say npm run, it should be type gen, and hit enter. Let's see if it's working or not. As you see, npx sanity latest schema extract and npx sanity latest type gen generate. So extracting the schema. So after extracting, we should be also able to grab one file which going to be providing that our sanity types property. So let's just providing a time to extract and generate the types. As you see, sanity types already available here, and in the type, as you see, the image pattern type and all the properties, it's just going to fetch perfectly. And geopoint, as you see, the cell type. So that's the perfect way. So one grok is enabled. If we just come over here right now, property data cell query results, so means we are totally type safe. So wherever we want to inject that one, it will be fully type safe data, and we should not be worried about anything regarding that instances. So how we can combine and check that one? So first thing first, I'm gonna remove that container right now, as I'm gonna head backwards to start the build process. So in that components, I'm gonna just create a new file which will be discount banner.tsx rafce. There we're gonna render our discount banner type, and instead of that properties, or I'm gonna remove totally this one, here we're gonna pass that as discount banner. So in the discount banner, we're gonna pass the value here, which going to get the sales is equal to should be our sales. Let's remove the console. Okay. So if we go to our discount banner type, we can provide the type here should be that sales, and that sales property is the types of that. If we just previously overseeing that, it should be a cell query result. So should be cell underscore query result. So as you see, the type error is just fully evaporated. So right now, what we're gonna do, we're gonna render one carousel. So to render the carousel, we need to go in the Shadcn UI. So should be Shadcn UI, and from there we're gonna render from the documents, or you can directly visit the components, and from the components we're gonna go and grab the carousel. And to start with the carousel, we need to run that command in our terminal. So let's run the command, and also we need to get some badge and card. So I'm gonna just grab that, which going to be say that should be the card. So let's grab the card here. Okay, let's take another get badge. or you can run a simple command to grab all together to create all the file and properties, or we can try that one. As you see, so we have npx to install the card dependency and others. Okay, there is a button, I think say yes, overwrite it, so no worries about that. So there would be a card. I think it's automatically rendered. I think so. Okay, no worries. So we should be able to have a carousel. So right now, as we have the cells, how we can inject the carousels within the parameter, it's very simple to align with that. If we go back here, we should be able to see one example how the carousel and carousel content is working. As you see, that's a pretty simple way. Feel free to explore a bit here so that you're gonna have a very better understanding. So what I'm gonna do, instead of that div, I'm gonna having directly that carousel imported here from UI carousel. And if you doesn't know where you can find, as you see in the UI, I keep the UI for that only the properties which gonna come from the Sanity, not the Sanity, from the Shadcn. Other components I'm gonna create in my components layer. So that's the way you can find all the things where is injected. So from the carousel, I'm gonna also make that carousel content. Okay, and in the carousel content, I'm gonna grab the card, and before grabbing the card, let's say just test, okay, just to see what it gonna be look alike. So I'm having a carousel, and that is only the test, and as you see, it just render indirectly. So here put a class name which should be full, and after that providing a max width. I think if we are passing that max width, we can go back to the container, right? So, or we can provide that max width screen axle, Amex auto, and margin top should be 10. Or instead of margin 10, we're gonna just make that my 10, so that in both layer it's gonna provide that ratio. As you see, okay, now we need to combine that. So we are having the card, and remember we have the cells, so should be cells dot, we're gonna map to it, and here we're gonna make that as a cell parameter, and from the map we're gonna return a carousel item. On the carousel item, we're gonna just render a card which going to be coming from UI, and from the card content, and on the card contain, we're gonna get a div, and from we're gonna take another div here, give a p tag which going to be, let's say cell dot, let's say we're gonna provide the title. Okay, just to see if it's working or not. For the key, we need to provide that cell dot id. As you see, fully type safe and it's working perfectly and smoothly. As you see, that's our carousel here. And by the way, we can also define that after that carousel content here, we can make that carousel, I think the previous and next. So carousel previous, and also we can grab that carousel next. So that too we can grab it directly, and as you will be able to see that our carousel, that too is visible. Here we can pass the property should be absolute, absolute left should be 2, and the similar pattern we're gonna pass that class name should be also absolute right should be 2. So it will be within that property. It will, as you see, is injecting at the very inside. So now we're gonna create the other properties. So first thing first, let's go to grab one badge here. So in that properties here, we're gonna grab one badge. So also let's install that. Okay, while it's installing, let's go in the pattern how we gonna make that things to be done. So in that card content, we're gonna pretty much working on that. So the class name, we're gonna make a 0 padding here so that it will be in a 0 padding ratio, and here we're gonna get two setup all together so that it gonna be aligned perfectly. So in the first div, put a flex, and it should be by default flex column, md should be flex row, and item should be always in center. And now that div here also we're gonna provide that flex 1, and the padding should be 6, and md padding x should be 12. So that's the padding ratio we are going to provide. As you see, providing a perfect padding ratio. And here we're gonna get a badge, so that badge going to be coming from that UI, and here we're gonna pass that sale dot badge, so the title it will be there, and also you're gonna pass that sale dot discounted amount, and here after that we're gonna pass that the percentage, and we're gonna say off. So how much percentage is off, it gonna focus on here. As you see, looks cool. And now it's a black variant. We're gonna pass the variant layer, so the variant should be secondary variant, and after that we can also make some class name. Margin top should be 2, MD screen margin margin bottom should be 4, and text should be dark blue, and I'm gonna make it everything as capitalize. As you see, now it should be end up okay year in cell, so the first and last is looking perfect on that ratio. So after the badge we're gonna have an h2 tag, and here we're gonna say as the sale dot title, so the title it will go on, and for the title we can be able to create one title properties if we want to, but first let's go to style a bit, put a class name, text should be 2xl, and md text should be let's say 3xl, and lg text should be 4xl. So now we're gonna see the bigger one, the 4xl right now as in the lg screen, and after that font should be bold, tracking should be tight, and also margin bottom should be 2, and MB should be 4. So now we should be able to see that perfectly aligned. So we have the title, and now let's go and click the other properties. So here, because we have the two segment here, as you see, there is the one div which is going to generate our entire docs, and there will be another div which is going to render if the cell image is available, cell.image is available, and it's gonna render one image, right? We're gonna provide not the divide but another div. Here we're gonna just grab our image property which need to be imported from next image, and in that image, in the source property, now we need to render in a very different properties. Let's import first from the next image, and here in the source we will make that URL 4, and that's directly coming here from our properties in the image, which then providing the source and is using that Sanity image URL to provide your image properties. So it will provide back our URL, and here we need to pass that sale.image, and then we'll just get the URL from there. That's it. So we should be able to get our URL, and in the outer property just make that banner image segment, and also as the image is external image, we need to provide a width of 500, and we will also get that 500 so that it will direct here the ratio 500 by 500. And after doing the same thing, as you see, that need to be configured, the host name need to be configured there. So this cdn.sanity.io need to be configured within our properties here. As you see in the root layer, if you expand all, you see the next config.ts file. Here we gonna configure that's one. So after that we're gonna just render that image property here. Within that image we'll pass that remote patterns, which will be an array, and there we're gonna pass an object because it can be multiple ratio, the image or others can be multiple parameters. So the protocol which should be HTTPS, and after protocol we also need to provide the host name, which will be that cdn.sanity.io, and after that I'm gonna just reload it as is using that faster loading from that, I think the turbo pack, which should be able to generate. And if you're having or facing any error, just close the terminal and then rerun it again, it will be perfectly blend. Okay, so I think the image is right here. As you see, if we click, we should be able to see the different images. So right now it's working perfectly fine. So roll back to the banner. We need to make it in a more perfect way. And how we can do that? We will style a bit here. Put a class name which width should be full, and MD which should be 1/2 means the half width which you'll get, and height should be auto. I'm gonna make it as a relative because some absolute properties need to be provided, or I think no, not necessarily get there. We're gonna make it a flex, item center, justify center, and padding Y. We're gonna keep it 2 so that it can having a little space to breathe whenever it's amplifying. Now here in that classic image, we will make that, we can also make that as object feet as cover to be aligned within the cover frame. Now here we're gonna make that height should be full, and then transition should be the transform, and the duration, once we hover we can provide an effect here that we can do. So yes, so once we hover we will make that scale of 105, let's say 105, and easy in out. We can just simply pass that hover effect. As you see, previously we have been created, and now okay, cool, but right now it's not. I think we need to little bit more duration parameter here. Transition should be only in the transform, so the duration should be, let's give it 500, and we're gonna make it easy in out. I think this time, okay, yeah, that's cool, simple. So now this is, I think, a perfectly blend and properly aligned. So right now let's go and pouring the other items which should be available here. So after the title we need to provide the description, let it p tag, and here should be cell then description. And for the description we're gonna just combine it to make it like that. Should be text should be muted foreground, and I think instead of rendering that title properties MB and MB4, we can just get rid of those properties. We can directly go with the scenario because it's a flex, so we can align that in a perfect way. Should be flex should be column, and then put a gap of 4, and I think first it will be 2 MD, gap will be 4. I think that will provide a perfect blend. Yeah, now we can check that. So this is the way, one way you can go, and if you make that one, now you can utilize that one, like you need to put a width of 32, otherwise it will just take entire space property. So that's the only the headache you need to combine. So I just show you, you can go through it, or if you don't want, you can also go through it the way it is supposed to be. It's very simple to implement and nothing that much more on that. Let's put MB4 just to go with that dignity, and first it will be MB2. Whenever it gonna hit on that MD screen should be MB4. And after description, let's go to get one more parameter which will be p tag, and here we will make that as use code, and here span tag should be sale.coupon code, and after the coupon code means after the span tag we're gonna say at 4, and then again another span tag which should be sale and that discounted amount, and after the span tag we're gonna pass the ratio as of. So that's it. So we should be able to see that, as you see, perfectly aligned. So here we're gonna make that class name MB first, it will be 2, and MB should be 4. Now we're gonna use the code, and of course you can go with to make less space here so that it can be a little bit more affiliate, so more presentable here. So right now, as you see, we can yeah, I think so. Let's put in that coupon code, we can make that class name. Font should be semi-bold, and text I'm gonna make it as a primary, and uppercase need to be provided so that the text should be a little bit darker. Okay, I think quite good. Yeah, not bad at all. And in that here, or we can make that text as without primary, you can also make that the color we are preferring. In the span tag, put a class name, and font should be, and that one also going to be as semi-bold, so we can have the percentage ratio. So use very good for 15. I think we need to also showcase the percentage value, and after that p tag we should be able to generate one button here. So it should be button. Here we will say shop now. Okay, so that's the button to combine the properties, as you see. Okay, quite good. And right now I think that's all. If we just roll back to see in the previous one, okay, we are having that, we are having that. So now that's perfectly aligned. As you see, it's aligned and properly configured. So I think it's time to go and capture other properties, and to do that we can set some of the scenario which is not recurrently accessible right now. Here I'm gonna close all properties, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in our Sanity directory here, and I'm gonna just access that in that schema types, that index, because I'm gonna just sort it out what is not required right now. So what I'm gonna do, as we having the category type, I'm gonna keep the category type as the category, because later on we're gonna just replace with our code parameter. So on the indexed properties, I'm gonna remove the block content which not required right now. So the block content category, let's see, the block content type, we are not going to use this build author type, and also that post type not required. So I'm just gonna remove those properties. Okay, cool, done. And after that we're gonna go in the structure layer here, and from the structure, as you see, the post and author, which I'm gonna remove, and only I'm gonna keep that category layer here. So that would be there. So divider, it will be aligned only from that permissions. So if we go in the structure, we should be able to see in the block title, we will change the title as we are having the title here. You can read it somewhere here. We can just combine as the blocked data set. So we will change that. Let's go back to the structure. As you see in the block, we will change the title from here, which should be e-commerce web app. Okay, so that's we change e-commerce web app. We have the categories, then we have our sale all together. So now we can combine how the categories can be lookalike, how that things can be structurized, and how we can really maximize the data scenario. And to do that, again in the schema types, I'm gonna access our category. So let's roll back to our category. Here in this schema, I'm going to remove that author types, remove the block content, remove that post type, and in the category type, I'm going to just fix some of it, which is category document, and title category string, and having the Slack define field. I think that's okay. I'm going to just set a preview here. So the preview should be the preview of that. If we just go to select the preview, and here I'm going to pass the title. So the title should be alongside the title, and also I'm gonna pass the description, and the not description, the subtitle should be the description. So that will be our overall parameter. So I think we are happen to be good to go to create and surpassing the scenario. So I think here you can now configure it properly, and you can align that all together, because the next phase we are going to create and pouring our products. Again, what I'm saying, the build going to be slowly, each and every day it will be one part and another. So feel free to watch. So that's the first part where we configure everything. In the next part, we are going to come back with the product, and then we're gonna come back with our payment method, and then we're gonna come back with the orders, which will be 3 to 5 days build. So take your time, start today, or you can start it tomorrow, it's up to you. So we're gonna finish that. So in this build, that's the banner, you're gonna have that. So later on we're gonna pouring our products and others all together. We got our banner. It's time to get back the product, but before settling the product in that Sanity, I would like to also add the categories here. You can also either add the categories while you are loading the product, or you can just add it right now. So what you're gonna do, you're gonna create a new category. The title, let's say it will be a snacks title, snacks. Okay, and the Slack, of course, it's gonna generate automatically. And for the little bit description, what I'm gonna do is that let's just go in my page over in the client, and from here I'm gonna just make that a little bit of lorem text often, just to put some description over this place. So cut from here, and then I will roll back here, description right in this place, and publish. So now we will be attach the product within that category. As we are having that product right here, how we can deal with that to create that product, like to get back the product to for our page, we need to go in the structure for that Sanity. Here in the schema types, we're gonna start a new schema which will be for our product schema. So let's just say product type dot ts. Now here basically we are going to explain what kind of products we're going to have and how we can contradict that one. So it will be export const, and then it will be the name for that product type, and of course you need to define that define type parameter. So define type, and from that function just put a tiny object here which is going to take a name similarly of that product, and this by grabbing this name we're gonna fetch the product from our Sanity store, and the title should be a product, and then the type should be a document, and after that we're gonna also put one icon which I would love to provide that trolley icon from Sanity. And here I'm going to define the fields which is going to be an array we are going to define in that perspective. So first in the field we need to define the field. So particularly we're going to have several kind of fields right here. So the first one, I'm going to provide the product name. The name, it will be the title in between whenever we're going to grab that within the name, and the title should be passing that as product name, and after that the type should be as string. And also we will use a validation because every product should have a name. So you're going to set the rule, and that rule should be as required. Okay, so that's should be creating one product right here, but there is some error. Let me find what is that. So that is the fields which we define. Then we are getting, oh sorry, it's not the define type, it should be define fields. Yeah, that was the mistake. So that one is the define type category. So there you're going to define all the type layer, and every single field should be coming up as a defined field. If we just want to inject that one within the parameter of our structure, we need to just go in index.ts right here. As we have the category type and sales type, we also gonna have that our product type right here. And after passing that, if we just go back to our Sanity, don't worry, that error is the minor error as it's just going to load up. And here we should be able to get back our product field here, where we can inject the product with just a simple name. As you see, the product is available, and from that product we can easily just add a product, and as you see in the viewport, it will avail with the product name. So now we can grab the product. So let's just do and create other fields, and also try to understand why we are injecting that and how we are integrating it. And some of you people are asking to use that product, the image array. Of course, I'm gonna define that at the end of the build, because this build is just for a single purposes. Design is not choreographed just for having a multiple images. But don't worry, after finishing that one at the very end of the project, I'm gonna create a new design where I'm gonna showcase how you can grab that image as an array, and also you can manage it with that same theme parameter. So no worries about it. Now we will define the slag, which will be defined field again. And here we're going to define how our slag it will be look like. So the name, it will be the value for the slag, and also we're going to pass the title, which will say as a slag field, and then the type, which the type it will be a slag, and then we will pass the options. Then the options, it will redirect how the slag it will be look like, and the source it will get from the name. So whatever the name we are going to passing through, it will automatically concatenate and then pass that as a slag. And also we will make that as a max length, so it will be within 96. Okay, so it will not be more than 96, and we will also use a validation process here, because every single product should have a slag, and that rule it should be required. Okay, that's the two defined field here. So right now, as we having that our slag name and slag, then we're gonna having our image here. So let's define one more properties here, which will be the image property. And by the way, if you want, you can just roll back and make fast and forward, and you can do it by yourself. But what I really want, I want to do it so you can have a pace with me. Then also in the title, I will pass that as a product image. Okay, I think misspelled the name. Product image. And that product image, also the type, it should be an image. And in that image also we will make that an options, which it will be the hotspot, and the hotspot it can be true. And now that product image may not be required, because some product may have image, some product may not have image, it depends, but you can make it require. It's just depend on you. For right now, I'm gonna keep it the image also requires, so my design and other properties it will not break. Now here I'm gonna get some similar properties. Here it will be like getting the defined for the description. So the description going to be named as description, title it will be a description, type it will be a string, and then the define field parameter coming the price, title price, and the type, as you see, it will be a number type, and the validation, every single product should have a price, and then we're gonna just main concat as 0, so minimum value also need to be required here. Then also I'm going to define that as the discount price, because it will be similar for the price, which will be the define field, the name discount, title would be discount, type would be number, and the validation, the discount parameter also required. But we can keep it as no need to be have that, because product must not have a discount. It can be go in either way, but I'm going to keep it, and a validation rule it will be required. It's up to you. You can skip it if you like to. Then we will also get another field, which will be define field, and here it will be for our category. So the name it would be categories, or you can just mention as category, but it will be a multi-category, so we will just put it as categories. So here it will be categories, and then the type it would be type as an array type, and after that we will make a reference of that parameter. That one it will be type should be type, which gonna be coming from that as a reference, and that reference going to have a value from which reference it will be there, and that reference should be from category. Okay, so that's the reference it gonna contain. Okay, what's the wrong we have been done here? We define the field, we pass the name as categories, we also provide the title as categories, the array is defined. Okay, I think my okay, that formatter is just having crashed. Okay, let me just reshuffle again. Okay, I think we're good. It's just taking a bit of time to reconcile on that. Now after that we're gonna have another two same parameter, not like for the category but for the stock, which the title it will be stock type number. So we're gonna pass the stock value here, we're gonna pass the level value, like which leveling we are going to pass for our product. And after that we're gonna create a dummy status queue, and that one also going to define the field. Here we're gonna keep something in a different way. So the name it will be as the status, so we're gonna define the product's status, and the title it will be product status, and also the type it should be as a type of a string. And after that we're gonna pass the options. So in the options we're gonna pass a list, and from this list now the user can choose the title and the value. So the title it should be entertained for the new, and also the value should be the value of as a new product. So now we can define what kind of product it will be in within this parameter. So they can choose from here which product they're gonna grab and how they're gonna grab. So now one it will be new, another it will be hot, so we can define the value as hot, and the last one it will be for our sell product, so it will be sell. Now we can entitle which product going to be which site. So alongside the parameter, as you see, we added multiple field, which is entertaining that as the name. Product has a name, has a flag, has an image, description, price, discount price, categories, stock, label, status. Now, as we define our parameter, we need to also provide a preview so that every time we upload a product, we can have a very good standard method to just watch in the sidebar. And in the select field we're gonna select the title, and the title it will be from the name, and also for that media it will be the image. And after that, the subtitle, we're gonna put that subtitle. Subtitle, it will combine the price name. Okay, so now we're gonna prepare our selection. So it will be prepare, and from there we're gonna get that selection, and from the selection we're gonna return the value. Like the value we want to return, we will pass the title, and the title it will be that a selection dot title. And also for the subtitle, we're gonna provide the subtitle should be within a $sign, because as we are passing that subtitle as the price, so it should be, and I'm gonna just concat one more dollar here, so it should be selection dot price. I think not the price, it should be the subtitle, yes. And then the media, okay, I think the media, we're gonna pass that from the selection dot media. So now that will be an overall value, like how the product gonna render, how we can grab the product in between within our field, and then we're gonna prefetch and revoke everything internally. So now if you roll back here, as you see, if we just go in our structure, and in the product we have a multiple paradigm of the field. Now what we can do here, we can add a new product, and how we can add that is very simple in that way. We just need to pass the product name. So right now, let's say I will say that what you can say, mango juice. Okay, that's the product. So now whenever I'm gonna click on generate, it's gonna generate a automatic slug, this automatically, and it will be unique. So now I need to grab my product image. So let's upload one image, which going to be, okay, that's the mango juice. Now I need to define the price. Let's say price it will be like 25, and the discount ratio also need to provide it, maybe it will be like 15%. And we can now take the categories, we can add in new categories from here if we want to create. Okay, also we can just grab it from our drop down, as we created before a category of snacks, but this one is not for the snacks, so we can create a new one. Whenever we click on create, it will automatically open another window. Now here we can create the separate one, so it will be like juice and beverage. Okay, generate the slug, and similarly we're gonna just make some, let's say, dummy text. Okay, so now publish. So this one, it will be also right now available in our category. So if just we roll back here, and this time as you see, there is one category is selected automatically. Okay, I will close that, it's not required. And we will say stock. So stock, it will be 5, and we can now put a label, right? What kind of label you want? So we want to label of that 100 milligram bottle, right? And the product status, we can say it will be a new product, right? So we can now define what kind of things it will go and how we can render that. If we publish, we should be able to have one product here. As you see, it's just grabbing that scenario. Okay, I think for the preview, we have the name, we have the price, we can also, I think, yeah, that's it. You can make more thing here, but I think I'll go with that. Okay, so we have the mango juice, as you see, and pretty much that's it. So now what we can do, okay, this subtitle, I think we need to just cut that one. Okay, so the comma, it will be removed from here. It was mistake here. So now as we have our product, we can grab the product, right? So from this, in this list, we can now need to able to grab that product here. Okay, so first we're gonna add a few more product, then we're gonna grab it. So let's just going to add one more product. I'm gonna add 2-3 product, then I'm gonna just go in the same parameter, the same way. I'm gonna upload that, as you see, just upload it, and I'm gonna rename that one. Okay, so now I populated 4 of the products. So now what we can do now is to go and grab the product in real time. And how we can do that? Pretty much simply, beforehand we already got our other banner product, remember? So now what you're gonna do, you're gonna go in Sanity, and in the helpers on that index, now we're gonna grab that. So before going there, we will go in the queries. As you see, we can now go and ask the vision how we can set that. So it's very simple. We will write the query, then we're gonna find how we can achieve that parameter, then we will just grab it. So now this time it will be a type of as you say, we name that one as a product, so it will be a type of product. And from there we're going to grab everything. If we just run our query, as you see, our 4 products is right now available. So over here we're going to make a query which is going to be an export, so it should be export, and that one we're going to make that a const, should be a products query. It will be products underscore query, and that query it will be going through with the define query. So it will be the similar query as we name at the top. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just grab it. Okay, so I'm gonna grab it right here and then enter. Instead of cell, this time it will be product. So now our query is ready. We can go on that and create the other parameter. I don't know why that one is broke. So okay, that's supposed to be, if that one is broke, if we replace that, that should be broke too, right? Okay, that's weird. So right now, okay, I'm gonna just cut this one and then I'm gonna go and type this one. Okay, whatever, it's just cannot, okay, it's just reshuffling that my okay, what is that for the designing parameter? Maybe my page here is not working that much. So now here, as we create one query for get cell, now here also we can make another call which will be export const. It will be get all products. So with that we're going to get all of our products, and of course it's going to be an asynchronous function. And here we're going to create a try catch block, right? So in the catch block, remember how the way we return, so it will be console log error, and in the error we're going to pass a reasonable message. So it should be, let's say all products fetching error. So here we're going to define the error so that easily we can reconcile, and from there if we are passing an error we're going to return an empty array, so it will not break in our front end. Now here we will get our products, so should be products is equal to, remember we need to pass that await function as a sanity fetch. It will go and create that fetch method. Remember the fetch which we take from here, as you see, the token properties and others, so also revalidate, so it will like update in real time whenever we want it to. Then we're gonna pass a query, which the query, it should be the products query, and after passing that definition of that query, we will grab that product, right? And from there we'll return that whatever the products we're gonna get, and from the products it will just populate the data. If it's available it will be passing the data, otherwise it will be empty. Now if we coming back here, as you see, it's passing that product property data as any. Remember we write just a tiny function over there which is the type gen. If you just roll back to our package, now we can run our type gen directly here in our terminal. So I'm gonna go in the terminal, I think the first one, yeah, so it will be npm run type gen. So previously we populated one of that data for our banner, so this time it will roll back to get our product data. So right now, as it's just grabbing that data, let's just roll back to our page here, and this time we are going to grab the products just right here. So it will be const products is equal to, it will be await method and then get all products. So what it means, now this time we should be able to get all of our products. So if we just come back here and put a log method to just to grab and see if our products is ready or not, as you see the generated TypeScript types for 14 schema types and 2 grok queries, so means 2. We had 2 grok queries right now. As you see in the queries, it's very simple to manage. That's the one number, that's the 2. So 2 query and we have 2. So if we roll back to sanity type file, we should be able to see the product. As you see the product having an ID, also having the type, created at, updated at, reference, name, flag, image. So everything is just right here populated for you. You don't need to worry about anymore. So it will be happen by default. Now if we just roll back in our helper function here, as you see the product data, it's just a data of the product query result. So no more is it's now fully type safe and you can use it anywhere if you like. So now here, let's roll back to our page. I'm going to close those files here right now. Okay, so if I save right now, we should be able to see 4 of the data. You see, That's perfect. So now we are having our data. We can now start building our method to create the product design and other parameter. To create the product design in the components layer, I'm going to create one more file which will be named as ProductList.tsx RFCE to create that React Native functional component. And from here, what I'm going to do to pass it, let's just call that as product list. And right now in that product list, I'm going to pass that products, and that product should be as products. And also I'm going to pass that categories as right now we didn't write anything to grab the categories, but first just check the category products, then we'll grab the categories, right? As we also may need our categories to create the other parameter. So here we can just simply grab the products just easily, but we need to also define the interface. So the interface, it will be as a props, and in the props it will be like we're gonna grab the products. So the product should be the product array of the product data, and if we come back here and passing the parameter as the props, okay, you see the error is disappear. So right now it will also combine our categories. So the categories and categories, it will be also going to be defined. Of course we will define that, and also it will gonna pass a title, means a boolean value. So whenever the title is available, it gonna pass something. If it's not available, it gonna pass other thing. Right now, okay, let's just see. I'm gonna pass a title flag here. So here I'm gonna showcase the title. So let's go in the product list. I'm gonna pass that title. Whenever it's available, that would be a boolean value, and also I can concate that one within that realm. Now let's just go and grab the category as we defined the previously. So let's go in our helpers and queries. So in the queries, we're gonna run this time to grab our categories, and how we can grab that. So if we just go here, we'll make another one, export const, that should be for our categories underscore query. And that query, it will be also coming for as a defined query, and from that defined query we can now get the similar thing which we have been done so far. I'm gonna just cut that, you know, it's a pretty simple and similar things going to be coming here. And in the product, instead of the product, we're gonna write that it will be just to grab all other categories. Now we are having our query. Let's go in that our page, not in the page but in our index, helper index. So should be helpers. In that helpers, we're gonna create another function which will be get all categories. So we need to export that. Export const get all categories, async function. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna define that again, the try catch value, and now we know how we can interject with it. We can pass the similar, so should be all categories fetching error. Also I'm gonna make it as a smaller one. Now in the try block, we're gonna get the categories, right? So const categories is equal to should be await sanity fetch, and from there we're gonna pass an object, should be query, and that query should be categories query. As we did that, we should be able to get the category, right? So the return parameter, we're gonna pass that categories.data. If that one is available, okay, otherwise it will be an empty value. That's it. So far so much. So right now it's so far so good. So we should be able to generate the category. So if we make that categories is equal to await get all categories, we should be get the categories. For right now, just to check if it's rendering or not, I will check the categories. As you see, it should be appealed here. I have only two categories, so that's two categories is right here. Snacks, one is snacks, one is for like what we make that one here, juice and beverage. So no worries, we're gonna fix everything because those categories also I'll bring back from my previous schema, but not right now, later on. Till now we're gonna use those dummy products, so that also you're gonna have a very good idea. Categories would be our categories. Okay, we didn't get, okay, we got the categories. Okay, I just happened to be delete altogether, so that should not be. So from here we're gonna pass the categories within the categories layer, and also in that product list we're gonna grab the categories, and we didn't populate the data yet, so that should be need to be append. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna render one more time our type gen to generate one of our things. So npm run type gen. So after running the type gen, we should be able to get our categories back. So it's populated, and if we roll back to our categories, now we will be able to grab the categories, which will be an array of categories, and now we are good to go with that parameter. So I'm gonna just minimize all. Now we start building our product list to happen to be to make it in a perfect blend. Now how we gonna start popping things up? First thing first, here we're gonna have a two set of things. One, it will just to be holding the categories, and another it will be just grabbing our product. So it will be in both in a different way, so product, but it will inject together in that motion. So first we're gonna go grab our product just to showcase that we have something, right? So before passing that, we're gonna pass a okay, we can also create one over here. I'm gonna create a component named as categories.tsx rfce. That should be our categories tab, and we will just inject that one over here later on. First we're gonna provide the like the product, then we're gonna go with the categories. So categories, it should be the categories. And right now, if we roll back with the categories parameter, we should be able to view the category. We're gonna pass only the props here, should be categories, and we can just make an inline parameter, which will be categories. It will be an category array. Done. So now as you see, we have one category list, right? So what I would love to do is that instead of passing that value directly injecting without any design parameter from the client in the page, as you see these two, I'm going to wrap that two within our container. So container, okay, container. So right now it should be popping at that layer, so I think it's super cool. So as we are having that categories now also in the product list, so we will be able to make sure to make everything in a good shape. So first thing first, we need to provide a title here. So let's pass a d here. I'm gonna provide a title which will say day of the, and I'm gonna make a span which will be deal. So day of the deal, and here after that p tag h2 tag, I'm gonna pass an like for don't wait, the time will okay, where is the time? The time will never be just right. And instead of that apostrophes, I'm gonna use that an oppose, because the Vercel gonna freak out on, so I'm gonna make that one. So an oppose. Okay, so right now as you see, we're having that categories there, and day of the deal, don't wait, the time will never be just right. And to make it in a good collaboration, I'm gonna just make that padding bottom of 32, just to give a little bit of space up to just to showcase our thing right here. So in that h2 one, put a class name. The text should be, let's say text, it will be 2xl. Okay, 2xl, font should be semi bold, and text should be gray of 600. And right now you see the day of the deal is looking perfect. And after that, we're gonna also have a p tag which is going to be a passing that text should be small text, and text should be gray of 500. And then font, it will be a thin form, like as you see, very simple font. Now as you see, we didn't set up our font. Did you set yet? So I don't think so. If we just roll back to our over here, yeah, we didn't get the font, because that's the gist font is passing. It should be the fonts popping, right? That's why it's not matching together, but I'm gonna get it right now. But before going there, also let's pass something here. Should be the text should be light blue. Okay, so now we have like the day of the deal and other parameter. So right now what I'm gonna do is that, also class name padding bottom should be 5. So we need to inject that parameter, like how we can define our fonts that we need to reveal right now. It's pretty simple way to define the font, and it's very simple and pretty easy way to use. So first of all, we need to go in that Google Fonts, and here we're gonna download the fonts first. So we will use a font pop-in fonts here directly, no others. Pop-ins. I just need to click on the pop-ins, and then let's go to get the font and get embedded code. And from here, as you see, we need to grab this code from HTTPS. We will get the pop-ins font. Okay, pop-ins. There's a lot of weight here. There is, I think, one font or several. Okay, there is a lot of fonts running here. I'm gonna just copy this portion. Then I'm going to open it in a new terminal, and after that, as you see, we have a different formation here. We need to go and check the Latin version here. As you see, Latin the 900, but we'll go to grab that 400 one. That will be perfect blend for our application layer. So this is the 400, now the italic version, but the Latin one. As you see, there's 5, I think there's 3, there's 4 font face Latin. Yeah, that's the one. So we'll get that one. You just need to copy that. And after copying it in a separate terminal, as you see, in the separate terminal, you just need to paste it, and automatically, okay, I think I may have been made a mistake. So that's the HTTPS. Okay, till here, not the format. Okay, that's all my bad. So if you enter now, that will automatically download, and it will be found that in your download folder, and from that folder rename it. And after renaming, I'm just gonna grab that font here. It will be like that, poppins.woff2. that poppins I rename because that will coming in a different shape. I just renamed that one right now. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna exercise the font value. So here, as you see, we have the gist mono, we have the local fonts. I'm gonna remove that 2 fonts, and I'm gonna apply my own font, which I just now injected here. You can keep the previous one or you can delete it, so no worries about it. If one is working, that's fine. Now how I can delete? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make that the value, it should be poppins, and here it will get the local font parameter, and after that we're gonna pass within the object, we'll pass the source name, which going to be /fonts/poppins.woff2. remember, the name should be similar the way we are prefetching in the file, and we will also pass a variable which is going to be --font poppins. And after that, we will make that weight, the default weight, we're gonna pass a 400, and then we make that preload as, let's say it will be false. We don't want to pass any preload value. Now here, instead of these 2 value for the gist and others, I'm gonna remove one. So let's remove this one, and here instead of the distance, we're gonna just grab our poppins. And as we did, okay, I will love to reload, but it's reloading automatically. I think the font is changed. Okay, let's just inspect that one and inspect this one and this font family. Where is that font? As you see, the poppins and poppins fallback. So fallback also poppins, and especially the poppins false is working perfectly. And also you can check in a dynamic way. So right now I think, yeah, that's enough. So our fonts is just working perfectly because it's a default font is popping, and also if it's fallback font also going to be coming as poppins. I don't think so it's worked, because as you see, I don't think the changes is happened yet. Let me just dig down a bit why it's not showcasing the font. Or what we can do, we can make a var font family directly injecting in our global.css, right? So let's go in that global.css file. Here we're gonna inject the font directly. So as you see, after that base layer, we're gonna go and fetch the body, and in the body we're gonna pass the font family. So the font family, it will be passing from the variable font. Remember the name we passed that. So font should be poppins, and if it's fallbacking, then it will just go and grab that sans serif. Yeah, this time is changed. Okay, this is the Poppins fonts. So that's what we are looking for, and we get it right here. So now our font is changed. We can just roll back to our previous working scenario. So here we are in that product list. So now to populate the product in the product list, we will go and find in a different way. We can make it right here, and then also we can go and subordinate the other properties. So right now we'll do it right here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna just pass a simple div here. And in the div, we're gonna map through our products, right? So it will be products.map. And here I'm gonna pass every product as a product. And from that product, we're gonna simply return a product card. Okay, so that card we need to create. So let's roll back here in the components. We're gonna create one more file, which will be ProductCard.tsx RAFCE. That should be our product card, and we're gonna import it right here. And as you see, you need to provide the key parameter, should be the product._id, and done. So we okay, need to post a save here. So as you see, we are having 4 products right here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna put a class name to inject it in a perfect shape. So class name, and then we're gonna make it as a grid, and grid calls by default it will be 1. SM grid call should be 2. And MD screen, and then make that grid calls as 3. So it will be 3, and LG should be grid calls should be 4, and I'm gonna pass a gap of 8, so that you're gonna see it should be split at 5 parameter here. So right now I think it looks quite good, but we're gonna render something more here. But before doing that, we're gonna pass the product. Okay, so for the product, it will be automatically passing the product. But before dealing the other way, we should also need to watch in our previous design how we just started that criteria, how the product gonna look like, how it gonna reflect the scenario, so that you're gonna have a better understanding. So we are loading our previous application. While it's loading, we can also discuss some other parameter, because we need to create some animation parameter right here. So just give it a bit of time to load this one. Okay, that's our previous version. So that should be our product, and whenever we are loading, as you see, there will be a direct shift, and you see the product, how opacity is working. And also for the category, if you select any particular category, it will take back to us on that space and give back to our category. So right now what we are going to define and to create is that kind of thing. So right here we are now doing this, but we're gonna turn it into this. Okay, to create that we need to go all the scenario together. So we're gonna create that one, so no worries about it. What I'm gonna do, let's just go back in our previous thing. So here we're gonna create our product scenario. So let's go back to our product card, and in the product card we're gonna grab our product. So it will be product, and let's define some interface. So interface should be as a props, and here we're gonna pass that product should be a product of that, I think, product. Misspell of the name of props, should be props. And here in the product ratio, it should be coming as a props. And now you see error is gone. Now we can define the simple parameter. For the class name, we're gonna pass a border, and we're gonna make that border gray of 300. And after that, rounded should be large rounded. Overflow, we're gonna make a hidden overflow, and that one we're gonna make a group, so that once we are just hovering over in that div, all the child div can have the similar effect, and they can grab it and put the action. And text should be all in small text from this onwards. As you see, we are grabbing that. So right now I'm gonna also render the image. So there will be two certain things of portion here. So that will be one div where I'm gonna showcasing the image. After that, we're gonna have another div by which we're gonna pass that our products property, like the text and others. So just define that another, so it will be the description. Okay, so also it's gonna contain another div. So within that div, I'm gonna grab my image, right? So it will be image, and need to import from the next image. And in the source, it will be URL 4, and from there it's gonna get that product dot image, and after that dot URL to grab the URL from the image. And alt tag, it will be as product image. And as an external image, we also need to provide an width and height. So I'm going to provide 500 by 500, and also for that I'm going to making a loading, which going to be, I want all the image should be loading as lazy. By default it's getting lazy loading, but I would like to also provide that. Now as you see, there is an error. What is saying argument type, asset, reference string type, and the mention is coming, it could be undefined, right? So image, it will take a time to overlap and come over here. So we need to pass a condition here. What's the condition? If that product dot image, if that product contain that image, only then you render the image, otherwise keep it as it is. So now if we come over here, we should be able to see one image, but we are not seeing anything right now. If we just reload, we should be able to see the image, but it's not coming. That is the catch. So that's URL 4, and we are getting lazy loading. Okay, let's just go and put some class name over here. So class name, we're gonna provide a width of full, and let's say max height of 96. Why we should not see the image? Okay, that's annoying. Let's say type something description. Is it coming here? Yeah, description is coming, but not the image. What we are missing? We are passing that product. Null check should not be there. Okay, if the product has the image and we are passing that value, so is that one having an image? I think so, it should be. Okay, I cannot read the image. Okay, fine, that's why we are providing that null check. So the product data URL for product.image URL, I think it should grab that, but what's wrong here? Okay, let us debug on that. So let's just go and type, it will be the product, and I'm gonna go and grab my terminal here, and from there let's see if we are having that product. Okay. The product is not passing perfectly. As you see, we passed the product, but we didn't save the file. That's super silly. We need to save the file, otherwise it will not appear. Okay, that's my bad. Very bad. That's supposed not to be. We didn't save the file. That was the error only. Otherwise it was perfect. As you see, that's cool. I think it's just a simple silly mistake, but you know, it's kind of overlap. Now as you see, we are having our products, so we can now go and create other scenario. And what kind of scenario we are going to have? First, at the bottom layer, I'm going to make it a little bit shuffling, so the padding should be 5, and that's it. I'm going to just keep it in that way. So this is like that, and now we're going to generate the other properties in on that scenario. First, this entire image going to wrap with a link, right? So whenever we are going to click on that product, it will link us to somewhere, right? And where it gonna link us? We're gonna href the properties. It should be /product / we're gonna pass that our product dot slack and dot current. So there it gonna land us. Okay, and also we're gonna pass, instead of passing there, we're gonna pass within a backtick value. Okay, and why I'm passing that backtick value, you will let know. I'm gonna show you. So the object should be cover, and then overflow should be hidden because we're gonna make it an scale, and transition should be transform. And here on we're gonna make in the group of hover. Only then we're gonna also scale something. We're gonna make it a scale of 105, and we're gonna pass a duration of 500. As you see now, if we just going to pass that, you see there is a hover going on, and it's look very simple and sleek. So right now, as you see, that's giving a perfect blend on that. So this hover effect, it will be generated on condition, like the product if having this stock. Before going that, I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna write something. If the product dot stock, so means if that product stock is equal to 0, means there is no product. Only then we're gonna return something. What are you gonna return? We're gonna return another div, and within that div we're gonna pass a p tag which will say out of stock. So right now I passed a product which is out of stock. I made it as purposely. So let's see, as you see, this one is showing out of stock, so means it's working. Now this one we will also make it in a perfect way. As you see, the overall in the top layer of the div, we need to make it as relative div. So for the class name, we're gonna pass a border b, and border bottom should be gray of 300, so it will be in a little bit of gap in between. As you see, I think okay, there is an overflow and it's congesting on that. We need to sort it out. Overflow should be hidden, and I'm gonna make it as relative. So if now I'm hovering, still is okay, this time is injecting. Now we need to grab and create the other ratio. So this div, it will be overlap within our product. So here, this one, as you see, that scale be only compiling if our product is not out of stock, right? So if out of stock product, there will be no hover. So if product.stock is not equal to I can say is 1, not equal to and 0, only then we're going to provide the hover effect. So right now, if you come over here, as you see, this one have no hover, but this one having the hover. So right now we're gonna make some functioning here. I'm gonna make it as an absolute div, and from the top it will be 0, from the left it will be 0, width should be full and height should be full, and bj should be black, and bj opacity should be 50, and flex item center justifies center, and we are gonna land in that design. So there is the out of stock, but this one we need to provide some of the design. The text should be large text, font should be bold, and text should be white. And one more thing is that regarding the font, there is a multiple way you can arrange the font. I just showcase one simple way, and while building this entire application, if you are preferring to having the font optimization using that, you know that from the Tailwind CSS we can directly inject the font in a different way by accessing that tailwind config.ts file, and also we can go with the variable fonts, the Google variable fonts. So there is a multiple way we can go over that. So if you are facing problem to any of the scenario, let me know in the comments. I will try to reach out and help. Okay, so now this one is out of stock, nothing need to be provided. So here, after that, we will also render something called if we have the product, like product.status is available, and we're gonna pass another div. In that div, we're gonna pass that if we have the product.status, and after that we're gonna split that, and we're gonna split that by from an empty string. And after that we're gonna map through it, and from there we're gonna get the character, we're gonna get the index. That once we are doing to render it in not in vertically. So let's just return something. Should be returning one is span, so that will be a span, and here we're gonna pass simply our character. First just provide the key, otherwise it will freak out. The key should be index. Now what it gonna see is here, as you see, the new is available. Okay, that's the one we are creating, new sale heart. So now we need to define that in a very different level. And how we can define that? First I'm gonna make it in a class name. The class name, it will be for that font, it will be semi bold. I'm gonna make it in uppercase to make it look a little bit nicer and better. So this time I'm gonna make it the other parameter. First it will be an absolute div, and from the left it will be 1, and from the top it will also be 1, and I'm gonna make a z index of 10, so it will be at the top right, top left corner. Okay, why is not coming from the left is 0 from okay, that's absolutely mistake. Absolute. Okay, right now it will inject there, it will be in the left corner, as you see. So here what we can do, we will make it as also in a flex. Flex should be column item center space y should be 1, and tada, there should be something amazing. As you see, that design is just created, and how cool it is. Now we will also need to make something super cool, is that we're gonna make also whenever the group hover, it will be whenever anyone hovering in the group, opacity should be 0, it will not be available, and transition should be opacity, and here we're gonna pass a duration of 300. Why we're doing that? Anyone hovering, you see, that's gone. That's simply gone. Also we can pass that if like and if the product, like we can make it also in that same parameter, like product dot stock. Why it's not coming? So product status is there, product dot stock is not equal to 0 and n. So if product is out of stock, it will not be there, nothing is there. So now we can see it's super simple. Now there should be also injecting another menu, right? So how we can do that? Again, is the same criteria we need to follow, but we can actually go and put all that, because all will be related in stock. So you can make a global way, a global compartment here, then render all the things, but it's up to you if you want it to or not. But I'm going to render it, like define it in a very single manner, so that you will also make understand in very proficient way. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make another things. If my product.stock is equal to 0, like we can make that, like how we can make that. So const is stock is equal to product dot stock why is there stock is not equal to 0. That's the criteria, easy stock. So easy stock means we have the product, right? So now every time, instead of writing that very big line, I'm gonna make that only if the product having this stock. So if easy stock is available and I want to render something, right? So if easy stock is available, I'm gonna render another parameter which will be product card bar, so that the card bar, it will be available right here. So right now I'm going to take another simple component here, which is going to render as product card bar .tsx. So that will be a simple tiny menu by which we can also render our product. So here it should be product card bar, so should be card bar. So now in this card bar, we need to make some a very good designing parameter. But before making that, or we can create the product bar, then we can do the other parameter. So right now what I'm gonna do is that in that div, let's put class name. I'm gonna make also again that absolute div, and from the bottom I'm gonna make it as 5. Okay, to keep it the topper layer. Is it coming in the top? Yeah, I'm gonna just keep it here right now. And from the left I'm gonna make 0, with it will be full. And right now I'm gonna keep it here because I need to work here. Then I'm gonna showcase how we can render and how we can make it in more dynamic way. So now in that div, I'm gonna having another div, and here it should be MD favorite border, and there should be some of the icon here. Did we install the React icons? I think so. No, we're gonna use the React icon also. You can grab the other icon also. So it's very simple to use. I'm gonna just go with that npm I React icons attitude, and the simple way to install that package, and it's very tiny package. And here we need to go with the pair dependency, as it's not passing that in the legacy mode. So legacy pair dependency, enter. And after that, I believe it would be available to install. Okay, I think, okay, yeah, is installed and we are good to go. So now we should be able to get that our MD favorite border. And here we will make the consent bar, as you see. So we should be able to see one, as you see the heart shape right here. So now what we're gonna do, put a class name, we're gonna pass a border, and the border, after the passing the border, the shadow should be MD, background color should be white, and padding should be 2, and also rounded should be XL. And whenever anyone gonna hover that, BJ should be dark blue. And whenever anyone hover, text should be white, and we're gonna pass that hover effect to take the effect motion, enter. Now we should be able to see some sort of design, as you see is entering in all the parameters. So to avoid that one, we're gonna make the text of gray of 500. To go with that, text should be LG text flex. We're gonna make it a flex value, item center, justify center. I'm gonna put a gap of 2.5, so should be this one. So now we should be able to see that one in the middle, as you see. Okay, that's kind of cool. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just grab that similar parameter and I'm gonna just copy that 4 times. 4. And here I need to render the other icon, which another, it will be far reg I. Okay, and then we're gonna pass that of TB arrow right left, and after that it will be RI shopping bag for line. So now as you see, we should be generating to having that other properties. Yeah, now we have 4 icons, but first instance it will not be there, right? It will only render when we want it to. And how we can do that? It's pretty simple. How we can do that, as you see in that we made it an absolute in the bottom, also we're gonna make it 0, so it will be overall at the bottom layer. As you see, it should go at the bottom. Now we will introduce our translate property. So first in translate y, it will be 12, so means it will not 1 by half, it should be 1 to 12. So it will be go deeper down over here at the bottom. So right now you will not be seen because as you see we made that one as overflow hidden. So this one we made that overflow hidden. If we just remove that, it should be available at the top surface. So as you see, it's right here. So let's just make it overflow hidden. Now what we're gonna do, as you see in the group, we have the group parameters. So now whenever we're gonna group, hovering on the group, then what it's gonna do, translate y should be 4. Okay, and we're gonna make that as hover effect ratio to provide and a tiny little hover effect showcase. So as you see on see hover, okay, it's still not coming. Okay, it's coming, but it's coming, but we need to make that as minus translate 4, so it will be more upper and it will be easily visible, as you see. Okay, cool, that's perfect. So now we are doing that thing. So we have our perfect product ratio. Now what you need to do, you need to create that description data. Now for the description, what we're gonna do is that in that particular segment here, I'm gonna take one more div layer here, and okay, it's not automatically started. Let's get a div, and I'm gonna put a p tag, and here I'm gonna just make any snacks just to put a dummy text here. Don't worry, we're gonna make it dynamic later on, but now we're gonna just go with this snack, and over here at the top layer we're gonna make it as a flex. So it should be flex, flex should be column, and gap should be 2, because that's the layer we're gonna pass in our category. We're gonna bring it later on, but right now we're gonna just keep it like that. And class name, it will be flex, item center, justify should be between, item center, justify between. Now we have one p tag. After that p tag we're gonna get another div, and from that div we're gonna pass an array of that should be array from, and we're gonna pass a length, with the length should be 5. And from that length parameter we will map through it, and in the map we're gonna get that and also the index. And from this layer we're gonna return it from here, as you say. So it should be const is, we're gonna just make the last star just to combine the design. It will be index is equal to I think so 4, so that will be the last index here. And then I'm gonna return 1 star, should be low star, and is not providing. Okay, low side star, we're gonna pass that. Let's see. And here we need to pass the key. The key should be our index. Let's just see if we are having our email like the icon. I think it's supposed to, yeah, that's the star icon. So it's we are going to use the Louis star, but it's not providing, so we're gonna grab it directly from our React icons. So it should be at the top layer, and we're gonna import it right here. Instead of the Louis side, we're gonna pass that Louis star here. So it should be our Louis star. So now we are having the star. So this p tag over here, we need to also make some of the class name, put a class name, and we're gonna make it as a text gray of 500, and the font should be let's say we're gonna make it as a medium font here. So as you see, looks quite okay. And for this div over here, put a class name. I'm gonna make it as a flex, item center, and the text should be light text. There is no light text yet, so I'm gonna make it also a gray of, let's say 500, just to see how it's going to be look alike. So yeah, I think that's cool, and I'm gonna make a gap of 1. Now all this we're gonna make it as a 4-star rating, so we're gonna make some class name here. So in that low star, we're gonna make it a fill color, and in the fill color, if it's not equal to is last okay, should be fill if it's not equal to is last star, and then we're gonna provide one color is that, so FCA99B, that one will be, and if it's in the last star, that should be transparent, means no color at all. So we should be able to see some colors. As you see the colors definition here, I think it's quite okay. And after that, we're gonna pass some class name, and within the class name also we will define how it gonna render. So that time it will be, if its last star is available, then we're gonna provide something like the text should be gray of 500, and if it's the not last star, then it will be text should be, let's say text should be light orange. So now it will provide a combined ratio. The color, it will be exactly match. As you see, the snake and also the others looks quite combined properly. So we have that div to get all together for that parameter, for that our snake's title and others. Right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass that product name and put a p tag, and here it should be our product dot name. So that will go and pass the name here, put a class name, text should be in that class name, text should be base text, and also you're gonna make text gray of 600, and after that tracking should be white, font should be semi bold, and line clamp should be 1, and we're gonna make it as a capitalized. So even you are making a more than 1 line text, it will not go beyond 1 line. And how we can check that, let's put a lorem of 20, so it's gonna generate so more lines. As you see right now, after passing 1 line, it will not go beyond 1 line. So in that way we can go strict to the design in a perfect manner. Now we're gonna pass a price view here. I'm gonna take its different component, should be price view.tsx or FCE. Here we're gonna pass the price combination layer, how the price is going to be, how we're gonna render that one. So this one over here, it should be price view, and in that price view we're gonna pass some of the criteria. We're gonna pass the price. The price should be that product.price. Now we can grab entire product, right? But why should take the product, as we just did something here? So also the discount should be discount, it will be our product dot discount parameter, product dot discount, and after that we're going to also pass the label, and that label should be product dot label. So that 3 things going to be combined in our price list here, price view here. So it will generate in this process. So let's roll back to our price view, and we're gonna grab this all together. So first we're gonna get our interface here. So it will be interface, and we're gonna grab that props. In the props we're gonna make that price, which going to be as a number, or it sometimes it can be number, or it can be undefined, as it's gonna fetch from the backend. And then we're gonna have also that discount, which going to be a number. Also it could be undefined, not number, it should be undefined. And after that it would be also grabbing the class name. If class name is exist, then it will be a string. And also for the label, now every product may not have the label. If label is available, it will be also a string. Now what I'm gonna do is to grab this thing. So it will grab the price, it will grab that discount, it will grab also that our label, our class name, and everything going to passing as a props. It will resolve, and we are hoping everything looks perfectly aligned. Now we should be generating our price value and others. Now to make that one a really perfect way, we will grab 2 things here. First, here, like, we're gonna render our price view. Okay, there should be 2 price, one like let's say 250, another say let's say 200, and after this one will be again with another div. And after that we will, like after the div, we're gonna pass our label. So let's pass the label here. We're gonna pass that our, like, what's you can say, we'll pass the price, and here we're gonna pass our discount price, right? So we will pass the value. I'm just showcasing the design, how it will render. So for the first instance here, put a class name should be flex item center justify between, and the gap it would be 5. So as you see, it will render automatically in horizontal way. And for the price tag here, also going to be flex item center, gap should be 2. As you see, the price tag it will also going to generate in a proper shape. And for the label here, we're gonna put a class name, text should be gray of 500, gray of 500, gray 500. Okay, now as you see the price, this price we're gonna generate as a format price. Remember, we need to pass the $sign and others, so we need to get and contact it in a local currency. And how we can do that, we're gonna take a different file from here, and that should be price for matter.tsx. So this file will be responsible to format the price. Whatever the price we're going to provide on that file, that should format it in any of the local string we want, any of the currency, local currency we are looking for. Now here we're going to take two parameters. One, it will be the amount, another it will be the class name. Again, passing the interface, which will be a props, and in the props it will be taking the amount, which it will be number, and number can be number there, or it should be undefined. And then the class name we're going to provide, if the class name available, the class name it would be as a string formats. So right now, if we also going to grade that as a props value, so let's go in the price view. Over here, instead of passing that p tag, what we are going to do, we're going to pass that price format, right? Price formatter. And here we're gonna pass our amount. The amount should be let's say amount should be price, and there should be another one which going to begin again the price formatter. And this time also the amount, this time we will not send directly the amount, but we're gonna send, because remember the discount value is a part. Now here you need to be a little bit very witty sense here. Now as you see, if product price is $10, right? Now this product price is $10. Now we are giving a discount of 2%, so like 20%, so the $2 is there. So $10 plus $2 going to be $12. Okay, the base price is 10, right? We are not providing any of the like the price and another price. No, in the discount we are passing the percentage value. Like if the product is $10 and the percentage is 20, means we have $2 discount for that. So what we're gonna do, alongside to minus the actual price, we're gonna add the discount price. Like we have the $10, then we're gonna add discount price to 2. So original price is 10, but with the discount the price is getting 12. So actual price getting 12, but the discount value, the price number is 10. We are adding the discount value, right? That's the way is most of the supermarket is working. Even you know it's discount, but it's not actually a discounted price. They are just adding up. So now we need to do the price, then we will plus. What kind of things we're gonna plus? We're gonna plus that our discount price into our price value, and that one we're gonna divide with okay, with 100. So in that way we're gonna grab our actual price ratio. So what we are doing here, so that okay, that should work. Why was wrong? We pass that. Okay, was saying possible. Okay, that could be possibly undefined, and we pretty much did that. That could be undefined, but why it's not? Okay, amount is number, and that should not be having any problem because we pass the amount as number, so that would be not having any tricky value over here. So what's wrong? So that's our entire amount here. The price plus price and the discount. Okay, stick on. We're gonna find it and why it's not doing on that. So now what we're gonna do is that, as you see, we are having the two formatter value here. Now it's time to format our price. How we can format the price and cost? It will be formatted price. And in the formatted price, we'll take the new number, and in that number we're gonna pass our amount, and that amount okay, num I think it's a spell mistake here, number number, and that amount, what you're gonna do, you're gonna make it to local string, and the string, where is string we want to make it as international wise US is string, and then the currency we're gonna make it as USD, the dollar sign here, and the style should be the currency. And after that, we will need to also pass the minimum fraction of digits, like after how many digits it's gonna enter. Like the dollar is had the 100 cents, so it will be 0.00, so 2 extra digits should be entered here. Now instead of passing that in a div, I'm gonna take a span tag here. I'm gonna pass my formatted price value here. After passing that, we should be able to see the actual value. As you see, that's 20, the actual value, 22.40 is the discounted price. Now what we're gonna do is that we need to grab the class name, right? So in the class name, let's set get cn, and from here first we're gonna make the text should be sm, and then font should be semi bold, and text should be dark text. And after that, we're gonna grab any of the class name we want to provide. So now you should be able to see some of the design formulated for perfectly aligned with that. Right now in that price view, on that the second one, on the first one, we're gonna make some more design here. So that should be class name, and here we're gonna pass that. Let's say we need to make that things to be happen here. That should be like text should be extra small, font should be medium, and then I'm gonna make it line through, so it will be concat a line through cut, it will be there, so people will understand that's not the actual price, that's the price you are getting there, this is the dummy price which is not able there. So this time, because as the calculation going on, I'm gonna make that if price and discount is available, only then render this, otherwise no need to render, no worries about it, keep it as it is. Now we have that, so we are getting our price view, and after also as we're getting the price view, we need to grab the other properties, so we need to add our card view, right? So this add to cart button, as you see, our entire cart is still server side. We render each and every single product as on server side. We didn't attach any client side library yet because entire product thing is getting server side. But whenever we are going to add a single property which will be add to cart button, so add to cart button.tsx or FCE, this button will be responsible to add the products in our cart. So now whenever we are going to add the product in the cart, we will do multiple things. And what kind of things it will be there? We're going to add the products in our local storage, like we're going to create a store which will be accessing the local storage. So this time we need to use the client side, as we are going to use the Zustand over there, which is not supporting the server side rendering. Now what we need to do here, after that price view, we will make that add to cart button, and in the add to cart button we're going to pass all of our product, it will be taking as a product value. So you should be able to see one add to cart button here. Okay, so now in the add to cart button we will define those class name and properties, and first thing first, we need to generate two things. One thing, it will take the product, and another thing, it will take the class name. So now we will render the product from the product, we will get the class name from the class name, and passing the props value as the parameter. Now first, it's going to be rendering a button. Okay, I'm gonna just simply grab one button, and in the button it will say, let's say add to cart. That's it, a simple button. And also I'm gonna design on that button, so let's say put a class name. And of course it will be passing with that again the same parameter like the way we do it. So it should be coming out with the cn, then bj should be dark blue, and we're gonna pass an opacity of 10. So as you see, the background color, it will be changed and give a little bit impromptu here. Okay, quite cool. And after that we're gonna make the text should be black and border should be dark blue, and of course it will be a border there. Padding y should be 2, margin top should be 2, and we're gonna get a full width, so it will be entirely concate with the full width purposes, so you're gonna be visible here perfectly. And after that, we're gonna make it a rounded MD. Font should be medium font, and after that, whenever we're gonna hover, BG should be dark blue, and whenever we're gonna hover, text should be, let's say, white. We're gonna pass the hover effect here, so it will align perfectly. As you see, okay, hover, okay, we made it white, hover text white, and we are passing the hover effect. Okay, why it's not getting? Yeah, it's getting, but it's just get a little delay. So now we will create a functional layer here. So after that, also, if any class name we are providing, we can access that. But if we make the button disable, we want to, like, whenever any loading parameter is running, we need to make the button as disable, right? So right now I'm gonna say that disable is true, so means that button is disable. We're gonna create a disable work line, how it will be allowed there. So if it's disable, the like hover disabled hover, and that time it will be cursor, it will be not allowed. And also whenever it's disable, BJ should be, I can say, dark blue of, and I'm gonna pass a 10 of opacity. And again, one more parameter, it will be aligned whenever it gonna be disable. Text should be gray of 400, and disabled over text should be gray of 400, and disabled, that border should be dark blue within of the 10% opacity. So now as you see, that button is disable, and even you go with, as you see, it's nothing working, right? So you know that button is, even you click, it will not work. So that button, it will be disabled later on when we need to make it disable, especially while loading that or making some other premises. Now we're gonna add a function here, a simple function just to go and combine with that. So it should be on click handle add to cart. So this will handle our add to cart properties, const handle add to cart, and we're gonna just run a simple function. Let's say window.alert hello, and after, as we add that just an on click event, as you see, we're gonna run an error here. And the error is saying even handlers cannot be passed to client component props. So means the button, whatever the function we are rendering here, the on click, it should be within our client properties. So we just need to make simply use client. Now, if that button we directly render in the product card, we need to make this entire card as a client set library. But now, as we are just actioning on that card button here, we just may need to simply action that, passing that value as a card button. So that's how you can do it. That's how easily you can grab the concept and you can do something more. Now we will also need to make one more property. We should be a React hot toast. We will apply, so hot toast, to showcase the toast message over here. And to implement that is very simple. Go to the documentation, you just need to install that library. It's a pretty cool library. Also, you can use that React Toastify or any other platform. There is lots of things, or you can manually create your own Toastify, right? Again, that also need to be go with legacy path dependency. So let's go here and legacy path dependency. No worries, very soon they will all combine to generate their own library. The supporting by 19 still is in legacy mode, like still is in not in the actual versioning properties, still in the RC. So let's roll back to our client layout, and over here after the footer we're gonna add our toaster. Should be toaster, and we need to import that. So toaster, let's import. No, it's not auto importing. So what we need to store, we just need to grab that property, or we can just simply run it here. It should be import toaster, and from React hot toast. Why? Oh, it's not from, it will be from React hot toast. Now we need to define some of the criteria here. We need to pass the position. I love to be here is bottom right positioning, and then also you're gonna pass the toast options. I will love to have that style properties, which I will go with that as a background color. The The background should be as a black color 000 and the color of the text should be, I would love to it have to be white. So that's the those options. It's just this is the simple structure to convey on that. So now we can easily use that here. So how we can use it? It's very simple, as we call it in global layer. Now from any of the file we can call it, like over here we can say toast, and we need to import the toast from React hot toast.success cart dispatch successfully. Okay, if we now click on the card, you see card dispatch successfully, so means it's working. Now here it will be some of the different ratio. We can make the design before fetching the other properties. Like how we can do that? First of all, we will make one item count properties. Let's say const item count, count is equal to 5. So that's the value we have. Now we will just simply go and grab one condition. Okay, so that will be matched with our properties of in the store, but we're gonna just create the design, right? If we have the item count, then we will make one, not items, items count. I think it will be one item which gonna provide the count, so it will be better to keep it item count. If we have the item count, we're gonna pass it div, so pass the item, and if we doesn't have the item count, we're gonna pass our value. As you see right now, we're getting the item, right? So what kind of things it will be in the item? In that particular div, remember that count it will coming from our store, but we are fetching the design. So right now what we're gonna do is that in that particular div, we will also create another div, then passing an span tag, span, and here we will pass that quantity, quantity, and after quantity we're gonna also make that a button which will be quantity buttons here. So let's go get a component, should be quantity buttons.tsx or fce, that will render our quantity button. So let's pass that quantity buttons here. So now as you see, we have quantity and then quantity buttons, right? So in that div, what we're gonna do, put a class name on that flex item center justify between, and in that overlayer I'm gonna make all of the class name, the text should be small text, right? So all text should be small. Now we have quantity and quantity buttons, so two parameters is there, right? After that div, also in that span tag, for the class name, text should be extra small and text should be muted foreground, so a little bit of that highlighted. Okay, yeah, that's cool, and that's the div. So let's say after finishing that div, we're gonna have another div and we're gonna have an span tag here, so span tag, and we're gonna render our text like subtotal. Then we're gonna have our price formatter here, and in the price formatter we're gonna pass the amount which is going to be product.price, and then we're gonna, if the product.price is available, then it will be that product.price into item count, otherwise it will be 0, just to be in safe side. So now we have 5 items, so 20 into 5 should be 100 because we manually inject 5. If we just make it as 2 items, as you see, it will be 40. So that's what we manually injecting, not in dynamic way, but later on we're gonna fetch that in a dynamic way. So put a class name flex item center justify between, border should be top and padding top should be 1. So a little bit a tiny gap over here. Now we're gonna go in our over in the quantity buttons. We need to create some of the very good design here to showcase our 2 button properties. Now this one going to be rendered a pretty dynamic way, and of course this over here we're gonna pass our entire product also, right? We're gonna pass our product, and that product will be showcasing our product scenario. So now here again it should be getting 2 interface, similarly the other one. So it will grab the product properties, and here it will define, it will grab that product, it will grab that class name which going to be entitled passing from that props. Okay, now in quantity form it should be generating a 2 of the button, right? And it's pretty simple way it can go with that, and I think, yeah, there will be another properties which are going to be coming as a border style, which we will add later on, but I'm gonna just grab it here. So with that, because we're gonna call it in some other place in the single like this one, this properties here, remember, add to cart button, this we're gonna call in everywhere in our application. Whenever we need to showcase our button and the product ratio, even in the product, in the card, in the single product, everywhere we're gonna use that same a single button. So all the combination files we're gonna just write within the single file, but we're gonna reuse it in every criteria. So that's the way we can really create a cool design purposes. Now in the div, we're gonna have a button here, so it should be have a button, and in the button we're gonna have one is hi minus icon. So hi minus minus, and we are not getting any of that. Okay, I'm gonna just grab the two icon. There's only be a two icon, one of the plus, one is the minus. So hi minus should be hi minus, hi minus icon. Now button also need to be imported. Okay, we just got our button. So now this button, first this button we need to make some of the design. So how we can do it? So this the button, we're gonna pass a variant, not a value but a variant. Should be the variant should be outline, okay, so that the color it will just go away. And after that we're gonna also make the size should be icon size, and then we're gonna put a class name which should be 6, height should be 6. Okay, need to put a dash over here, and you see a super simple icon right here, a pretty unique icon, and we can easily interact with it, right? Looking pretty cool. Now also we will define one parameter, on click. The on click event, it will be there, and there we're gonna make it handle remove product, right? So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna just click a simple function here, should be const handle remove product, that gonna render, let's say, toast.success removed clicked. So we'll just showcase to see the things. If we click, as you see, remove clicked, and after the button we will show our item count, and of course this time that count it will not be coming directly from there. Remember, we're gonna get the count from our store. We can just pass that item count. We are not passing as the props, because remember we will not getting that from here, we're gonna get it from our store. So that's why I don't want to confuse you. If I just pass that parameter as a props, maybe by mistakenly you also be passing it as a props and then forgot, and it will be a mess around you. Then what the hell is coming, right? So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just get a dummy here and a dummy right here, and this one also should be our item count. And here I'm gonna pass it within a span tag. Okay, and after that I'm gonna go grab that button and pass that here, and this time it will be hi plus. So we have one icon plus, one icon minus. So in the plus we will make that as handle add item. So handle add products. So this is the one we're gonna also, we will just take a copy it, duplicate it, and we're gonna make that added click. So when I click added, when I click removed, both are working perfectly. Now it's time to also, we can make it disable. It will be disable. When it will be disable, if the item count is equal to 0 or is out of stock. So these two criteria it will be there. So if the item count is equal to 0, that time also it will be. But these two confusion, I'm not gonna make you more confused, because after getting the item count and is out of stock, we're gonna make it disable. That time it will make a lot of sense to you people, because otherwise you will get more confusion on here. So class name, we're gonna put the cn just to grab any conflict from here. We're gonna make it a flex. Okay, we're gonna make it a flex item center. Pass a gap of 1. Okay, gap should be 1, and then padding bottom should be 1. Text should be, let's say, base text, not the balance, should be base. So right now, as you see, you are having a perfect good combination here. I think one thing I missed, which is for that span tag should be class name and font should be semi-bold. I'm gonna pass a width here as 8 to not to be freaking out. So center and text should be dark blue. So right now, as you see, you are having a perfect good shape. Only we need to pass our store and other properties to just to contradict with it. So right now, if you just come over here and as you see, we have a 0 item count. You see, you're having a card. You have 1 item, you're having the design. So both simultaneously will work perfectly aligned later on. But right now, as we did that, we're having our product. Even we are making it a small design. As you see, we are getting in a very good shape. So this time, whenever we click in the product, we need to make it within our single product. Now we need to create the product page according to the Slack, right? Once we are clicking on that product, as you see, it's redirecting to that particular page, but as we didn't create the page yet, so that's what is makes providing this error. To resolve that, it's very simple. As you may know, we already created one page here. No, not yet. So we're gonna create a now the folder structure, especially the paging structure. Feel free to go there in that Next.js documentation. Here you will find that routing system, how the routing is going on. If you just click on that and the define routes, as you see the creating routes, how it's acting to create the route is the file-based system category. So you can create the UI using just with that app.tsx. So in the apps, the page.tsx, which will be root folder, and then you can feel free to go, you can see after the app, as you see the dashboard, and within the dashboard, that page, which will be /dashboard. That means the file-based system routing is that the route's name, it should be the folder name, and that will be automatically will take the / and that the particular similar thing is that page.js or tsx should be the file name accordingly. So let's just go ahead and unpack this. So in the client, we're going to take a new directory or folder. We're going to provide a name of that as a product. Now, our route, it will be dynamic route. So we're going to wrap it to create that dynamic instances. We're going to wrap that within that a third packet parameter. In that like that, in between, we're going to put that Slack. So means each and every route of ours, it's gonna take the route parameter accordingly the Slack we are going to provide. Here, let's create a new file, which will be page.tsx, and we're gonna put that rafce, which will bring us back that, let's say, product, or we can say just a single product page. So that doesn't mean to have go on, but it will save the purposes. Now, as you see, we're having our single product page. Means if you just go back right now and click any of the products, it will let us roll to within that particular instances. As you see, if we click on that, it will take product, potato chips, the Slack name, and then we are coming on that particular instances. Now we need to grab that Slack, because according to that Slack, we're gonna grab our product. On how we're going to grab the product. But before going over to grab the product, we will just check the Slack. Now in new Next.js documentation, you need to call that Slack with the async and await parameter, which need to be go through at a promise. So now here we're going to define our params, which will be params, and on that params we're going to also define the types for the params. The params will be containing a promise. And that promise is going to be resolved within that parameter of that Slack. So we're going to just define our Slack in between. So it will be Slack, and that Slack, it should be as a string. Okay, done. If we now want to use the Slack, so you just need to say const, we're going to just destructure the Slack, which will be is equal to await params. Now if we make a log, we may be able to get our Slack. Let's open my terminal and also log the Slack. And now as you see, we're getting our Slack, which is rendering as a potato chips. So means we did that Slack property. We can now call to grab our product. Now here we will also going to make so many other scenario, but before going further, we will need to call our product, right? Let's roll back to Sanity. First, we're gonna write a query by which we're gonna grab our product. It will be a simple query. How we can identify that? First name, provide the name of that, which going to be the way we're gonna grab the product. So let's say export const, and it will be like say product by Slack. Okay, which now here we need to define the query. In the define query, we need to provide how we gonna grab our Slack. First of all, it going to grab the properties here for sure, but right now only we're gonna define our property value. So in the define query, we're gonna define that it will get with that asterisk and then the third bracket. So now here we're gonna pass the type. The type is equal to it will be type is equal to, it will be our product type, and after the product type we will join another condition which will means to match the Slack.current. So whatever the Slack we are like passing there, it will get our current product. So Slack.current okay, rent is equal to, we also need to define that the Slack should be the current Slack, so it will equal to the Slack. And after that we will be able to grab the product, and we will say order should be, there will be no order ascending, or we can just make the name ascending ASC, and from there we will grab that the 0 value, the first index we're gonna grab it. So how that going to be working, right? Because we are going to pass a Slack, right? That will be the Slack. So that Slack whatever you're going to provide, it should be, that's the current we are going to send, and that will match with the Slack only then. So it will go to fetch the product in our product query, like in the product array, then it will going to match with the Slack. If it's matched the Slack, it will return it will fetch the product. So that's what's the condition we are passing. Similarly, how we are dealing or doing with, especially in that ID, that's the same parameter is working here. Now in that index file we need to run another function which is going to be, let's say export const, it will be get product by Slack, which also going to be an assign function, as we are going to bring the products from the Sanity. And now here we're gonna make the try catch, right? So in that way it will be more safe and more productive. So I'm gonna just copy one of the error log here, which is going to be product, just product fetching error, just to keep it the simple. And if there is an error, this time we'll send null, means nothing will be returned from there. Now we're gonna get our cache value. So const, it will be a single product is equal to, and here we're gonna get our Slack here, which is going to be, let's say await, and here we're gonna define our Sanity fetch. In that fetch method we're gonna pass a query. In that query we're gonna pass that query which is going to be product by Slack, and there is one catch: every single product going to have an Slack, right? So we're gonna pass the Slack from our front end, like whenever we are going to pass the call value. Now as we are having the Slack, we can now pass the parameter on the Slack. So the params, in that params we're gonna pass our Slack properties, so it will be the Slack which we are having over there. Now as we are getting the product, we can just simply return some value, which will be return either product.data if there is available, otherwise if nothing is available it will directly get the null value. So that's it, our function is ready to bring the product using Slack. Now if we roll back to our page, we can just simply define how we want to see the page. So we're gonna say const product is equal to await, and here it will be get product by Slack, and in the Slack we need to pass the Slack value. Done. And in the log we will check if we are receiving any product or not, as is in server side. So the report, it should be coming in the server section, so it should be products. Save. And after dealing that, as you see, it's returning one single product which is coming with the image and it's a product. So means it's working perfectly. Let's roll back there and we're gonna see if we are going to fetch the similar product. So as you see, we have the mango juice. Click on that mango juice and it will redirect to the single page. And if we just roll back on there, as you see, we're getting that mango juice back. So now all the properties is perfectly aligned, we are getting it perfectly done. Now what you need to do, as we're having that, now we can put that things in a show, means we're going to have everything in between. And how we can have that, especially we're gonna fetch everything within our container. And in the container value, we're gonna pass all of those things. First, we're gonna pass the product image. So if the product.image is available, and remember, as we are getting that, remember there is one more, we are not getting the suggestion because there is an error, like because the image should be go here. What we need to do, as we are writing in new queries, we need to run our, if you just roll back in the package.json, there is thing the type gen. We need to run the type gen, otherwise it will not define the type. As you may know, we are not getting the type by default. What we are doing, we are just making that npm run type gen, and is generating our type every time. So now this time also, if it's just going to generate a new type for that, so whenever we're going to work on, especially on that product, after defining the type, we should be able to get the type of products whatever we have. Like if you just go in back in that function over here in the index file, as you see in the data is now an empty property, any value can be there. Now as you see the 4 queries there, if you just come over right now, as you see product by Slack result. So now we are having a Slack product, and if we just roll back here, and this time if we type something like previously how I type, if we make that product dot as you see image, now we are having that, we're getting those properties, right? So if there is a Slack like image, then we're gonna pass a div, and in that div we're gonna render an image. How we're gonna render? We're gonna just simply render that one within that next image property, and in the source value, as we did earlier, we're gonna pass that URL for value to generate our URL, to just prefetch the URL and concat with that. And here we're gonna pass that product.image value, and then we're gonna say just get me the URL back. And after that, we need to pass one alternative tag. If the image is not showing here, that tag going to be seen, and we will be able to see that image is happening. If I save now, you're gonna get one error, because as we practiced earlier, as that image we are fetching from any like outside of that project, especially from Sanity domain, we need to specify for the Next.js in which dimension they will grab the picture, and I will provide a width which will be 700 by 700 dimension. And if I save, we should be able to see one image right here. As you see, that's what I'm talking about. We are getting our image. Now we will make it perfect to look alike in a perfect shape. And how the things we're gonna do? First thing first, in the div, particularly in the top layer of the div, we're gonna make a class name which will be flex, and by default it's going to be flex column. In MD screen it will be flex row. We're gonna provide a gap of 10. We're gonna provide a padding Y vertically which will be 10. So now that will give a prompt here. First thing, this div, so there should be a 2 div. One is providing the image, another which will be providing the details. Okay, so there will be 2 separate div. Now we need to align these 2 all together. How we can do that? First thing first, here put a class name. It will take the full width, MD. It will be width should be 1/2, and then height should be auto, and we're gonna pass a border, and that border should be dark blue, and we're gonna pass a 20 of opacity. We're gonna pass a shadow which will be, let's say, MD, medium shadow. Rounded should be MD. And we're gonna also make it as a group. We need that group? I don't think so. Yeah, we need group because we're gonna make it an hover effect. As you see, it's there, but this one is not so looks proper, because as you see by default is fetching the product 700 by 700, which will make our product clear. Now as I have the ratio, I grab the product. Now I can style it, because it's already clear. I can make it smaller and it will be more clear, right? So width should be full, and max height, we're gonna provide a default height which will be 550 pixel max. Object should be covered to keep everything stick together. And after doing that, as you see, it's coming, I think, getting a shape. So Right now, also whenever I'm gonna hover on the group, oops, not the group, it should be group hover. That should be a scale of 110, and we're gonna pass a hover effect. One more things also need to painting there. We can say rounded should be empty. Okay, as you see, that's overflow getting a dump. So here we can define that overflow should be hidden. Now we see our product. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Also, we can define it perfectly. If you just reduce some of the sizes, it will be more visible. Now it depends on you how you want to make it look like. I'll just keep it in default way. You can arrange it a more professional in a more algorithmic way. So now it's time to provide the details here. So to provide the details, it will be pretty simple. So here we're gonna take another div, and on that div I'm gonna take a p tag where I'm gonna say product name, which would be product.name. And as you see, the name is available here. So in that list also put a class name which should be full, so get proper width. And for MD it will be similar ratio, which will be, we're going to provide a width of 1/2, so the half width it will take. And should be flex should be in column ratio, and we're going to provide a gap of 5 to put a good alignment there. Now this is the one div here which going to have our product and then the particular parameter, right? So in that div we're gonna have one more div here in between, so this div, and in that div there will be a p tag by which we're gonna define, like we'll just put some dummy text here. Whenever we're gonna inject our reviews, we can concat that, so it will be 25 reviews. Okay, now here that's the review, so we can also design that to make it look better. And this one, text should be small text, font should be medium, and text should be gray of 500. That's it. So now if we roll back here, we're looking for that one review text, right? But before that there will be some other prompt also. So what are we going to render is that, to define that in a very quick and stable way, remember we are passing one array. So if we go back to our product card, we are already developed one array properties. We are going to just collect that array. We're going to copy that, and then we're going to roll back to our page, and here we're going to just publish that. So import that star. That's it. Now we should be able to see that star and reviews all together, right? Now to make it look aligned, I think we need to provide some design for the p tag for our product. The text should be, we're going to define a text of 4 pixels, and font should be bold, and margin bottom should be 2, so that it gonna align together and it will looks in a proper way. So now for the reviews, as we having that review, as you see the div which is containing our reviews, we're gonna make that one particularly aligned, which will be flex item center. We're gonna provide a gap of 2, so it will just contain our in a very static ratio, which is, I think, similar, not quite bad, and it's serving the purpose, right? After that review section, we are going to bring back one more properties. So we're going to close that div. After that div, we're going to have our price view, right? Remember the price view which we created? And in the price view, we're going to have a price, and that price properties should be product dot price, and also for the discount, which will be our product dot discount. And after that we're gonna pass a label which going to be our product dot label, and hit save. Let's see what we're getting from our price formation. As you see, 25, and the ratio is to 28.75, and we're getting 100 milli. Now we are actually getting a pretty much cool layer there. Now we're gonna define the class name. Text should be LG and font should be bold. Let's see if it's working or not, just to try if it's working. No, it's not worked. Means we didn't set that, right? Whenever we are passing the class name, we need to inject the class name, because this kind of small letter is okay. It's okay for our other property, like for cart, but we are in the single page, so it must be in a bigger ratio, right? Let's go back in the price view. As you see, whenever we are forecasting the price formatter, here we're gonna pass the class name. So the class name should be the class name which we are injecting, and after dealing with that, it should be getting bigger. Okay, cool. And also this price formatter, we're gonna also pass that. We're gonna concate that ratio. So here we're gonna say cn, and in the cn it should be our default value. Then gonna pass that our current value. I think, yeah, okay, so we are having that and it's okay. Now after passing this ratio, so this time we should be able to generating my other properties, which will be after the price view. We need to pass if the product is stock or not. So if we say product dot, let's say if the product is available in the stock, only then this block will generate it. And we're gonna say we're gonna pass a p tag here, and in the p tag we're gonna just pass that in stock. Okay, and we will also customize that to look it to make it looks much better, and should be green of 100, should be green of 100, and we're gonna provide a 24 of weight, and text should be center, and text should be green of 500, or we're gonna put a 600 ratio. Text should be small text. Padding wise should be 2.5, and how much is 2.5? If you see here, it's 10 pixel, like vertically, padding top, padding bottom is 10, and font should be semi bold, rounded should be LG. And after doing that, as you see, you will just watching a clear badge here, and it looks super cool. Now after that ratio, after the product stock, we're gonna get another p tag. We're gonna render a span where we're gonna pass the 20, just to showcase how many people are watching right now. So you're gonna say people are viewing this right now. Okay, so that data should enter here. Okay, after that, for this span tag, bj should be black, and text should be white, and padding x should be 3, padding y should be 1, and text should be extra small, not small, I think. Font should be semi bold, and rounded should be MD, margin right should be 2. So to keep that 20 in a larger value, as you see, that looks a little bit better from the previous one. Put a class name. By default, the text should be the base text. Text should be gray of 800. Okay, and after this, but this like the view properties, we're going to render one more property, which will be our product dot, and we are going to pass the description. So you will see the entire description about the product, whatever the ratio is available. It should be passing here, but it's not coming. Why? Description. Why this product has no description? That's annoying. Should be providing the description for sure. Okay, we're gonna render again. Let's go back. We're gonna go and pass in another product. Yeah, it's there, just some refreshing error. And put a class name, and then we're gonna make a text should be a small text. Text should be gray of, let's say, 600, and we're gonna make a tracking white. Done. So as we did this property, now it will be very simple combination here. After that p tag, we're gonna just call back our add to cart button, and here we're gonna render the button properties, and in that button we're gonna pass the product as our default product. So entire product should be available in the add to cart button, and if you click here, you see the same ratio, same one. Remember, we created one single add to cart button, and we're gonna utilize it everywhere. Okay, and after that, okay, there is the product. Why? What's wrong? We can just define if it's in the product. If we go back in our add to cart, so why? What's wrong here? Oops. No, it's product is already here, so it's supposed to. Okay, we can pass one more properties, like if we make an item count of 5, it will getting our 5 value. Okay, that's cool. It's working, means it's working perfectly. Okay, that's the one we made it as a use client. So we can define one more properties here. What you're gonna say is that const, let's say, is client, set is client, which going to be use state. By default it will be false, and we're gonna render our client property. It should be the start bracket, not the second bracket. It was my mistake. Now here we're gonna also passing one use effect hook to be ensure it's use client. So use effect gonna run here. So if this one is use client properties, only then it will be render. So means set is client should be true. Okay, so we are sending this client true. Now if if the property is not is client value, then we are just going to return null. So means it will return nothing. If we just see now the cart is there, if we say no, it will not be is client, as you see that disappears. So by that we are going to hold back with the properties. Now also we can make one more ratio here. If we have the product value and we can render the add to cart, it depends on us. It will work in a both formation. So now as we are having that, now we need to create a little bit of flexible design for us. Now this design is just to comparing that, keeping that state properties, so that I'm not gonna go broader and keep that one in a very unique manner. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna popping that design here. It's just a simple design. Don't worry, I'm gonna explain each and everything for you. But first I need to grab those icons here. So let's go at the top and bring back all the icon which I need to use. So those are the icons properties I'm gonna use. Now what I am doing actually, it's a pretty simple concept. I'm just taking an object here, not an object, in a div. In the div I'm getting one like a compare color. As you see, we can compare color, we can ask question, we can delivery and return to share, just to make in a very unique way to design and advance to make it look better. And what we did, we put an, as you see, that's the div is responsible to generate. As you see, it's a flex wrap property. Means if you are going in the small properties, as you see how it's aligned, it will support in all the way to the highest to small devices. So it has a 4 div, which is one is the compare color, one is the ask question, one is the delivery return, one is the share. You can make it array and render one time. So I'm gonna showcase, or you can just do it by yourself. You can just render it within a color, within a in array, then you can pass it here. It just to make that one to be perfect design. It's up to you. If you want to make it, okay. If you don't want it, no worries, it will be fine. Now after this property, I'm gonna also grab one more ratio, the similar pattern, which will be, so that will be for our flexible payment and others. If you come back here, it will render pretty soon. Yeah, free shopping, flexible payment. So it's a 2 div which going to be wrapped with 1 div. As you see, it's the top layer, which is flex wrap, item center, gap is 5, and here we are passing 1 div which gonna concate with the free shopping over 120, and there is some small, not complex, a pretty cool design, and here the same ratio coming twice. That's it, nothing fancy. And now if you can see, we have a free shopping, flexible payment amount. So it's, I think it's quite okay. If you just go back here, and now if you just coming back with any of the product, any of the parameter, it will completely it will be fine. Now there is one more thing is there. Whenever, especially in the search page, if I just put like that chips and enter, it's taking us anywhere. As you see, it's bringing us in the search page, as the page is not created yet. So what we need to do, we need to create our search page, and then we need to pass the value so that it will work perfectly. And how we can do that is pretty simple, as we did our unique properties here. So here we're gonna take one more in the client, we're gonna take one more directory here, which should be as search, and in the search we will bring back our page, which will be page.tsx rafce, which going to be our search, search search page. And after doing that, you should be able to see one search page here. Okay, it will render okay, what is written here, search page, is it not coming? search. Let's roll back again. Default exports in React component, which should be there, and let's say chips. Okay, we have the search page. Now for the search page, it will be a simple, not so much complex, it will be a simple parameter. We first, let's just make a standard design here, then we're gonna hopping through the other properties. Or first we're gonna grab that like the query, and to grab the query we need to pass the search params, which will be search, it should be params, and in the search params it will be defining a props. Here we're gonna define the props at the top, and the props should be interface, and the props it will be defining here, which going to be search params. And in the search param we're gonna pass our query parameter, which going to be a string. So whenever we're gonna pass any value here, it will just be entirely grab it here. And also again we need to make it in a async way. So const, it should be the query, and that should be await, and it is search params. So search search params. Now if we log, we should be able to get back our query. And if we just open our terminal here, and now I'm gonna just go at the back. So here if we just roll back and try to adjacent to create one more things, let's say juice, hit enter, and as you see it's return, it should be passing the juice. Why it's not passing the juice? So we are not getting the query. We have search /search, I think. Okay, let me grab it within a key value so it will be easily be seen. Now what we are doing here, first thing first, we are passing one search params value, right? So that's our search params. So in the search, from the search param we should be able to get our query, and we are now it's here, it's rendering, but sometimes it just maybe annoyed of some of the internet issue or something, but it's rendering. Like if we get of that mango and passing here, it should render, and as you see query is coming as mango. Okay, that's cool. Now what you need to do is that create a search params query by which we can grab our product. And how we can grab that? It's very simple. First let's write our query. To write the query we're gonna grab the value, which going to be export const, and it will be product underscore search underscore query. And here we're going to define how it's going to be passing over there the value. So the defined query we're going to pass within a within an asterisk. It will be pretty much similarly like before we used to do it. And underscore type is equal to be our product, and we're going to pass also an we're going to pass name, and the name should be match with the search params which we are going to provide, search param, and that within that parameter, whatever the params we are going to dumping on there, it will go and fetch the products within that layer if it's available, and the product it will be name ascending. That's it. So a simple conditioning running. As you see, we are passing, we're going to get all of our products, and from the product there is one more condition. First it will grab all the product, then it will compare that if the name is matched with search param. Like there is a mango, whatever the product, if the product it contains mango, that products it will be available here. So whatever the products contain mango, one product, it will return that one product. If I pass that honey, whatever product contain honey, or if I pass the potato, that product, that much product 1 2 3 4 how much is available there, it will fetch and pass it to me. Now let's go back to the index. Here we're gonna pass that our value. So const, we're gonna export it, search products by, let's say by name, and here it will be an async function, and in that function we will take a value, right? We're gonna pass our search param value. So search param, which will be as a string value, and here it will go with the try catch property, and in the try catch we're gonna just similarly go and put an action. This one, instead of null, it will return an empty object, empty array, and we're gonna say either fetching fetching product by name error. And if we are having successful, we're gonna need to try something. So const products, and products is equal to await, which need to be passing with the sanity fetch properties, and in the sanity we're gonna pass a query. The query it should be our product, I think that value is the product search query, and after that we're gonna pass our params. In the params we're gonna pass our search params, which will be search params, and in that search params we need to pass the search params, so it will be our search params. That's it. So after passing that, we should be able to grab our product, and after grabbing the product, we need to return, not that, return, which should be products.data. If the data is not available, just pass that empty array. So now if we roll back to our properties here, I'm going to close this, that one, okay, here. So now what we can do here to grab our product, right? So let's say const products, it should be await, and here we're going to pass search products by name, and let's say log, and in the log we're going to pass the products. Remember why the error is coming, because we need to pass our search params directly there, or you can say not the search params but the query. That's it, super simple. So here as you see, we have one mango juice back here. So let's say juice, hit enter, we should be able to get. And as you see, okay, there is an error. Okay, we can fix that. What's the error? Client error, response status code is 400, means okay, param search for reference but not provided. We referenced the search param but we didn't provided it. How? Okay, we are passing the search params. The query is there. Okay, let's put a backtick and say search params. Is it holding it? Let's try one more time. Okay, no worries. Let's say try again. Okay, similar effect. We can just debug that issue. I think the issue, see here, this should not be a problem, of course. I think the issue is this one, SCARCH. Yeah, that is one S is extra is there. I think that was the issue. So let's just try again this time. I think it should work fine because it's a simple issue. It should not be aligned altogether. So here, if we just go with the juice again, and we should be render, yeah. Now as you see, we're getting our juice product. So means we are good to go. We're having our product perfectly. Just a simple error, as you see that params, so as should be deducted as the query is getting that search param. If you put as there, it should be aligned as also. Now we are having the product, so we will take a two condition layer here. First thing first, if we have no product here, like no products dot length is available, means it didn't find any product. And of course we are not getting the our type safe, because we need to run a simple command here, which going to be our type gen command. So okay, I think it's stuck somewhere. Let's say we'll just make that, okay, it's not coming. So npm run type gen. So now it will generate our product types. So first we're gonna just make a simple condition here, which going to be if we have our products but this product has no length, means we doesn't have our products. So products dot length, if that is not available, then we're gonna simply return something. The return, it should be passing us as a div, and in the div we're gonna pass another div which will pass one h1 tag, gonna say no products found for, and in a span tag we're gonna pass our query so that the people will know which query have no products. Let's roll back in the previous session, and here we're gonna type something like blah 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 and hit enter. As you see, no products found for whatever we pass here. Now put some value here, put a class name, should be flex should be column. But before making the column, we're gonna pass one more properties, a p tag. It will be there, which will be try searching with different keywords. Okay, so that's the two value we are going to pass here. And to let it align, I think I think one div should be enough for me. Why I need that too? Because it's just a simple text going to be rendering here. Now what I'm gonna do, put a class name, background is white already, so no need to. Okay, we can also make that background color white, or I think we need to div, because I'm gonna put it in between all together. Okay, so it should be in the middle screen. So put a flex, and item should be center, justify should be center, and min height should be screen, bj should be gray of 100, and I'm gonna pass a padding of 4 just to see where it's landing right now. And after passing that, as you see, it's just in the middle. So now what I'm gonna do in that particular div, background color should be white. I think that padding 4 is not required, because as we are not submitting anything in between that layer. So the padding should be color should be white, padding should be 8, rounded should be LG, and DED rounded LG. And after that, we're gonna pass a shadow which should be also MD, and we're gonna pass a full width, and we're gonna pass a max width of 4 axle, and that one, it should be only in MD screen. Okay, so first it's gonna take the full width only in MD, and that's why we need the padding, right? So should be padding of 4, because in the smaller screen it should go and pass back the layer. Like if you go here and if you're rolling in the smaller screen, you see we're getting that padding. So that's the one, is the reason to keep it like that way. We didn't make it responsive? Oh, okay, we'll make it responsive. It's not yet there. Now for the h1 tag, let's put a class name. Tag should be let's say 3 axle. 3 axle, font should be bold, margin bottom should be 3, and also this one we're gonna make all the text should be center align. Okay, so should be text center align. Okay, and after that, for the span tag properties, let's put that class name. Text should be dark blue, and for the p tag, let's put a class name. Text should be gray of 600. Okay, so now you're gonna see is that we are passing one value here. So if we doesn't have any product right now, it will pass that with error. Okay, so I think it's quite good. Or you can also make that like no need to pass that in the justify center. Okay, justify center, it will be there. Let's say it will not make that item center. Let's see, we can just keep it in a simple way. Okay, cool. And we're gonna make that padding, and height should be 96, just to see. Yeah, I think no need to provide that extract, so people can easily concate that. Okay, so now if we doesn't have the product, it will be visible. Now what if we have the product, right? Then what it gonna be? As you see, after having the product, that things is not rendering, it's coming right here. So if we having the product, we're gonna render a container, right? And it will be super simple to generate our product. So we're gonna pass our container, and in the container, as you see previously, we have one we're gonna pass one h1 tag here. We're gonna say whatever is that search results for, we're gonna pass an span, and we're gonna pass our query. And after that h1 tag, we're gonna pass our product grid. Remember, we have that. Is it a product grid or product list? I think we create that product list, right? So in the product list, we're gonna pass our products, which are going to be our products. And after saving that, let's see if we can see something. Okay, we are having one product at a time, which is coming with the categories and other property. Okay, not so bad. I think it's quite okay. So right now, as we have that, if we come back in the product list, this overall segment, we can make it with particular ideas how to do that. So previously, as we passed the condition, so this one now we can render. So this one we don't want to see it here. If we just save, I think that will disappear. Yeah, that is disappearing, so means it's working perfectly. Now what we can do, we can make that one like in a separate zone. I think that would be perfect, so that it will not combine all together, and it will also pass the value ratio the way it's supposed to be. And to do that, this is our product list. So in the product list, we're gonna make another parameter which will be product grid. I think in that grid we will pass that value. So here we're gonna take one more components, which will be, let's say, our components, and there will be product grid.tsx rfce, Here we're gonna pass our product grid value here. So from the product list, instead of passing that here, I'm gonna just simply pass that product grid here. So let's cut all together, and here it should be product grid. And if we just roll back in our top layer of the home page, we should not be able to see any product yet. So here we're gonna pass our products value, which will be as products, and in the products case we're gonna pass this value here. So this should be all together aligned. Now in that grid properties, we're gonna also grab our products and just put in line the products which will be as a type of product, or as you can say, we can just simply align it together here as a props. We can just pass the props value here, props. Okay, we need to define our types here, and we are good to go. So now instead of that product grid, we will be able to see the product. Now if we click here, instead of this entire product list, we will pass that our product grid value. Okay, so let's grab the product grid. Now as you see, it should not providing us any of the error prone property. Let's just go back here, try to go with the juice. Okay, grid is not defined. We need to import that, of course, otherwise it will not work. The list, which is not mandatory here, we're gonna just keep it out of the box. Now also we need to provide some design pattern here by which it gonna looks a much better way. And to do that, remember that container, we're gonna make a class name here, but beforehand first make a class name here, which is going to be flex. And I think we're gonna make it in a flex column portion. Item should be center, and justify should be in the top. Justify top, not start, should be top. And min height should be screen, and also bj gray should be 100, so that it will contain all the gray properties, and minimum height it will take that ratio, so this will look much more better. Now in the container also padding should be 8, and we're gonna provide a background color which will be white, and rounded should be LG, shadow should be MD shadow, and then margin top should be 3, just to keep aligned together a little bit more lower case. As you see, it will just push a bit bottom here. Okay, looks perfect. For the H1 tag, remember the one which we give it earlier at the top, so we're gonna just borrow that from there, and we're gonna pass the value here, and we will pass that search results for. Okay, now I think we will be able to good to go. As you see, for the juice is coming here, and if we just roll back, we will be able to grab any other property value, and it will just render perfectly aligned and pretty much in good shape. Now if we put in the chips, if we have chips, it will come here. We can go and search. Now one more thing is that once we need to also provide that search value, right, for the categories value. And how we can do that? It will be also pretty simple to align that categories value. And to do that, let's go in our categories. So we need to go back to the categories, and in the categories we will create one more file. I'm going to close others instead of that, and in the components we're going to create a new file which will be CategorySelector selector.tsx rafce. Here we're gonna pass our category properties, and to define that, it will be in a pretty simple way. We will just make that as a category selector, and here we're gonna pass our categories as the all categories, so that it will combine all together. So let's say categories should be our categories. And also we're gonna say put a class name, padding y should be 5, just to give a little bit room to breathe on that premises. So now let's roll back to our padding categories. Here we will define that property here. So we're gonna pass, first we're gonna grab that categories, and that category is also going to be defined with a props value, and that props value should be interface should be props, which going to be as the properties going to be aligned together. Remember the previous one, it will be the same one. Categories should be category, and it will be an array of category. Okay, done. Now what we need to do, we need to combine all together to grab our category value. And how we can do that, we can simply go bring our like a popover and other value. So we're going to use the command and popover. So let's go in the Shadcn UI. I think here we will pass that command. So let's go in the components, and here we will get our command value, which will be I think this one. Yeah, not the command. I think if which one we are looking for, let's see. Okay, if we go in the popover, yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah, that's one will look fine. Yeah, once you go up, as you see how it's fetching, I think that will be perfect. So let's go and grab that. Let's npm, and we're gonna render this one first. So we're gonna get the popover. And before doing there, like while we're doing that, we will also can face something. I'm going to show to you what we are going to build up, because we need to go and grab to create our order schema and other value, which need to be rendered properly. Otherwise, the functioning, it will not be go in the way we are looking forward to. Okay, it's installing. We need to prepare our order schema. So as you see in that our value here, we have that order properties, and also we are having the order. We can now, because previous two we have to tracking with the order number, stripe checkout session, and all properties, especially that products value. If you click on the product, you're gonna have a overly idea how many products and how the quantity is arising. Especially if you go back to your card, you will be able to see the details in a perfect way. So that details can be combined whenever we are going to write the schema. So also, as you see, we didn't have that schema yet. So if you just roll back to the schema, we are having only that two schema here, not two, is three. I think three, one category product cell. So while we are getting the category, we will also create that schema here, so that it will be a while, because I will then change my product category criteria, that the ID and others, to just roll back everything to fetch the all like all the current product easily. So it will be pretty cool to see much more products here. You can upload, and don't worry, the product link, which it will be in the description. I'm gonna upload all the product and attach the link in the description. Feel free to download the product if you want to use the same product. So let's go back to our current project. So we are getting the popover. So now we can also, as we are having the popover, we also need to pass the command value here. So let's go and grab the command also. Then we're going to render our category section. It will be super simple to easily capture that portion. So get the command. And here now, how we will explore and how we're going to keep the things here, right? To do that uniquely, as you see, that's we have the category selector, right? Now here, we're going to render all together like in a very efficient way. First, what you need to do to make it as a use client, because we're going to use that popover value, especially the open and close value, which we need to use the use client properties. So it's better to keep it as use client, otherwise it will also start popping up. So const, we're going to pass the open value, which will be set open, and by default it will take the use state properties, and by default it will take as a false value. And also you're going to pass a value which going to be set value, and in that value put a use state. By default it will be an empty. Now also you're going to make that router, which going to be rendering from that use route, not the user, should be use router. And whenever you are trying to import use router, especially in Next.js, please remember to capture that using that next navigation. Now, instead of this, all of the things, we don't want it, we will render one popover. So let's say popover, and that popover should be coming from UI. Remember, as we, okay, I think we need to force, will not force, we'll go in the legacy path dependency. So now here, if you just roll back to UI, you're gonna see we have the popover. The command is installing. After install the command, also it will appear right here. Now in the popover, what kind of things we can render? First thing first, in the popover value, okay, command also install. So you will see that command is right here. After installing, you can just use it as I'm doing right now. So now in the popover, we're going to pass a two value here, which will be open, which going to be defined that open value. When we're gonna click that open, it will be open, and on open change, it will be just click to create it and as set open, right? So right now we have nothing here. Then we're gonna pass that popover, and it will be popover trigger. And in that, and remember, not take that from the Redux UI React. Should be passing from that UI popover, right? Otherwise, you're gonna get some error here. And on that properties, we're gonna pass our button. And in the button, how we gonna say? In the button, first, let's say we're gonna make that a chevron down icon. Chevron, I think it's a SHEVRONS up down. I think up chevron up down. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, if we hit enter, as you see, we can see now one icon here. Don't worry, we're gonna pass the other value also. Now from that button, we're gonna pass the variant. So the variant should be, let's say it will be outline, and also we're gonna pass the role, which is going to be as a combo box. So combo box. And after that, we will also pass that area expand level. So area, it should be expanded. And area expanded, only it will be happen once it is open. Okay. So after that, we also need to pass one more property. Put a class name. We're going to pass a width of 200 pixel. And after that, also going to pass justify between, because we're gonna capture two value. Justify between need to be there, and the other value, as you see, that's the popover, right? So we need to pass the other value beforehand. Now this value going to be, we're gonna pass the value, like if we have the value, then we're gonna pass that categories dot find, and from that we're gonna get that category as every parameter as category, and from that category we're gonna pass that category. It should be category dot id is equal to the value, then value dot title we're gonna pass, and if the value is not there, we're gonna just pass a message filter by category, should be category. So right now, as we are not having the value, it will just pass that filter by category. So now we are having the popover trigger. So with that, the popover going to be triggered. Now we are going to render our popover content. So it should be popover content, and in the content we're gonna render our command list, which is going to be from UI command, and from there we're gonna get that our command input value. And in the command input value, we're gonna pass the other parameters so it can search from there, right? So right now for the popover content, we're gonna make a class name, which, let's say class name, which going to be width going to be full, and padding should be 0. Okay. Right now it will be, as you see, it's coming here, but not so looks perfectly. We're gonna make it align properly. And here, let's say in the command, not in the command, in the command input, we're gonna inject some of the ratio. Should be not class name, should be placeholder, which would be search category. And after that, let's say dot 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 3 dot here, then put a class name. We're gonna make a height of 9. Okay. And now once we are, as you see, that's the rendering that. So I think that should trigger perfectly. So we can just make that as a similar width. I think that will be good. Otherwise it's lacking, I think, the more space. So let's say give it 200. Okay, yeah, now it's looking good. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to pass that as having the command. So now we need to grab the command input value is there. So once we are inputting on there, we can just, I'm going to pass one value here. So let's say on key down, I think it should be on key down, and on key down it should be like we're going to pass an event here, and from the event we're going to take some more parameter. If e.key, like e.key is there and is equal to enter, right? If we hit the enter button, and then what it's gonna be do, const selected category, category is equal to categories dot find, and from there we're gonna take a category name. I think should be category, and from that properties let's say c dot title, and that title, and we're gonna make it to lowercase, not local lowercase, we're gonna just make that as lowercase. And after making that lowercase, we need to match that, like includes, if that includes that with that e dot current target dot value, we're gonna pass the value, and then dot to lowercase. So whatever we're gonna type, we're gonna match it with the category value, right? That should be selected. If we search something, it will check whatever the category we have injected there, only that one it's gonna pass. Okay, to make you more understanding, I'm gonna just keep it as right now, do this later. Okay, after rendering the category, I'm gonna showcase what we are going to render right now. So after this ratio, we're gonna pass our command list. In that list, we are going to showcase the value. Or like if we are not finding anything, like if we have command empty value, then we're gonna pass no category found. Okay, now if we are having that products here, so it should be common group. So in the common group, we're gonna map through the categories, right? We have our categories.map, and here we're gonna pass everything in between as a category. And after that, what we're gonna do, we are going to return the command item. So in the command item, we're gonna pass our value. So first value, it's going to be taking that category.title, so it should be category.title. And also for the key value, we need to provide that. So the key should be category, not categories, should be category.id. And after that, also for the value we're gonna pass that as the title value, like the category.title. So now if you see, we have juice and beverage, we have snacks. So we have two value properties, juice and beverage and snacks. So now one more ratio I think we need to provide, like if on select. So whenever we're gonna select a category, what is going to happen? We're gonna pass directly that one to another screen, right? So we're gonna make that as a set value. We're gonna set our value. So it's going to be the value, it should be is equal to category, should be category and dot underscore id. If that is there, okay, otherwise it will just pass that our category dot underscore id. So means it's gonna set the value if the category is id is, I think, the set value is category id is there, category id. Otherwise I think it should if id is there, then we're gonna pass the category id, right? So category id underscore id. Otherwise it's gonna pass it as a null value. So let's say it will be null. And then we're gonna make that router dot push. We're gonna push that through our, like we need to make one dummy page which will be categories, and in that categories we're gonna make that category with a particular id, should be category then dot slack dot current. So within that slack property, we're gonna pop that up, and should be set open. We're gonna make that open as false value. So what is gonna happen, also you're gonna click, first we're gonna define one category page, only then we're gonna render that. Otherwise, because it will just pumping one error here. So what I'm gonna do here in that our app, directly here we're gonna inject another, should be categories, and after that also it will render with, we're gonna render a slack here because we are routing that with that slack property. And right now let's create a page.tsx rafce, which going to be categories page. So right now if we click here, as you see, juice and beverage, it's gonna pass that value automatically. As you see in that layer of that like a params, we're getting the juice and beverage, and we are coming here directly there. So right now it should having that, right? we created categories, GORIES. Did we miss anything? GORIES categories. Okay. We should have that. Let's roll back here again. We should have that page right there, but I don't know why it's not getting. If we click next, okay, it's there, but it's missing something is mentioning there. Okay, before passing that value here, we can also need to fix something. So let's see. Okay, yeah, that's my bad. It's in that, not this layer. It should be within the client. Yeah, it just passing in the root layer. Okay, again, that's the mistake we did. I think what we need to do is that we just okay, as where we're in the client. No, we are not in the client. We'll just inject within the client. Okay, now if we go here in the client, we should be able to see that. We just need to move that within the client because we did it in the app. We should not do it in the app. We should be do in that client directory, right? I think now it will be fine if we just click on that category, and then as you see, it's roll back into my category screen. What's the error is there? A button cannot be descended of a button. Okay, there is some button property error. We can check it out. We can just need to roll back to the properties sense. If we just come here, let's see what we did here. So that's the categories, that's the command item. Did we miss anything here? So the command empty, command list we have been provided. Now, what the things we did wrong? So that's the command is injecting everything on the command. So if we just grab that list properties, hit save. Okay, the problem is here only. Okay, now what we need to do is that if we are having that command item, right? So we can now put a categories and we are mapping through that. So we have the command group. Now in the command item, as we are passing that, we can also pass a check value. So the check value, it should be check. Need to import it there, and the check value, it should be like the class name. If we having that, also you need to combine with the cn value. So now here we're gonna pass that margin left should be auto, and here we can also define our own variation. Like if we have that value is equal to of that category, should be category dot underscore id. And then we will pass that as opacity of, like, say 100. And if it's not, then the opacity should be 0. Means if it's selected, only then you can see the check icon. But right now it will not be available, so as we are just fetching directly there. I think our hydration error, is it evaporated? I think so. Yeah. No, it's still there. It's still there. And I believe if we just make that one disappear, I think it's disappearing too. No, is it not yeah, it's not disappearing. Means it's having to be in some other ratio here. So if we go in the category selector, let's see if we just remove that category selector. Let's see if it's persisting or not. I will inspect that for sure, just to see in where exact error is appearing. Okay, right now what we can focus is coming from our category, right? So let's see the category. Yeah, it's coming from the category. Button cannot be descendant. Okay, product list, pop over open. Okay, there is some. Okay, we're passing the pop over, then the popper. Okay, let's see what we did wrong. We may have made some mistake. So we have the pop over, which we trigger as a pop over. Okay, cool. Okay, before doing that, also we need to finish our balance work. So what we have been doing here in that, like we can also finish that one in that category layer. After this, as you see, if we have the selected category select.item, okay, should be that one selected. I think the okay, that one has a mistake. Selected category. Okay, why it's okay, it need to be entering with that property. So now what we are saying here, if we have like in the selected, like whenever we're entering there, if selected category select.current is there, we are passing that value as a set category. And how we can see, if we just make it as a juice, as you see is selected, now we can select and roll back to our there. Now this time also, if matching with the current, we are passing the set value as a selected category.id, and the router we are pushing that through, and I think we are good to go. We are made through a good progress here. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a quick overview here from where the hydration error is coming. Then we're gonna roll back to pass that our product grid properties. I think the error can be coming from here. If we define that one as child, I think that will be just going, I think so, but it's still not sure yet. Okay, I think, yeah, that's good. So only that pop-up trigger, now it is knowing that it can be rendered through as a child properties, and it's okay. It's having fun, and we're having fun too. So now let's roll back to our page.tsx, where we can now prefetch our categories. We can grab the categories by product. Now we're gonna define one simple property. Remember how we grab that one as the Slack property. That could be the promise for our params. Now for that, we need to grab that params with async way, which should be our params, and that one it will go define as a props value. So now const we can now define the Slack value. It should be a weight, and here it will just going to get from the params. So now we need to get the product, right? So how we can get product? So to grabbing the product, first thing we need to grab two properties. One is that const categories is equal to await. It should be get all categories. Okay, first we need to grab the categories, right? So we have the categories, then we need to showcase our product. And how we can do that? It's very simple and pretty much quick way we will go. So first thing first, let's just go back to our criteria here, where we can just grab the products by category. And to grab it, let's say to go in our helper function here in the sanity helpers. First we will go and check the query. We're gonna write the query, then we're gonna do the other things. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy that similar query here. So this query, as is the product query, it should be, let's say, products, and that will be underscore by underscore category underscore query. So we're gonna grab the product according to our criteria of that category. Now if the type is product and we need to now, instead of, or we can write this one from the beginning. So this one layer, if the product type, if the type is the product and we need to also make references as the category going to refrain with the reference. Then we're gonna pass one more value in the reference. We're gonna also pass that value, which is going to be underscore type is equal to, should be category, and we need to provide that Slack should be Slack.current, and is equal to, we need to pass that whatever the category Slack we're gonna pass, category Slack. Okay, and after that passing this value, so after outsourcing of that property here, in that Slack, I think we need to also define one more property here. So after the Slack, we need to pass our ID. So it's gonna render the product according to the Slack ID, so we can prefetch that ID and combine the value. Now we can also define that as order parameter. Order should be name as ascending. Okay, so now what we have here, we are grabbing that product in two criteria. First, we are grabbing product by product, then we are following the references as the category references. So we are matching. If we are getting the category product, only then we are fetching those categories product. So the type is product, and the references going to be underscore type is equal to category and the Slack dot current, and from there it should be is equal to category Slack, which the Slack we are going to providing by ID. It's gonna prefetch, and then we're gonna pass the order. So now after having that, now we need to grab the product according to that Slack, and how we can name that. So let's say export const get products by category async function, not like that, should be async function. As what I'm doing here, passing function, and here it will take a parameter which will be category select, and that one also going to be as a string. And right now we'll make again a try catch property value here, and from there we're gonna just passing that matches message there, fetch product by category name, category error, category, we're gonna pass the error. So now we're gonna define that const, we're gonna pass the products value, should be products is equal to await, and that will be sanity fetch, and from there what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass the query which going to be products, I think product by category query, and after that in the params we're gonna pass that our parameter, so it should be params, and in the params we're gonna pass our category params. I think where I made the mistake here, okay, it should not wrap within an object. Okay, so the not the category params, should be the category select. Okay, so now after passing that we should be able to get the product, then return the products, so it should be products dot data. Okay, if data is available, data, otherwise an empty array. Okay, so now we should be able to get our product according to our category layer which we are going to render. So let's say here const it should be products is equal to await get products by category, get products by category, and here we need to also pass our select. Okay, let's just to see if we are going to have a product here. Let's go in this next, we should be grab something here. Right now what is saying here, unable to parse entire expression, so means something is wrong here. So first thing first, I'm gonna log the products just to see what's happening. Okay, in the products again, one new error, category select unable to parse expression. Okay, what's the expression is unable to parse? I think something maybe we missed in our query. I think so, that can be only happen, otherwise it's supposed to be fine. So in the query what we have been done, if we just go back here, let me try again. Yeah, that was the expression. Okay, what's the change is there? So we're getting that underscore type is equal to product, so that's our first parameter, and we're passing that references, and here underscore type is equal to category. Okay, and we're passing that slug dot current, and here also we are passing that category slug, and then we are passing is according to the ID. I think which one we are making a bit mistake here. Okay, I'm gonna make it bigger just to see if we are in the right track. Okay, so now as we can define here, let me see again, the type is equal to product, so we're getting our type, it should be okay, and we're passing the references, and underscore type is equal to category, and we're getting the slack dot current is equal to, it should be our category slack, and after that we are passing the value. Okay, I think that one expression can be causing that error, I think so. No, not yeah, not that expression. So which one is okay, wait a minute, why there is two? There should be one. So means we are, yeah, did we duplicate that? So that's our first expression. Okay, let me write again. We are just missing one expression here, that's it, nothing else. So we can fix that. So it should be asterisk, then the third bracket, then we're gonna pass a type is equal to, should be a value of a product. Okay, what's wrong? Okay, I close all together, or let me just go and define the query again. Now here we will pass one, like say underscore type, it should be accordingly products, and then we're gonna make that references, references, and in the references we're gonna get also another parameter here, which is going to be also that underscore type, which would be is equal to category, and then we're gonna make the slack.current, which will be is equal to, and then we're gonna also make that our category slack, and after the category slack we're gonna render that within the ID. I think that's one was okay. We just make one of that like one of the bracket, it was more ascending, and this time if we can render, yeah, it's now projecting the product. So I think we're in good hand, so no worries, we fix that. It's just having a little typo error, so it can be fixable. So now as we're having the property here, as we're having the value, now we can go and grab the properties and mix those things popping up in a good fashion. And to do that in the category layer, how we can make that things to be done in a proper way. It will be pretty simple. So let's go back to our page here. So in the page, what I'm gonna do in that category layer, I'm gonna take a container. So in the container, I'm gonna define how we need to capture those. Let's put an h1 tag, and here I'll make that search results for. Then I'm gonna pass the span. Here I'm gonna define the category. But first thing first, let's go in the top layer here, put a class name, should be flex should be column, item center, justify top, justify should be, I think, item center, bj gray of 100, and hit save. Okay, we should be in a right place. Okay, cool. Now here put a class name, padding should be 8, and here bj should be white, and then rounded should be lg, shadow should be md, margin top should be 3, and we will be coming here evaluating this ratio, right? So right now there is something fishy here. We can pass that width. Why is not getting the full width? That's my question. Yeah, now it's getting, so we need to combine with that to provide the full width. Let's go. So in that h1 tag, put a class name, text2 should be 2xl, and md text should be 3xl, and font should be bold, so we can see the text properly. And in that span tag, we can now modify that. We can pass that slack. So in the slack, we can split the slack. And how we can split? We can just make that one as a hyphen, as it's going to coming as a hyphen. So we need to take it in this actual value, and here we're going to pass the map as a word, and from the word we will pass that word dot, we're going to make that character at, and from the 0 we will just make that, we're going to make that as to uppercase, and after that uppercase letter we're going to concat that. So let's say word dot slice, then we're gonna just slice this within one parameter, and after slicing that we're gonna join it all together, and we're gonna join within according to the empty spaces. So that will be there, and after that it will be our as a collection. So the search results for its next collection, and for this one we can make a sum of the class name here. The text should be dark blue. Cool. So now we did it. Even you can just, if you want to make it, you can just keep it outside. So we can now have that next collection. If we now roll back to get another positioning here, if we can just make filter category and juice and beverage, we should be able to get the juice and beverage. Now after that h1 tag, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pass that product list, and in the product list we're gonna pass that our products, which will be the products, and in the categories we're gonna pass our categories. So we should be able to render the entire screen which we have in the home. Now day of the deal and others, we don't want to showcase that. How we can maximize that, right? And to do that, if we see in the product list category we have one value title, right? So now what we gonna say, if this one, so that's the one is the making problem, right? So I'm gonna make a condition, if there is no title value, only then you can render it. Means if the title is not empty, like false, right? So what I'm gonna say, from here I'm gonna pass a value that should be title should be true. So means the title should be true, it should not appear, right? So if only title is not there, only that time it will show. If you go in the home page, it will be available, but here it will not be available. As you see, okay, it's not available there also, because in the home, or we can make, say, not like that. Yeah, that's little condensing. So we will go in our home layer, we can say from here title is true. Okay, it is already there, we just need to add the things. Whenever title is true, title will show. We just need to add that, otherwise everything was okay. So if we go in this next, it should not be showcasing the other property. And as you see, the header is running away. We don't want the header to be run away. So I think that's one is fixed. Now little bit work in the header is pending, we'll go and fix that very quick. So let's roll back to our header, and if you're coming here, as you see, it's working perfectly the way it's supposed to be. So it's done, it's fully flexible. If you and choose for the snacks value, it will take the snacks. If you choose the juice and other property, it will check. If you make that like let's say chips, enter, it will also let you get your chips. So now one more property need to be pending values here for the header, and let's go make it have more fun in the header. I'm going to close other properties. Now in the header, what we can do more, the thing is, it's not sticky. First thing first, we're going to make it sticky so that it will not go away. So let's make it a sticky one. A sticky top should be 0, Z should be 50, so it will always be at top. Is it there? No. Why? We provide the yeah, now it's there, providing the value. And also we need to make it as a good way so that it will be in a proper shape. If we just make it a little bit lower, as you see, it's crash altogether. It should not crash, right? So now what we can do in that header properties, so we have the container. So instead of wrapping everything with the container, we also going to make this entire ratio of that should be providing in a proper way. Should be this one altogether and this. Okay, so now what we can do, we can make the things, as you see, is a flex item center, justify between, and putting a gap of 5. We can make that also flex wrap. So every time there is no space, it will take this space and just go below that. Is it going? No, it's not going. Okay, I think maybe we are missing something. If we come here, okay, it's coming, yeah, as you see, it's coming. So now we just need to align a bit. Okay, it's coming there. Okay, so what we can do, we can make it more flexible. So to do that, as you see in the card, in the lower bit icon here, so that is the card icon. From there we can just make a little bit smaller. So text already is small, so we can check the icon here. So MD, we will say MD, it will be width 6 MD, and basically we're gonna provide a width of 3, height of 3 to put a smaller icon, or I think 5 by 5 icon is what we need. And for the text, let's say that is small, and this one also going to be MD screen, and this one text should be extra small. Okay, I think we can just render within this in between time, and we can just re-render the properties. And the gap 2, it should be only in MD. Initially we're gonna provide a gap of 1. Yeah, so you see the way we concat that. You can also make avail that one, the concatation, the way we can make that mixed up. So now in the sign out button, as you see, the name is getting the error. So what we can do is that welcome back and others, we can just disappear. So by default it will be as hidden value. MD, it should be inline flex. So right now you will view only the icon, probably, most probably. I think so. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Now, instead of flex wrap property, which I really don't like at all, because the flex wrap only wrapping on the things going to become in vision. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it is a flex, so it will be flex column, and MD should be flex row. That's it. Simple, super simple. Now, if we come back here, okay, yeah, super simple. Okay, that's getting, but it's not so good, because also in MD item should be center, so that the item by default it can also get through any start properties. Okay, good. Now your homework is that this icon and the search value should be aligned together. Right now it's not aligned, you need to make it align together. That's the work only need to do in home. Okay, so now we have this value. So what we need to do is now to create our schema, because we have the product. If we click, we are getting the single product. If we go with the category, we are viewing the product. So everything is good to go. Now very first thing is to write our actual schema by which we can now grab the other properties. So we need to go in our schema types and now provide the schema. And in the schema type, this will be one of the core schema, so you need to be very careful, don't mess around, be quietly type and be careful with that. So the type.ts, here we're gonna type our order schema and how it will be. So it should be export const order type. It should be the define type, and in the define type parameter we're gonna pass an object, and over here we're gonna pass a name, and the name should be as an order name by which we can grab the data from the database. The title should be as a capital order, and then we're gonna make the type, which will be a type of document, and then we're gonna also provide an icon, which will be icon, let's say as a basket icon, and then we're gonna define our fields, which is an array, and within the defined field we're gonna, like within the fields parameter, we need to define each and every field. So it will be defined field parameter, and in the defined field parameter, the first field we're gonna define is that we're gonna pass a name, which is going to be order number, and then we're gonna define that title of the order number, which will be order number. And after that we're going to type a type, which is going to be as a string, and after that we're going to also make a validation here, which is going to be passing that as a rule value. And as you remember, when we're going to set the rule, that we will make that rule dot require. So anyone who is going to type that, they're going to fix that and make that rules to be required. Now, as a very much defined value should be there, what I really want you to take your time, go each and every sect, and then understand and write. But don't worry, whenever I'm gonna pasting that, I will let you know which one I'm and where I'm doing that one in that scenario. So first, as we are going to having the order number, and then the title, it will redirect to the order number, type is a string, the validation rule, which will be the rule is required. So every order should be having that order number. Then we have the define field, which is going to take that Stripe checkout session ID, and the title should be Stripe checkout session ID, by which we can interact with that. Type should be string, and it's not required at all. The name, it is Stripe customer ID, and there we're gonna get the customer ID from our Stripe, which is the string, and also every customer should have a customer ID. Then now we will gonna get our Clerk user ID. As we are logged in using the Clerk, we should get the ID back here. So as this user has an ID, so that's the ID going to be required right here, and every time any order should be applied, the user ID should be required. After that, we are taking that customer name, which by need to pass to the title as customer name is a string, and the validation is required. Every customer should have their name, also should have their email, which is also be typed as a string. Then the Stripe payment ID, which is required, by which we can generate that yes, that ID, that Stripe payment is done or not. Then remember, we have one product scope there in the order, middle of the order we are showcasing the product. This one we need to define right here so that we can maximize how we can showcase that one. So in the define field, we're gonna define one more properties here, so which will be an object, and that one, the name should be the name of that products. And by that product's name, we can grab that one. The title also, you're gonna pass that as a products. And after that, we will be passing type, and that type, it should be an array of product, not a single product, but an array of product. And from that fields, in that array, we need to note the field set as it is an array. So not this one. I think we can make an of properties, and from that of properties, we can make that define array member. Okay, so in that member, we will pass that value here, by which we can also need to property pass a type, which will be an object, the member listed within that. Then we're gonna pass the fields here in between. So in the fields, what kind of fields it will be there? That should be actually going to get two fields here. One, it will get that product and the product both, and which will be the reference as the product. So entire products criteria, it can be filled up within that. Then it will come with the quantity purchase, how many quantity is purchased, that's the one I'm going to showcase there. And after that, we'll just get that property value. And after that, to just having a quick preview of the product, we also need to interject that preview mode here, so that we will be able to showcase what kind of product validation and what kind of product variation we are getting all together. So to grab that one, I think we need to pass this value, and to create that product value, I think, yeah, that's the S should not be there. In the preview, we are getting that product, which will be the product name, product quantity, and getting the image from the product image. The price should be the product price, and the currency should be product currency. That product is the product of this reference. So this reference product should be aligned right here. And for the return, we're providing that product and product quantity and the product price into quantity. So and also the image. So in that tab, as you remember, there is like a little bit of velocity here, which is we're just showcasing the product quantity value, amount, and the image. And after that, we also need to define some more criteria here, and it will be pretty simple here. I will just popping that up. It's not that much handy, but it's required for that. So now we're gonna get the total price. So remember, we have the product, we need to get the total price, and then we're gonna price should be number. Every product should have that total price value. Then we're gonna have the currency also, which need to be as required role. Then we will also get the discount amount value. After that, we're gonna get the status, order status, either is pending or is paid. So the both value need to be injected there, or the value is shipped. So from these three, it can be aligned all together. And after that, like there is a 5 value, I think, which is pending, paid, shipped, delivered, and cancelled. So these 5 value can be interject in between. Whenever the payment is done, we're gonna pass the like that paid. Otherwise, also like if any of the error is there, you can make it a note in that online payment, or you can just make a cash on delivery. That time you can go and implement those kind of scenario. And then we are going to have that order date. Now, after having that order data, we need to create an order preview to showcase how we want to showcase the preview. And to show the preview, it will be a pretty simple way. And the way is that we're gonna just rendering that. With that, we are passing selecting value with the customer name, amount, total price, currency, the currency, order ID should be the order number, and passing the email. In that prepare list, in the order ID snippet, we are passing that order ID, and we are slicing it with the 5. So the 5 character, the first 5 and the last 5 we are taking. So the order ID, it should be a long ID, is coming from this tribe. So it will be the first and last 5 character we are taking, and returning value is that name and then order ID snippet. So the customer name and the order ID, then the subtitle should be the amount, and then the currency value is there, then passing the email, and the icon should be the basket icon. So now this is the pretty much all for the order value. This is the order scenario here. So this the order types is ready. So now as you see, that will be our in the Sanity, we should be able to visible that. But before visible, make it visible, we need to go in here, and remember we need to pass that order type. So after passing that order type, the type should be generating here. So let's just go and render that order type when it's ready. So let's, instead of the structure, okay, where I'm going right now, let's scroll back, or what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close that, and I'm gonna open one more terminal here, and from there I'm gonna view my studio, so localhost 3000, and this one not required. So now we are going to view the order parameter so that we should be understand how the order is working, how is maintaining the parameter. As you see in the order, now that one we will not fill up. We're gonna inject the order whenever the order is successfully done. We're gonna inject, as you see, every order having the number and the step checkout and other properties. It's also going to deal with the item of that products, which we right now we can add it here, but it should not be added there. The order must be from there, and then we're gonna have the date and order status. As you see, we can interject with the 5 status here. So right now we don't need that one, so I'm just gonna simply delete that, which is not required. So now I think we are fulfilled. We have our data right there. I think it's good to go to create the other properties. So now what's the pending things ratio here? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna change my order, like the page ID, especially for the my store ID, the Sanity ID, so that I can grab my previous data from my previous data set. So here is my previous value ID. As you see, the data is available. Now I think also what we did here in between, we made it to go back to the page. Remember, we make some dummy arrangement there by which we said we're gonna fix that later, or either we did in the product listing. This padding bottom. So if we remove that padding bottom, that should be a clear field here. Okay, we should make that padding bottom as 10, not as 32. It will be pretty risky and bigger more. So now we should be able to see a cleaner view here. Okay, yeah, that's cool. So now what we need to do is to get more to set up our store. Remember, we have almost everything in our arsenal, but to make it in a real time as to interface is that to create our store, which we're gonna use it using Zustand. To set our store, we will use Zustand, which will be really helpful to build a clean state and store within our application layer. And we'll go to the Zustand documentation. As you see, you can just go and easily create that state and click and make that really easy cool function. If you roll back to the documentation, it's pretty simple, straightforward documentation by which you can learn that how to use the Zustand. First thing, you need to install it. So let's copy this portion and let's roll back to our terminal here. And what are you gonna do? We will first install it, and after installing, we will let the process to done in other way. Now here, as you see how you can start, you just need to create your store using that create store, then you make the use store and then create the state and then declare it. So within the increasing function, you can use increase, you can remove, you can update. It's pretty simple and straightforward. So let's go there, GitHub documentation from here. And after using that, also to save that one in real time, you can also use that persist. Should be persist. As you see, the persist middleware that will be responsible to save in the real time. As you see, you need to just wrap your create function within the persist, and also you can use the middleware and other properties. And I will explain everything while we are doing that. Okay, there is a little bit problem is that we need to go with that legacy pair dependency, as it's still not getting the support for 19. So let's just go with legacy pair dependency. And after doing that, we need to create a store. I'm going to close everything here and I will just go in the root file of there. And here I'm going to create a new file named store.ts. As you see, I'm keeping it at the root. So in that way, it will be easily accessible and it can get the entire root status. So now we're going to go with several instances. First, we're gonna go and grab to create an card state, like an initial formation whenever you are trying your application to use the Redux toolkit or React Redux. And to do that, let's say interface, we'll define the card state, should be card state, which will be an object. And in the object, we're gonna define several things, which going to be items, and the item should be our card item. And by default, it will be an empty array. And now we need to pass that card item here. To create the card item, what we're gonna do is that we make here that export interface, and that will be our card item. So in the card item, we will pass the product, and that product should be the product of our Sanity types product. And after that, we will also pass the quantity, which will be as a number. So that's the items for the cart. And after that item, we will also gonna having multiple scenario, which it will be to get support is that add item function, which will add the products in the cart. And by default, it will get the product, and which will be the product of our product. And as it going to run a function, it will be invited. And after that, I will just go and duplicate some of these. So let's pass that, make few times here. So one, it will be add to cart, one which will be add item, another it will be remove item. And for the remove item, okay, it will also take a value. It will not be the product, it will be product ID. So every time we're gonna want to remove one product, we're gonna just pass the product ID, not entirely the product. After that, so there will be another one. So let's just go and replicate that one. Add item, that one should be delete cart products. And similarly, it will also gonna grab that product ID, and by that we can delete the product from the cart. Then we are going to having another one, which will be our reset cart function, and with that it will be simply a function by which we can reset our entire cart. And then we will get one more, is that get total. It will be, let's say, total price. We can get by coding the product itself, but also we can get from the state, and it will be pretty simple in that way. So now here it will be a function, and actually it will not be a function. In the get product function, we're gonna just pass some of the number value, and the similar way I will just duplicate that, because the next one, it will be get subtotal, so subtotal price, and also it will be a number. Then we are going to pass one more, that should be get item count, and that one also going to pass the product ID itself, and which going to be let's say as the product ID, all of that it will be string, not as the product, so it will be string. Okay, so whenever we are passing the ID, we are just, the ID value should be a string value. I'm just going to rename that. So in that void number, we're going to also return a number like the product count number. And here we will get one more properties, which will be get grouped items, which will return entire cart item. So here we are not going to take any variable. We're just simply going to get that cart item, which going to be an array of cart item. Now that's the state. So as you see in this state, we have items, we have add to cart function, we have remove item function, we have delete cart product function, reset cart function. Then we have the get total price, which will get the total price value. We will also get the total subtotal, like a subtotal price value. Then there is the get item count, which is a function returning the item count. Then we will get the get group by items, by which we can get all the items. This item count, it will return that actual, like if I add this product twice, okay, so this will be 2 counts, so that will be the count which is providing. Now to get the entire count, we'll just get that get group items, and the item get group items dot length should be our actual item count. Now as you're having it, it's time to create. Still it's just defining the state, right, for the type safe. Now we should be able to create our store. To create that, let's say const user card store is equal to, we will use that create function, create, and it's not showcasing here by default. So what I'm gonna do at the top, I'm gonna import that. So let's say import, that will be create, and it will be from Zustand, not from, but from Zustand. Okay, so after that create formula, here we can just get value of that create state value. So create state, okay, not create state, sorry, it's the cart state. So cart state, okay. After the cart state is just passing that parameter of a type safe parameter. Now we will define our function here. It will gonna return, and within that return, we're gonna wrap it with the persist. Okay, so that persist also need to be imported, but not from the Zustand, but from the Zustand middleware. So we need to import, that should be our persist, and it will be from Zustand/middleware. Now we have our persist value. So now within that persist value, we can wrap together and can follow through to put other variable here. So that's the persist value, and then we will return one parameter, not one, it will be two, which one it will be get the set value, another it will be get our get value. That two value it gonna render from this instance, and after that we will within a function we're gonna return that object. So now that's the settable function for creating our other parameter, and after that also we need to define that name of that, whatever the name we are going to set that, which should be card store. Okay, card store. Now it's time to defining our function here. So this time we're gonna create one function one by one. First, items. So the items by default it will be an empty array. Okay, so that's the first instance. There will be nothing added, just an empty array. Now after having that, we will use that add item, which by default going to take that our product value, the variable which going to be surpassing as product. And now what we may need to do is to create that function within that. So how we can do that? We'll just get that function variable, and after that we need to set the value, right? So in that set it will take the parameter of state, so we can get our state, and from there we're gonna return something. And how we are going to return, that's the crucial thing. First, like every item, like whenever we are adding an item in the cart, there should be an existing item, right? Once the existing item is there, we're gonna just increase the quantity. If the existing item is not there, if it's the first time, we will just add the item. So that's the condition we need to write. So now const existing should be existing item, and that should be state state dot items dot we will find from there, and from that item we'll take that everything as an item, and we're gonna get that item dot product dot underscore id. That should be matched with the product we are going to send, product dot underscore id. So whenever that two is matched, that is our existing item, right? Now we'll write a condition. If we have one existing item available, like in our card there is an existing item, then we're gonna return something, else we're gonna return something. So now if we have the existing item, what you want to return. If we doesn't have, what you need to return. Now you may are facing there is a lot of error is going on. You can do one thing, because this as a type shape you can just like comment all, then you can define this parameter. You will see the error, it will disappear. But we're gonna go one by one. First, if existing item is available, we'll return something. What are you gonna return? We're gonna return that our items, that should be state dot items dot map. We're gonna take a item parameter, and from that item should be item dot product dot underscore id, and that should be is equal to product dot underscore id. And that is available, we're gonna do something. If it's not matched, we're gonna do something. If it's not matched, we are just gonna pass the item, right? So whatever the item is there, that means if we have the existing item and if that item's id is matched, we are just checking one more time. Doesn't matter if we have the product, and if the product id is matched, only that time we are going to inject something. What are you going to inject? We are just spreading whatever the item we have, then we are going to pass a quantity, should be quantity, and that quantity should be item dot quantity plus 1. So now let's see. First time what we did, if we doesn't have the item, if the id is not matched, means we doesn't have that product, we're just passing the item. Now if we're finding if we have the existing product and then also the id is matched, means we can now insisting that this product is matched together, so it's the same product, then we are just increasing the quantity, plusing it by 1. Now after that, if we doesn't have the existing item, we'll return something, and we're going to return the second condition which we are passing. That should be our items, and within items we're going to concat, we're going to pass all of our state dot items, whatever we have, and from there we're going to pass one more things, because our product, we're going to pass the product, and whenever we are going to pass the product, we're going to add a quantity which will be 1. So every time we are adding a new product, if the product is available, just increasing the quantity. Other than we are keeping everything as cool as it possible. Now as you see, if we finished our add to cart item, now we can do is that we can now export that function, which will be, let's say, export default. It should be user card store. That's it. Now with that function we can use the card, right? It's very simple as it is. Now as you see, I'm just defining in that way because so that the error will disappear and you will feel that everything is going all right. Now we're gonna write other variables too, then we're gonna finish it. So we have now add to cart 1. So after that we will adjoin one more, which will be our remove item function, and in that remove item the parameter, it will just take that as product ID. So now the similar fashion, it will just look like it will be in a similar symphony. So from that parameter, let's just define the function, and we're gonna take the set parameter, and now we can access the state by state flag, and here we're gonna define how we want to remove the product, right? If items, so the state dot items dot, we're gonna reduce from there, and from there we're gonna take an account parameter and we're gonna take the item. So here what we're gonna do, if, so let's say if item, let's say item dot product dot id is equal to product ID, so means the product is match, is available, what we're gonna do. And also if item dot quantity is like is greater than 1, then what I gonna do is that account, and I would love to close all, because that's really annoying when you are having a lot of error here. It's difficult to get sort of the things. So we're gonna push that one. So now if it's match, so if it's match, and we're gonna also pass the else case here, and after that, after this okay, let me see where we end up. So okay, I'm gonna comment this portion. So now here we are getting that state, and from that state, I think, am I in a good position? Okay, let me just see it. So we are passing the remove item where we are taking the product ID, and from the product ID, see, that's the way we are making is reversible mistake, because as you see, that should not be in that way. So again, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove that remove item parameter. That's the just a slight mistake happen. So also what I'm just requesting you, whenever you do, try to go with the typeset parameter, go with one by one, so that it will be very similar safe case scenario. So now from here we're gonna just pass the set method, and from here we will get the state, and from the state now we are going to define how we want to see the parameter. So it will be in that way, and here we're gonna say items dot state dot items dot reduce, and now we are in the line, and here we're gonna take as the item, and after that we'll return something. So if that our item dot product dot id is equal to our product ID, then we are going to do something, and else we're going to do something, and after if else we're going to return something. So now we know how the value should be there. So you're going to return that account, so whatever we're going to do in that in between. So now what I'm going to do is that should be dot push, and how we can push that, we're gonna push like, also I think, yeah, we need to check that one if we have the quantity. If item dot quantity is greater than 1, then we're gonna do something like account dot should be push, injecting everything in between. Then we're gonna spare our previous item, then we're gonna pass the quantity, should be, let's say quantity should be item dot quantity minus 1. So now we'll be able to just decreasing the quantity minus 1. And now what we can do also, like here in the else dot push, that should be directly as item, and here we need to define whatever the function variable we are accessing. So that one as will be an empty, and it will be as a card item parameter. Okay, now let's see where we are and how it's not working in a way. Okay, so I think if still error is persisting, you just need to make that, just reload your window, it will disappear. For me it was okay, the similar things it was there, just to having some annoying error was there. So now we are having the remove item. Now we will go to create our delete card item. Okay, so we're gonna do this one at next, and to do that we'll just go in a similar position. How we can delete the product, we'll just every time we're gonna click, we will be able to delete product from this state. And to do that, we're gonna define our, let's say, should be delete card product, and here also we're gonna get that our product ID as the parameter over here. And from that we're gonna set our state, so let's say state, and from the state we're gonna define how we want to declare it. Okay, done. Now we will pass the items, and that item should be state dot, and then say it should be items dot, we will filter in between that. So whenever ID we're gonna passing there, so we will, like, if we have 10 items and now I'm passing ID number 2, right? So whenever I'm passing the ID number 2, I'm gonna go and check if all the 10 items, if that ID number 2 is matched, I'm gonna filter it. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove that ID number 2, and I'm gonna keep others 9 there available. Okay, so that's why we're gonna delete whatever the ID we're gonna pass, we will make it as not equal to. So now it will be item.filter, and in the filter parameter we're gonna pass that, and here we're gonna take everything as a product value, and from that product value we're gonna just pass that product dot should be ID, and that ID it's supposed to be not equal to as the product ID we are going to pass, right? So this will not be equal to on that, and I think after doing that one we should be fine. Now as you see, the error is persisting. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna reload my window. Let's see. As you see, that's gone. Sometimes it's just taking a bit of time to take the TypeScript to access all those state parameter. And as you see also, my some of the design is getting broken. I'm gonna just refresh again. It will take a bit of time, but it will be fine. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, as we are having the trim of item products, so all it will be a similar fashion. I'm gonna just reconcile all of it. So now what we're gonna do, as we have that our delete product card here, now after that we will get our second value, which will be our receipt card, and then it will be just a simple function. And remember how we're gonna say, we're gonna set the every single card state, which will be an empty value. So should be the items is our product, so items should be an item should be as a value of an empty array. Okay, so after that, as the receipt card, we will get total price, and in the total price we will also, it will be a function, and we are just gonna rendering the simple variable here. So you're gonna return from these premises. So from the total price, how we're gonna reconcile it? It will be a very simple configuration. How we're gonna return? What we're gonna return? We're gonna get, first we're gonna get all of the items. So it will be get should be items dot, we're gonna reduce within that, and from here we'll take an access of total and we'll access the item, right? And in that scenario we will say that total plus it should be our item dot product dot price. So that should be, if it's not equal to 0, so it will check the null check by default, and then we're gonna make that item dot quantity. So like every product, what are you gonna check? So to get the total price, every product, it will go back there. The total is equal to be like item dot price into item dot quantity. Like I have 10 items and like have the price of 10, so it will be $100. And if I have any simultaneous scenario, it will just return that get back entire total card price. So now that's the total. And now what I'm gonna do, I need to also be happen to provide a subtotal value, right? So we have a price, then we are having subtotal price, so it will also get subtotal price. Also it will be a simple function void, so we're gonna return from there. So we need to return the number from here. Okay, card item is not assignable type, so why get total price? Is it sure? I think it's there. Okay, we'll check again. If there's any missing is around there, we're gonna call back, or we can just make that comment it and then start again. It will be fine also. So now from here we're gonna return, and this time what we're gonna do, first we're gonna get all the items. So dot items, should be items dot reduce, and from here we'll get also the total price, and then we're gonna get the item. And now this time we will gonna generate something like we will make a variable. So first we're gonna generate like const the price should be, price is equal to, that will be item. So as we having the item value, item dot product dot price, and we're gonna pass the null check, so that will be our item, so means the price. And then we're gonna also get the discount value, so const discount is equal to b, we're gonna render with wrapping with that value, so item dot product dot discount, and here also you're gonna check if it's not null, and after that we're gonna make it into with price value, and after that we're gonna divide into 100. And why we are doing that, every discount, because we are not having the discount price. What we are having that in a product, we have the discount percentage, like your product price is $10, now discount percentage is 10%, so means let's say so $1 you're gonna discount from that price. Now we have the actual figure, $10 is the product price. Now how we can configure the discount, because we don't have the discount account, we have only the percentage. Now what we are doing with that $10, we are adding that 1%, like 10%, like $10, 10% is $1, we're adding is 10 plus 1, making it 11. So we know what is the discount price is 11 and the actual price is 10. Now let's say const discounted price should be discounted price is equal to price. First we're gonna take the price, then we're gonna take our discount price, so both price, and here we're gonna return what we're gonna return the total price, so total plus here it will be discounted price, and after that we're gonna pass into item dot quantity, because the quantity value also required there. Now we have these two, and after that, as we are having that two value, we're gonna just get another one which will be a very implicit. So after that parameter we're gonna get item count. So now we will also get the item count value, and by default every item count we will get that product ID, so that we can check back the product and get it in that. So const item it should be is equal to get. So first we'll access our items here, items dot find, and we're gonna match with that ID, so should be ID, and we're gonna say item dot product dot ID, and that should be is equal to product ID. Okay, that's our item, and we're gonna return from there item dot, if item is available, item dot quantity which will be there, if it's not available it will be 0. So we have this one. So the last one we're gonna have that get group items, which going to be supposedly an array, so it will be get. So in there we're gonna just get the value, should be all over item value. Okay, so that's the premises we are having right now. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just reload my window. Let's see if we're having an error. It will disappear because TypeScript is freaking out. So it will be, I think, also going to be same when you are doing that, is having some trouble once you're just encompassing with that value. So now as you see, as we are doing that right now, we should be able to get our value properly, and now this is the high time to just to go and put that value on the action. So remember where we're gonna do that. Okay, still having one minor error here which is happening. That's the get total price. So let's just check at the top. So in the price value, get total price, we are just getting the number value, right? Get subtotal price, we are getting the number value. So these two is still freaking me out. So let's say what we missed here. Get total price, we are passing the function, and from the return get items dot reduce, then we are getting the total and item value. Total is equal to item. Okay, what is showcasing here? Operator plus cannot be applied to types card item and number. Okay, that's the issue. But it's why it's saying something like that. We just replace. Okay, what we miss here, let's say again. So is equal to item, and total plus item dot product dot price. We check the null check item dot okay. That is my bad. We need to also pass that fallback check, which going to be as a 0, otherwise it will not function again properly. So item dot 0, and also we need to pass that fallback value as also n 0. So that's 2 was missing from there. So now if I just reload my window, I think this time it should accept that. I think so, but it's still not accepting. No worries. So we're gonna just go and check what's the things is happening, and we can just debug it, no problem. Okay, so this time I'm refaining that it should work, but let's see. So we need to make that fallback 0, otherwise the TypeScript is breaking out. So let's see, we're gonna get the, okay, now I think it's all right. So as you see, we are having our all the variable. Let's go back to our add to cart button. Here we're gonna make the action, right? So as you see, add to cart button is actually an use client button, right? So it's a client side library. So now here we will make the function and let the other things working as supposed as it be. Now as you see, we get the item count, right? So this count is a static count. Now this time we will not get that static count. How are we gonna get that? Let it be static, but first we're gonna take the action, then we're gonna accept the count. So it will be in a super simple way. First, we'll roll back to our button. As you see, handle add to cart function we are running here. So here we're gonna just throw the product to our directly making it add to cart. So should be add to cart. So it will be, let's say, not add to cart. We use that add item, right? Add item. So it's not showcasing directly. So what we need to do, first we need to get back whatever the function we are going to use it from our store. Should be const, we're gonna get that add item, and also we're gonna get that add item, and then we're gonna get add item count. It should be coming up from our, let's say, user card store. Okay, that's the value we're gonna check here. So now we can dispatch directly. Now as you see, for Zustand, we no need to put that layout wrapper. As you see in the client, if you're using that, normally if you're using the Redux toolkit, we need to put a wrapper in our, especially as you see that we provide the Clerk provider as a dynamic way in our layout. But whenever we are using Zustand, it's no need to provide the wrapper, and it will work perfectly fine as you use the persist manager there. So now as you see, what we're gonna do, we're gonna just make a simple function which will define that, make that add to cart add item, and here we're gonna pass our product. That's it, done. It will really gonna save in that real time. And when we did that, still is in use client. What is saying? Okay, React has detected a change in order to hooks called add to cart button. This will lead to bugs or errors if not fixed. Use state, where is, what the hell is happening here? Let's just see one more time. I think we supposed not to get error, but we'll see. So that time we're gonna pass a toast of success message. We're gonna make it in a backtick. We're gonna pass that product dot name. We're gonna make it as a substring. So substring, we're gonna make it 0.12, so maximum 12 character it will be there. And there we're gonna pass added successfully. So that's the message. Also, you're gonna check that null check if the product is available. So now if we click, as you see, the juice is added successfully. So now it's time to get our actual count, right? So as you see, we have the dummy count. So I'm gonna remove that dummy count. I'm gonna check the count at the top level here. So that would be const item count is equal to, that should be get item count, and here we're gonna pass the product underscore ID. That's it. So as we did, as you see, we're having, if we add, is added, right? What's happening? It's not adding the okay, because there we didn't submit the function yet. Okay, it's my bad, but here we did it, right? If you add that, you see added. Also we need to inject the number, so that's that's cool. We need to fix that. So many things we need to be fixed here right now. So now as you see, we have our, also we can make that is is out of stock formula, right? So when the product is out of stock, if the product is out of stock, we can disable. But right now I think that is not mandatory, because if the product is out of stock, okay, yeah, you see, we can add the product, but we should disable that one. Okay, so if the product is out of stock, the button, it will not work. Okay, so const is out, let's say is out of stock, should be equal to product dot stock, should be stock, what I'm doing, stock is equal to 0. Where I did that, it should be top of that. Yeah, I think I missed something. Yeah, let's see the bracket I missed, so that was my bad. So I'm gonna just refine that and get back the things. So that should be bottom of it. So now we know when the product is out of stock. Now also to define that parameter in a perfect way, so what we can do is that right now we are added the product by mistake. We can delete it, no problem. So that time we can showcase that one. So here in the add to cart button, we can now define how it will be there. We will make it disable, and when it will be disable, it will disable once is out of stock. Okay, so it will be disable flag. I think we have another product which should be out of stock. Okay, here okay, we have only one product is out of stock. So now how we can make another out of stock? I think it's pretty simple. What we can do, I'm gonna just take that and I'll open my studio, and here we're gonna make a product out of stock in real time, so that we're gonna also get the upload things here, so that we will take the dispatch method, because this one we're gonna render later on. We need to remove that particularly. We will do it, no worries, but first we're gonna fix that to grab a product and make it out of stock parameter. So from here, from the product, we will take one product, which so let's see, we will take that chili flakes. Okay, so where is the chili flakes? That one. And we will wipe the stock from here, so it will be out of stock. Okay, it's loading, and from here in the stock we'll make it 0, so no product is available. Keep it publish, and right now if we roll back here, you will apply that without reload, supposed to be. Let's see. Okay, it's taking more time. Let's go. Is updated. It's supposed to come here. Okay, let's take the hit. Now as you see, if it's out of stock, we can't click on it. Okay, so that's why we can make it in a more elaborate positioning. So now as you see, we add to cart the product, but the price and others is not matching with our parameter. So we need to figure it out how to keep that one. So that is the one is done once product is added to cart, right? So now here there should be the other parameter by which it will be make it more sensible. So first we're gonna put the actual parameter here. So in the subtotal, the price format, what we are doing, we're passing that product.price. If its price is available, then item count, then 0. But is it so? Is 52? No, I don't think so. It's the actual match is happening. Did we miss anything? Item count, we are getting total, get item count. Okay, so that's the price ratio. Why the subtotal is not updating? Product.price is available, then item.count. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna check if log should be item count. Let's see what we are getting back in the item count. So let's in the console. Okay, 0 1 1. Yeah, all the product is 1. Yeah, that's right, because all the product is one product. Okay. it was good. Okay, so now we need to make that that's quantity button should be work properly. Only then it will hit the ratio, because in the quantity button, once we are clicking, the product should be added perfectly. Only then it will take the hit. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna also grab that parameter should be add item, and also make it remove item. Okay, I think after add item, we will just pass that, let's say, use card store. And now what we can do right now, add item, it will give support that. See, remove item, get item count. So everything now it will work perfectly. So as you see that item count again, so that should not be aligned like that. So what we can do right now, we can just flex it with that parameter. So the item count should be the item count. As you see, we're getting 1 because if we click, as you see, it's 1. So now what we need to do in the button handle product and others, we need to pass the other ratio. So to do that, handle remove and handle add. So first, let's go back in the handle add. Remember what we did in that handle add. That's the, I think, the similar function we need to pass it here. So let's roll back in the quantity level here. I'm going to grab this entire things from there, and in that add quantity, let's go, should be substring. And I think instead of passing that, we can just simply pass a message here. So which going to be, say, quantity increase successfully. C, where is the C? Yeah. So now if we come over here, if we plus, you see, quantity increase and the price also increasing. So I think now that is something which we are trying to build. Also this one, as if by mistake we did it, but we're gonna lower it down, no worries. So now once we are clicking on to remove item, we should be also making that remove product. So remove item, and here we're gonna pass that our simply product underscore ID. And now to showcase the toast message, I'm gonna go with the item count. If item count is bigger than 1, then it will pass the toast.success message, which will say quantity DEC decrease successfully. And now if it's not bigger than 1, then because it will delete the product, right? So we can pass the message should be success, and here we can say the similar fashion should be that our product dot let's say name dot substring we can make for 0 to 12, and we can say also, I think, remove successfully. Done. So let's go back here. Let's decrease quantity, and the last one is deleted. Now you cannot add. If you roll back to our primary screen for the single parameter here, it will be also added in the same parameter. Add, you see added. Now it's perfectly properly aligned, so you can use it in your application. Now also need to see that product in our add to, like in our cart product, right? So as we are having that, let's roll back to our header, because in the header we need to showcase our product. But remember, our header is totally as not the use client product, right? Is it now the server side? But as you remember, we moved that card icon in our different method, so which should be we use it as a client side library. So now we can also enter get the group items and let it to use on that. So to do that, we're gonna get the group items. So should be group items is equal to, let's say, use the use card store, and from there we'll take the entire state, and from the state what I'm gonna do is state dot and get group items. So from there I'm gonna get group items, and I think also you can grab that const as it's just a function declared there. So get also need to define that. If you're not going in that way, you can also go that way. First get the function, then call the function, but I want to call it in the same line, so just keep it simple. Now here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass a simple variable. If the group items, not the group, should be grouped items dot length is available, then passing that grouped items dot length, otherwise pass a value which going to be a 0 value. So means if the item is available, it will return the items, otherwise it will keep it as empty. Now as you see, we have 5 items, but here we have 5 items in the cart, but it will not get that interact with the cart. See, I'm adding, but it's not adding, right? But adding new product, it's adding 6 items. So that's the way it's gonna contradict, it's gonna finalize the situation, how we can interject here. There is one more things which you can edit value on that. You see, once you click that one, that button, you can make it is the lower level. That's your practice again. You can try it to make it, keep it as the end, so it will align with the subtotal to make the design looks perfect and speechless. Now also this one also looks better, but it depends on you how you want to showcase that. So now if we go to our cart, we didn't create a cart page. Oh my god, we should create right now. And to create the cart page, as you see, it's pretty simple, straightforward, the way we're supposed to do that one. If we just roll back to our, I'm going to close everything. And from there, go in the app, in the client, take a new file, which will be not page, should be cart. And in the cart, I'm going to take a new file, which will be page.tsx, RAFCE. Here, it will be cart page. Now you can also directly keep entire page as a cart page as a use client formula, because the cart page, it will access all the product, right? Remember, the cart page going to access all the products, so it's supposed to be as a handle as the cart page. And we did the mistake again, because as you see the cart, it, I think, no, not mistake, we did it in the client. So let's roll back in the home. Supposedly is why is providing the error? It should not be, because as you see, we create the cart. I think it's just a loading error. Yeah, it's just a loading parameter, nothing else. So now if we come back here in the, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna first make that one as a client side library. Okay, so use client. And here I'm going to define if it's not use client. Now you can make it globally function. It's up to you, like how the way you want to showcase that one. You can make it a global function to just to declare whenever it's coming. You can now make that thing to happen, things to happen. So what I'm going to do in the use effect motion, I'm going to pass the use effect, and here also I'm gonna pass a variable. I think no need, so that should be set is client true. And now also I'm going to define if it is client. Now did we create a loader? No, we didn't create the loader yet. So it's time to create a loader so that we can showcase the loader formula here. So how to do that? In the components, we'll take a new file called loader.tsx, RAFCE. Here we're gonna just define one loader, so every time there is a loading error, we can showcase the loader. And to create the loader, I'm gonna go in a simple like a simple handed way. So first let's go in the page here. Here I'm gonna just call my loader, just to showcase how the loader it will be look alike. So now I have that, but from there we're gonna create in a very multiple way to showcase a perfect loader. And also I'm gonna get the loader image, import loader image from, which should be images. And as you see the loader images, if you just get the link which is the happen to be in the description, you will find all the images. So you can grab the images, product and others images, then use it as your own, so no worries about it. And I'm gonna take a two div here, so one div, then another, then I'm gonna grab to take one image here, which going to be coming from the next image. And in the source I'm gonna pass the loader image, and also for the alt tag it will be loader image. And for the class name, that would be width 14, height also I'm gonna pass a 14, and object should be cover. Let's see if we can see any image. As you see, that image is right here. Now let's work in that div at the top level. For the class name, I'm gonna make it a fixed, and top should be 0, and left should be 0, and width I'm gonna pass a full width, and min height should be screen. Z index should be free, so it will override everything. Background color should be white, and padding should be 10. Also should be flex, item center, justify center, everything in between be in center. As you see, now we need to make it in a loader instance. And how we can do that? We're gonna just make it, we will make it as a relative formation, as we're gonna create an absolute value. Width should be 24, height should be 24. We're gonna make a flex, item center, justify center, justify center. Okay, so everything will be in center align. So now what I'm gonna do after that instance, so I think we, instead of that's one div here, so instead of that div we will make the div as a self-closing div. Here we're gonna wrap everything. I'm gonna make it an absolute, and also I'm gonna make it an inset of 0, and then rounded should be full. I'm gonna make a border of, passing a border of 2, and also the border should be dotted. Okay, that's my bad. Why I'm tying that? Border should be not dash but dotted, and border gray should be 400. So now as you see, there is a border circle over there. If you just make it fully like a blackish, you can see that's appearing. So I'm gonna make it as a gray, or to make it look better, just let you see, I'm gonna make it 800. Then I'm gonna pass an animation, animate, I think animate spin. I think we should create one animation in our Tailwind CSS to make it slow spin together. And let's say to create that, I'm gonna go in, because if I go and make that our animate, default animate spin, you will see that a higher spinning, as you see, very fast spinning around it, so which is not so good. I'm gonna make our slow spin method. To create that, let's go in Tailwind config.ts file. Here, after passing that border radius, now we're gonna pass an animation, and in the animation, the name we're gonna pass that spin slow. That will be the name by which we're gonna call that. And here we're gonna pass that spin, and that will be slow, and it will also get that 5s, and we're gonna make it infinite. And as we're having that animation declared, now we need to define the keyframes. So the keyframes which should be spin slow, and here in the object we're gonna pass when it going to be a 0%, how it going to be entering. So the transform, let's say transform, why is not suggesting, should be transform should be rotate, and that will be for 0 degree. Okay, that will be the first instances, and also in that 100%. So in the 100% value, also you're gonna passing that transform, and that time okay, not to import anything, transform should be, let's say, rotate of 360 degree. So 360 degree, done. So now if we just copy that spin slow, so let's go in our loader. So that should be animate spin slow, and as you see, there should be a slower animation. You see, I think it's just a need of giving a 5 linear things just to create that in a very slow motion. I think that's not a big deal. So you can do it in either way, whatever way you like, but feel free to make your own loader in own customizable way. So here we're gonna define something like, first, not this one, here it will be, let's say, card. So we will be able to see the card. Now if it's not is client, we're gonna return something, right? As we making is client. If it's not client, okay, if is not client, not is client, then we're gonna return our loader, not this loader but this loader. So if we just remove the null check, you see the loader is available. Okay, so why is just, okay, what's wrong here? I think something we are missing. Use effects, set is client is true. If it's not is client, make it loader, should be loader is forecasting. Yeah, now it's working. It just sometimes taking a bit of a headache to just to go and showcase the things. Now also we can define one thing, if we have a user or not. If I doesn't have the user, it should supposed not to be in that card page, right? And we need to confirm that. And how we can confirm that? It's pretty simple, right? First thing first, we need to get our, or we will let them come here. If this user is not available, we'll let them come here, but we will also put them to use to keep that sign in, right? And to do that, what we're gonna do after this portion here, we're gonna make that const. It should be is sign. It should be, I think, is signed in. I think so, and that should be coming up from directly use auth. Okay, so with that we can wrap everything, like we can check if the user is signed in or not. So first thing, we're gonna just come over here, this pass is sign in. If sign in is there, means we're gonna just showcase our items, so it will say the products. If it's not sign in, then also we're gonna pass a to variable here by which we can showcase something. So let's say if no sign in, I think we can pass the no user. Okay, right now what is going to happen, we have sign in user, so it will showcase the product. If we just sign out right now, as you see, no user is coming. So let's go in the cart. So whenever we are having no user, we can also pass no access card. Like we will take a different components which will be no access to card.tsx rfce. Here we're gonna pass that no access card directly to our user, so that they will be having passing to create that user login and others. So in that div here, we're gonna pass that no access to card. And for our page, this portion, I'm gonna make that one as putting a class name should be bj should be gray of 50, and passing a padding bottom of 10 to just make a bit of push over that header, I think the border here. So now let's go in no access card, how we can define that no access card should be aligned. So it will be a simple functional positioning here. We're gonna just define a card and others. So first let's go get the logo, show logo from and images, and we will use that logo. And after that we will access the card, so should be card should be from our UI card, and from the card we will get a card header, not that card header. And on that card header we're gonna define our div, and on the div we're gonna get our image, which will be coming from the next image. And on the image, what we're gonna define, we're gonna define the source as logo, and after that in the alt it will also pass as logo, and provide a width of 8 and also the height of 8, and put a class name margin bottom of 4. So right now what you will be seeing here, the images right now available. So in the top layer, put a class name, we're going to make it a flex, item center, justify center, padding y should be 12, and md padding y should be 32 to get a bigger padding vertically, and bj gray should be 100, and padding should be 4. So that's the one which we are creating here. As you see, the vary looks quite okay. So in the cart now we need to define that value. So width should be full width, and max width should be md, so maximum that value it will take. So now in that card header, let's go define some parameters. So class name space y should be 1. Okay, so now in the div layer, put a class name should be flex, justify should be center, so the image will be center aligned. And after that image, so after the div, we're gonna also pass a card title. Okay, in the card title we're gonna pass a message, welcome back. Okay, so that's a simple message. And also we're gonna define, like we're gonna put a class name for that. Text should be 2XL, font should be bold here, and then text should be center aligned. Okay, welcome back. Now after welcoming the user, we're gonna also, like, that's the header portion is done. Now we're gonna pass that card content. So in the card content, we're gonna pass a p tag, should be login to view your card items, and checkout should be don't, and we will use that our formula of and a post. Okay, and here don't miss out on your favorite products. That's the message we want to pass the user. And for this one, for the card item and card content, I think we're gonna pass a class name space y should be 4. And for the p tag, that should be class name. Text should be muted background or muted, I think, the foreground, and we're gonna put a text in the center align, so that will be the text. And after that p tag, we're gonna pass a sign in button, which is going to be coming from the Clerk. And here we're gonna pass a button properties which will say sign in. Okay, why the button is not imported? Button, and should be sign in. So now also for the button, we're gonna pass a mode which will be model, and for the button class name which should be full, and also you're gonna provide the size should be large size. So now as you see, if you click on the button, it will directly open our page here. Now after that button, also for the card icon and others, we're gonna define that card footer like after the card content, so that it will also go in the similar progress. We'll import the footer, we will import the sign up button by which a user like don't have an account, you can create an account, very simple. Also on sign up, click the sign up, it will be the open at the mode. Click, as you see, that's open. So now let's go and sign in so that we will be able to see our user page, and then we can add more product and we can go with that. Okay, let's say continue. Way back to our, so let's go in the cart. So this time we should be creating the cart properties. So now there will be two setup. First is to create a product. So I'm going to close this one, this one, this one. So here first need to check the product, right? How we can get the product. So we're going to access some of the properties from our store, and that will be aligned all together as that we will access for, we're going to get the delete cart product, we're going to get the get total price method, get item cart and item count and subtotal price, receipt card. So all the method we're gonna get from there. And also we're gonna get two parameters here. One should be not two, we're gonna get three more parameter here, which will be defining that we're gonna get a set loading method, and also we're gonna get the group items. Remember how we get that for our header, and also we're gonna get our user from our Clerk user, and that user will be responsible to get to we will use that also. We are going to create that checkout session. Now as we are having here, we need to pass another condition here, like in this div. So once anyone is signed in, instead of the div, we're gonna pass our container value here. So in the container, we're gonna pass two separate parameter. Like if we have the group items dot length, means we have the item, then we're gonna pass a div which will be items available. And if we doesn't have the item, then we're gonna pass another div which will say empty cart. So that's the two parameter we're gonna pass. So now first it will be having the product, so means we're gonna have a group item, so means we need to go to showcase the product and create the summary button here. So to do that, let's go and define that one in a certain position. First we're gonna get like to define how we can make that things to be done. So instead of the div, I'm gonna use an empty curly braces here. So here okay, here I'm gonna define my product layer. So now I'm gonna pass a div here. So first div, we're gonna pass a shopping bag icon, and in that icon put a class name. It will be height should be 6, width should be 6, and after that text should be primary. Hit save. As you see, there is one icon is popping up, and after that parameter also we need to pass one text here. So it should be h1 tag, which will define as shopping cart. So in the shopping cart, let's pass a class name. Text should be 2XL and font should be semi-bold. So that's the shopping cart layer. And now here we're gonna make it looks better. Flex item center, put a gap of 2, padding y should be 5, just to make it in this scenario. Now we're having that our shopping cart value. So this is the time we need to continue with the other properties. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna showcase our product. How we can showcase? So to do that, first we can make, because there will be a two value, right? One, it will be left side, another it will be right side. So one side we're gonna showcase the product value, another side we're gonna showcase the card value, and there will be an multiple digit like, okay, let me just showcase that on how we can fix that. So we're gonna take a div here. We're gonna make another div which will be, let's say, like left, and another div which will be our right. Okay, in the right side will be description, in the right side would be product, in the left side it will be description, right? So in the class name, let's okay, we're gonna design that, put a class name, we will make it as a grid, and LG grid should be, let's say, 3, and MD we're gonna put a gap of 8. Okay, that's how it gonna look alike. So first it will be 3D in a 3 parameter, and also we're gonna make that class name whenever in LG call span should be 2, and this one, of course, if it's 2 it will take 1. You can also mention that, put a class name LG call span as 1. Okay, so now as you see, there should be two value here, one is left, one is right. Here it will be the product, here it will be our cart side value. So let's first popping up the details value here, and how we can do that is pretty simple. So to initiate that one in our left side value, we're gonna take one like say one div. Here we're gonna put an h2 tag which will be order summary. So it will be summary. So in the order summary we can now showcase the value here. To showcase that one, let's say in the div put a class name. It will be, by default it will be hidden. Okay, only in the MD it will be inline block. Okay, width should be full, background color should be white, padding should be, let's say, 6, rounded should be LG, and we will also pass a border here. Done. So that's our order summary value. Now for the h2 tag, put some class name, text should be Excel, font should be semi bold, and margin bottom should be 4. Okay, looks quite good. And after that h2 tag we're gonna get another div. Here we're gonna pass one more div here, and that div take an span tag which will say subtotal value, subtotal, and after that we're gonna take our price formatter, and in the price formatter we're gonna pass the value. So in the amount we're gonna pass that ratio get subtotal price. We're gonna declare the function here, and it will get us our total subtotal price. As you see, subtotal is 730.39. So let's just go and make that in a perfect way. Put a class name, put a flex, justify between. Okay, okay, I think we may missed one more properties. So in that div, let's say put a class name space y should be 4, but y is not taking. I think it's a hidden inline. We provide a full width, either we need to also get the full width. I think so. Is it so? No, it's supposed to work. bj rate. Okay, it's taking. Okay, it's just it's not justify not center. It should be let's say flex. It should be item center justify, not normal. It should be between. Now you see, that looks cool. So that's the one div for subtotal, and after subtotal we'll also get the similar fashion the another div. So let's say in that one, and here we can define that. So in the subtotal it will be discount price, and here get subtotal price minus it will be get should be get total price. Yes. So now as you see, discount is 73.39. So we got the discount. Okay, I think we are in a good position right now. So here as you see, I think how we grab that, yeah, that's supposed not to be. I think we just make a plain mistake. I'm gonna just copy this portion. I will roll back here again, because this one need to be duplicate, so not the top one. So I'm gonna duplicate that, and here I'm gonna magically pass the price formatter, and here it will be discount value. So as you see, we have subtotal, we have discount. And after that div, so particularly that div, we're going to pass a separator. It's not, did we use the separator from there? You can use the div, or you can just roll back to Shadcn UI, and you can use a separator from there. In the components there is a good plain separator is there. So where is that separator? This one. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna simply just grab that separator in my project so that I can use it. Okay, so that separator, it will go just to have a divide on the valid percent there. So let's go not force legacy pair dependency, let it install properly. Okay, that is installed. Now we can import that separator from components UI separator. So we should be able to see one separator here. It will appear as you see the separator line. So after the separator, we should be able to, I'm going to copy it one more time here. After separator, I'm going to pass that one here. It will be that total, and in the total price, it will be not passing that other formula. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just grab that get total price. I think that will work. Yeah, let's see, 651 plus 73. So I think it's adding the value. So let's just use a calculator just to see if we are all right or not, just to see the calculation in one way. So now we have 730.39, and if we minus from there 79.39, we're having 651, means we are good to go. So it's working perfectly. Now we are having a total price value here. After the total price, so means after initially finishing that div, we're gonna have a button here. So in that button, we're gonna pass a value which will be let's say continue shopping one. It will be handle checkout. So let's say proceed to checkout, and there will be another link parameter, and that will be from the next link that will say continue shopping. So continue shopping click, it will take us to directly back us home, and in that proceed to checkout button, it will pass us to get back to go and create the checkout. As you see, the proceed to checkout and continue shopping both are all together. I think so what's wrong here, we have separator, we have the button, but it's not dealing in between. So means we are missing something here. So that's the flex item center and flex item center justify between. So I think it's all together here. But why it's so? That's the one item, because it's supposed to work. If it's not work, we will find a fix to fix that one. We will find a new way. So that's the total, that's the proceed to checkout. Okay, I think that's the total price. Okay, what we will do is that we will wrap that in a div here. So another div, passing that one here. So now for that div, we'll put a class name. We're gonna make it a flex. We're gonna pass that as a flex column. And as you see, that will be in between, and putting a gap here also, flex column, and gap should be 2, or you can make it 4 also. I think 2 is perfect. Okay, so now for the link parameter, put a class name that should be, let's say text should be center, and text should be small text. Text should be also, let's pass as a primary, and hover, let's say hover should be underline, and also you're gonna make that hover effects. Okay, and hover also text should be dark blue. Okay, that's super. So now once you click on the proceed to checkout, we will write one more function is here, which will be our handle checkout function. On click handle checkout. So that function need to be defined at the top layer. So let's say it will be const handle checkout, should be an async function, but right now I'm gonna just keep a function like that. So toast.success, let's say checkout will apply soon. Okay, if we click, should be see checkout will apply soon. So now we have one part of the parameter, which is the one value. Now we need to showcase our product, right? And to showcase the product value is also pretty simple, straightforward definition. It will be available. So after that div, you see that's the left div. So we need to now work on the right side div. So here in the right side, we will take another div, and in that div we're gonna take on h2 tag, not one h2 tag. Actually you're gonna take a 4 h2 tag. So first one going to say as like our product. The second one, it will say the product price, and the third one, it will say our quantity, and the fourth one, it will also focus as total amount, right? So now as you're having that, now we can render it in a proper way. If we just save that one, we should be able to see it: product, price, quantity, total. Now in the div, we will define it in a very proper way. Should be grid, and we're gonna make it a grid cost of 5, and now md grid cost of 6, and also you're gonna put a border, and should be border top right should be lg. That's my bad, not coming auto impromptu. Border rounded, I think top right should be lg, and rounded top left should be lg, and also I'm gonna put a background color of white, and padding should be 2.5, and let's say text should be based font should be semi-bold. So now we're getting this portion here. So product, price, quantity, and total. So now here we're gonna make this h2 tag in a proper way. So class name should be call span should be in the mid. By default it will be 2, not 1, 2, but md call span should be, let's say it will be 3. So now it's taking the more space here. As you're having that, now it's time to showcase the product. After that div, we're gonna take another div, and here we're gonna map through our products. Remember, we have group items dot map, and from there we're gonna destructure our products. It will be item.product, but we will destructure to get back the product. And right now we will just pass an object value here, and from that object value we can now, let's say, const, we can make that item count, and that count, it will be get item count. Here we need to pass our product dot our id we need to discuss here. After that we'll return from that function, and we're gonna return a div here. So it will be a div. Here we will showcase our product, right? I think it's supposed to work. Yeah, it's working. So now here we're gonna pass one more div, and in that div we're gonna get one trash2 icon, trash2 from Lucite. And now for that div we need to pass a key, which will be product, and should be product dot, we will pass the id as the product id. So now as you see, we're getting all of that icon here. So now let's go and design for a bit one in a perfect way. Put a class name. Let's put background color should be white, and also giving a border top should be 0. Let's say border top 0, and let's say rounded bottom right should be lg, and rounded bottom left should be not that, rounded bottom left should be lg. So as you see, we're having that rounding figuring out properly, a pretty good round shape, and also passing a border there. So now for the div here initially, which we're rendering here, put a class name. We'll make it a grid, and first it will be grid columns of 5, and md should be grid columns of 6. And after that we're gonna make a border which will be in bottom, and padding should be 2.5, and also the last one should be border bottom of 0. Means the last one will not get any border. But where is the other border? So okay, not lg, that was the problem, the last one. So now you see, also I'm gonna make it border b as red of 600, so you'll be see it properly. What? Border b. You see, that's the border. Everyone has a border, but last one has no border. That's the one I'm creating. So I'll just go in my previous ratio. So we're having the border, we are having the trash card and others. So that's the first div, right? So this one, it will take a call span. By default, it will be span should be 2, not 1 but 2. When it's hit MD, call span should be 3. And also I'm gonna make it as, let's say, flex item center. Now we have one trash icon. After the trash icon, we should be also passing the other property, but first one, put a class name which should be, let's say it will be 4, height should be 4, and MD which should be 5, and MD screen height should be 5, and also margin right should be 1. Text should be gray of 500. When we hover, text should be red of 500, not 5. I think 6 will be better. And after that, we will also make that as hover effect ratio to properly hover on that, as you see. Cool. After that trash icon, we will render our image here. So you're gonna make that, if we have that product.image here, and we're gonna pass an image. So it will be, we're gonna pass a div here. So let's say div. And in the div, we're gonna, initially we no need to pass a div, because once we click on that product, we should be able to go in the single product page. So I'm gonna generate a link here. So in that link, what I'm gonna pass our image here, right? So also need to grab from the next image. And the source, we're gonna pass a URL for, so URL for, and here we're gonna define that product.image and dot get me the URL. And also alternative tag should be product image, and as it's external image, need to provide width and also need to provide a height, not height, it will be height which will be 300. Also going to provide a class name which should be 10 and height should be 10. MD width it will take full, MD height it will be maximum 14, and object should be cover. And now if we roll back here, as you see, if we just directly go in our product card, we did something there, right? If we just click on that image, we should be targeting that ratio, right? So I'm gonna copy that and I'm gonna paste it right here. Okay, so now we should be seeing the image. As you see the image, if you click on that image, it will redirect us to the single product of that image. So it's working perfectly. So now for the div, let's just go and define something which will be class name. Let's give a border. Padding should be 0.5 and MD padding should be 1. Margin right should be 2. Rounded should be MD. Overflow should be hidden. And we will make it as a group. As you see, that's group. Now we will click the effect here that we're gonna say whenever we're hovering on the group, then it will scale as 105, and then overflow as we are hidden. Also we're gonna hidden from the image, and now we're gonna make that hover effect here, hover effect. As you see, okay, now super cool. Click here, getting back the single product, and you can just come back anytime. Now after that, link property here means after the image, so that will be the ratio. We're gonna take an h2 where we're gonna define our product price. So it should be product.name, and this name going to be a little bit in a cautious way. So we're gonna make that text should be a small text. We're getting the product image, product name is there. Okay, cool. So I think with that we are just finishing our first tip, but we can also work in a bit. We will define that one. Whenever we're gonna on click on that product, we will run a function here directly, which it will be handle delete product. So let's say delete product, and we're gonna pass our product underscore ID. You're gonna pass that. So now we can create that function to delete this product, and to create that, let's go at the top, and we're gonna keep that one here, const handle delete product, and here we're gonna take an ID which will be as a string, and now we're gonna just simply make that delete product and passing the ID value, and after that we will make that toast.success. We're gonna say product deleted successfully. Now if we just go back here and if we click any of the product, as you see, it's deleted. And now as you see 339 and the ratio you see, once you delete, that's everything is changed, means the product deleting successfully and perfectly. Now as we did that, so let's roll back here. So as you see, that's the first div work is done. So now we need to work with the other div ratio because there is a multiple things going to be happen. So after that, other things is very simple how it can be. Now we're gonna make another div. Within that div, okay, need to close div also. Let's close it. And in that div we're gonna pass is the price, right? So should be price formatter, and here we're gonna say our amount should be product.price. If the product price is available, then product.price. Otherwise, a product.price into item count, otherwise it will be 0. So we should be having seeing the value here right now. As you see, that's the value. Now for that particular div, what I'm gonna do, make it in center, class name flex, item should be center, keep it in the center. Now after initially done this one, we can also passing the value. So now we will grab that our quantity buttons here. So in the quantity buttons, we are passing the products as our product and also going to pass some class name, which should be text should be SM, gap should be 0, and MD gap should be 1. So now as you see, super simple and cool. As you see, it's working perfectly in both way. So now I think that's the way you can target the ratio. And I think for the class name, did we amplify that? If we go in the button, yeah, class name we didn't inject yet, so we can inject right now so that it will work perfectly. How we can do that? As you see, we have CN. After that, we can pass the class name. Any changes should be happen to be keeping the changes, and yeah, padding B, text base, and if we are passing any style, it should get the style. Okay, so text base, that text is small here. I think so it's working. If we make that text LG, yeah, it's getting LG. Okay, so now it's working. Now after this quantity button, what we need to do, we need to make a simple parameter again, which will be giving us the total price value. So let's say passing one more div, and here we're gonna pass that price container price formatter, and here in the amount we will pass that product price is available, then product dot price into, I think we provide that already. Yeah. No. We need to pass that product price value, right? So the product price into if we are having the product, oops, what I did wrong. Yeah, price into item count, if that is available, otherwise 0. So now we should be able to see. So that's the price, that's the total is not match up. This price should be the actual price, not the all together. So we should not include that. That should be only the item price. Yes, that's why is you see. So now we are having that. Put a class name flex item center. We're good to go. So we have item, we have product. If we go in a small screen, as you see, that's getting out because we purposely did that, because we need to fix the other ratio. We will do that. So as you see in the smaller screen, it's also getting and perfectly aligned. Okay, now what we're gonna do after having this entire thing, we need to also get a receipt button. And to provide that receipt card, what I'm gonna do after finishing all that choreograph things, I'm gonna just add one button here which will say receipt cards, and we will be able to see one button. You see, that is a receipt card. Now here, what I'm going to define, put a variant here, and the variant should be not default. It should be, let's say, destructive, so it will come up with a red color. Also for that button, put a class name. Margin should be, let's say, 5, and font should be semi-bold. Not sure if should be semi-bold. Okay, done. Now once we click on that receipt button, we should be also getting one function on click handle receipt card. Okay, so that's the function we're gonna call to receipt our entire card, and I'm gonna show you how we can do that. To implement that one, we'll go the checkout we're gonna keep at the end, so that will be the way we will easily showcase and find out this one. So in that receipt card, we're gonna make a confirm, so it will confirm. So confirm is equal to should be window dot, and it will be confirmed. Here we'll say, are you sure to receive your card? And if we have the confirm, means if the message is yes, only then we're gonna receive the card, which will be just simple function receipt card function. And then also we'll say toast.success, we're gonna pass that message, which will be your card received successfully. And where we're doing that, because deleting a single one is okay, but when you're adding 10-20 items and accidentally you click on that and you delete entire products, is not good. So we're gonna putting an option for the clients, are you sure? If they're sure, okay, done. Now we are having that empty card, right? So now what we need to do, we need to design our empty card to showcase our card properties. And empty card design also a bit of a straightforward it will be. So let's go here and create one more component, which will be named as empty card.tsx rafce to create that. And we're gonna showcase that one. Where is our empty value? Here it will be empty card value. And to make it splendid, what we're gonna do, we're gonna just pass a div. After that div, we're gonna take another div layer, and here we're gonna get another that shopping cart icon. So should be shopping cart, I think. Let's say shopping cart. Okay, and after that we're gonna pass a size, which will be, let's say 64. Size should be 64. And we're gonna also make that, let's say text, put a class name in between. Class name text should be gray of 400, and MX auto to keep it in center. You see, that's the card we have here. So let's just go paint out everything in proper way. Put a class name, which will be background color, which will be white, and flex item center, justify center, padding y should be 20. Okay, now for that one we're gonna use a motion effect here. So let's say import should be motion from y is not coming. That's really ridiculous. It should apply here. I think we are having motion, right? Or not? Did you use the motion yet? Yeah, we used that motion, I think. Yeah, so we're gonna wrap everything within that motion div so that it will work perfectly. So as you see the shopping cart, we're gonna just render it with the motion.div property. Then we're gonna pass the value. So we're gonna create a motion effect here so that it will be look pretty perfectly aligned. So here we're gonna pass an animate value, which will be that scale value. We're gonna pass an value of 1, 1.1, then coming back again in 1. So first it will be in state in similar position, then it will be bigger, then again small. And after that we're gonna also pass the transition. So let's say transition, and in the transition we will pass that repeat. Yeah, it will repeat is infinitely, so it will be infinity. And here we're gonna pass a duration, which will be 2. Okay, I think it should appear, but it's not appearing. Let's see, have a reload. As you see, it's coming bigger and getting smaller. So that's the one which we are doing right now. And also for the class name, let's make it should be inline block. Okay, so after the shopping cart div, we're gonna pass one image here, which will be image, and get it from the next image. And that image also we need to import. For that import should be cart let's say it will be empty cart, empty cart from images, and it will be empty cart. In the source property it will be empty cart, and also alt tag it will be as empty shopping bag, and here we're gonna provide a width of 200 and also giving the height of 200, and let's put a class name. mx should be auto, and also rounded should be LG, shadow should be MD. Okay, that's our shopping cart is coming, which is showcasing the empty shopping cart here. Now I think so it's not perfectly aligned as we said it, so that's the div. I think this div is not necessary because we are just replicating one more div within inside. Okay, so now it should be flex column. Okay, yeah, now it's quite a bit okay. Put a gap of, let's say, 3. Okay, now we can see that. So we have our shopping cart properties and we have the other value. So after that we will just simply passing one message, which gonna be just message and link behavior we are going to define. And what kind of things it will be there, let me explain to you. One, it will be that your card is empty, so we are passing a message to user, your card is empty. Then looks like you haven't added anything to your card yet. Explore our products and find something you love, then start shopping. Little bit design here just to align to keep that start shopping button here. Click that button, it will redirect you to our home page. So now, as what we did, we simply redirect each and everything in properly aligned. We have our card property. Now we can come here, we can add products, we can just click, add more product, we can go in the card and we can view the product perfectly. One more thing is still missing here, like once we are coming in this smaller screen, as you see, we have only the price, but we doesn't have our other property. Means where is our price value and what is our add to cart value, right? So that's the things we need to align. How we can do that? As you see in the page, so after these two parameter, so if we go back here, so in that ratio and group items, so now we are having that, I think in that group items, yeah, 1, 2. So now we can also introduce third one, so where we can showcase the other things. I think that's the one, the third one. Yeah, so that's the div, it will be there. Now here it's the pretty much simple setup. Okay, the similar setup which we have been created so far for the top layer. I'm gonna just popping up and I'm gonna showcase how we did that and how similarly okay, it should be get total price, no need this one. Yeah, now let's see how it's actually actioning that parameter. Okay, let's just go back and we're gonna add more product here. Let's see how we can align that. Okay, more product. Okay, now we have 7 product. If we go there, as you see, we can now, there is one catch is there. As you see scrolling, after certain point we can't scroll back, but here what we did in a simple way. What we did is pretty much similar. We make it first it's hidden, but like MD screen is hidden, means when MD screen we are making that one as also hidden, right? So smaller screen is hidden, only MD screen it gonna showcase. Now when we're gonna reach an MD screen, what we are doing that is hidden, but this one is coming, right? And there we are providing the same scenario, the order summary, subtotal, discount, all the separator value, and proceed to cart, continue shopping. What we did more is that we multiply that property in a very proper way. We make it fixed, bottom 0, left 0, width full, BJ, light background color. So now one thing we can do here in that grid property, as you see, where we are showcasing the product. Now this one, I think this the one where we are having our product. This the one, yeah, this the one in between. Yes, this the thing. Let's say we're gonna make it a padding bottom of, let's say, 100. Let's just not 100, it will not take. Padding bottom 96. So let's see, as you see, yeah. Now we need to align how much padding it can perfectly view. Let's say 40. I think 40 is enough. Yeah. So now we have perfectly aligned. So if you go in the full space, okay, looks fine. If you go in the full space, also looks fine. Click continue shopping, that's everything gonna work perfectly aligned, and that is super simply all together is perfectly compatible with all the scenario. I think one thing is need to be there is that for handle shopping, proceed to checkout, we need to click like on click handle checkout. Yeah, we need to define that property. So now we have checkout will apply soon. So now I think this way you can do all the work perfectly aligned and properly generated for you. Now, as you see, almost all the things is set up. So one more thing is now pending is which is more desirable is to create our checkout. Now again, you can check it if you just sign out, and then now you can have the product in the cart. You can view your cart. We are not letting you that no, don't view. You can go there. Now you will know. Even you come here, you can also go with the GitHub, as we told you. Remember, we are also concatenating that with the GitHub authentication, so you can feel free to go and create that. You see, it's just created. Now you can view your card and you can do other things. So the next thing is that to bring back our checkout and save the order in Sanity. From the card, it's time to create our payment instance with Stripe. If you click in the proceed to checkout, you see the checkout will apply soon, and this coming from here in the card, we have one handle checkout function where we just keep that a toast message. Now here, what you need to do, we need to create a function. So we're gonna render that, but before creating it, we need to also get several things. One thing is that we need to go in our stripe.com to grab the credential for Stripe, and from this Stripe, we need to get two things. Now from there we'll get one Stripe secret key, and I will let you know how you can grab that Stripe webhook secret. So these two will be responsible to grab to create the payment instance from there, and then directly inject that order in our Sanity database. So we're gonna like populate that things. So first, let's go in the dashboard. As I'm signed in, if you're not signed in, it's very simple and easy. You just provide your email, then go on. It will be super simple. Now let's go in my dashboard, and from the dashboard, if you just need to create a new application there. And when you're using the Stripe, you need to be just keep in patience, because it's sometimes it's just getting a little bit of slow, but it's working perfectly fine. Okay, so here I'm running my e-commerce app and it's in test mode. So now what you need to do is to create a new application. As you see, create a new app and you are good to go by having that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a new application, and it's pretty simple to just go with that. So it should be e-commerce app YT. And with that, I will just keep the country of operation as United States and then create. And after creating, it will automatically shuffle my account with that particular like the app or project I created right now. As you see, I'm now here e-commerce app YT. So from there, as you see in that for developers, there is the publishable key which is not required. Will just work directly with the secret key. If you click it from here, it will also copy it. And if you are roaming, also you can just go in the developers tab. And from the developer tabs, you can click on that API keys, and it will be also available in the API keys feature. You can reveal the key and then directly grab the key, and you need to just make that key, you need to paste that key here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna paste my key and then close my .env file. So here is my secret key. Now one more key is pending. What is the Stripe webhook? We're gonna get it later. So I'm gonna close that. And now you can go, feel free to go in that developer tabs like the developer tools for Stripe, or you can search for that Stripe documentation. And from that documentation, you can easily get how the payments thing can done. You can click on the payments, and from their payments, as you see, it will be like you can go with that create subscription. If you click in the accept online payments, which we are going to do right now, you're gonna create accept the online payment, and as you see, we're using the Next.js, and now you see there is that's the simple checkout resistances here. You can feel free to go there, or if you also can go with like to in other example here. So there is a lot of things. What I'm suggesting you, feel free to just go and explore a bit here how you can go through the things, how you can understand which methods can really work for you. It just depends on you. So what I'm gonna do for right now, I'm not gonna do that. So one more things need to be installed right now is this Stripe, and it's pretty simple way to do that. I'm gonna take one of the another terminal, and from there what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just install that Stripe. So npm I Stripe, that's it. So with that command, Stripe will be installed in my package. As you see now, that Stripe is not supporting that Next.js React 19 yet, so I need to go with that flag legacy path dependency. So let's try that, and legacy path depths. So now it will install that one. So what I'm gonna do right now to create the parameter that how we can go and fetch the data. So first thing first, we're gonna just create a function here. So I'm gonna do here we need to also grab several things. As you see, the loading parameter is still here, so means we are good to go. And first thing, I'm gonna make set loading as true. So whenever this function going to be running there, set loading, it will be true. Then I will use one try catch block, means try, it will be getting the error. If we have the error, we can just make that console log console.error. So it will be available to log the error message. So it will be error creating let's say checkout session, and here we're gonna derive the error directly. And that try catch block also passing another value which called the finally. So in that finally block, we're gonna make that set loading as false. So means at the function start, we are making as a set loading is true, because first instances our set loading by default is false. It means till the payment is handling, like when we click on that payment proceed to checkout, we need to make the button as disable and also need to showcase the text, right? So you will not click like you click one time then click again, so the multiple instance can start work out, which we're gonna stop right now. So right now we're gonna also create from directly here, we're gonna get the metadata. And how we can get the metadata? So to do that, let's say const meta data, and it will be similarly a metadata value here. So we're gonna create that value. So first thing, it will be an object, and what kind of things it will be available in metadata, that's we need to understand. So in the metadata, we're gonna just pass some of the values, how it will just go and render the things. First, these functions, like normally when you're creating that payment instance, we are calling directly the API, but now today we're using the server action, not the API. And to create that instances, the server action, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close all, and at the top layer of our project here, I'm gonna create one directory again, where I'm gonna lay out all my actions. It will be there. Okay, so the actions I'm gonna keep in here, and in the actions I'm gonna create a new file which will make that create checkout session.ts file. Okay, this file will be responsible to create the checkout instances, and we're gonna make it like you can directly say it export const, or make the export, you can directly say that export, or we'll go with the async function. So that will be the function name, it will be there. So create checkout session, and in the params right now I'm gonna keep it like that. Later on when we are going to inject the other things, we're gonna keep the params here. Why I'm come back here, because I'm gonna define my type directly from here. So it will be export interface, and here I'm gonna passing my metadata, and that metadata it should be taking the instances of that order number, which will be a string, and after that it will also take that customer name, which also going to be string, and after that it will be take customer email. Or instead of keeping that things directly here, there is one more file where we're handling all of our types, remember? So that's we are maintaining here that this types is injecting by Sanity, right? So either you can also create one more type for you there, you can keep that also if it depends if you want it to, right? So as I'm maintaining one types file, that's why I'm just not going to create another types, that's why I'm keeping it here. If you're just keeping in mind that we can directly inject the types in the like all the type file in types parameter, right? But I'm now injecting with that action function because wherever I need that right now, I can just directly call that like import from here. And as you see, actions create metadata, so that's the data I'm just importing directly from there. See, the metadata is right here. So now in the metadata, as you see, we need to pass customer like order number, we need to pass customer name, customer email, and clerk user ID, the user ID which we're gonna grab from here, because as you see in the card we have user, right? So that user we're gonna use to create that user ID also. Now let's pass the order number. In order number, we're gonna use that crypto to create generating that number. We're gonna use a random UUID. And by default is pre-existing build here, no need to install any package there. Then it to provide that customer name which will be user, and in the user if we have the full name, only then it will provide. Otherwise if there is no full name provide, it will just go with an unknown name. That's it. And after that we need to also provide the customer email. So user, and in the user that email addresses which is an array, and from there, and you can log the user data, so there you can find where is an array and how is providing the array structure. Now directly here we will get if we have, so we are taking the first email, right? So if we user having the email address array, as you see I'm making that question mark just to providing the null check, means if it's available only then it will take, so my application will not break out, right? Now if a user have the email address array, from there the first one I'm getting the like simply getting that user email. Otherwise also I'm gonna pass unknown properties if it's not there. Then we need to provide the clerk user ID which will be user.id, and of course I need to say whatever user I'm forecasting here, it will be available, don't freak out. Now that's the metadata which I'm gonna pass. So right now what it will be there, const checkout URL. And why I need to do that, because right now we will directly like from the server we're gonna catch whatever data we are passing, then we're gonna like from the checkout like on like proceed to checkout. Once we click on that, from that function it will be returning one URL, and I'm gonna show you how it's gonna return, don't worry about it. So it will be checkout URL await, and here we're gonna make that create checkout session, and there we're gonna pass that group items, the items we have at top, and also you're gonna pass our metadata, right? So that's the two value we're gonna pass. And if the checkout URL is there, only then what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass that like let's say log, we're gonna just keep it a log, and we're gonna say checkout URL, and we will just directly log that checkout URL if we are having that, right? So right now, and I think pretty much that's all. So we're gonna just go and grab to create other properties within the function layer. And here I need to first, before going in depth on that, what I need to do, I need to create the Stripe instances, right? Otherwise it will not working perfectly. So what I'm gonna do, as you see in I think there will be a lib file somewhere. In the lib, as you see, there is an utils is built here for C and for the CSS class variables. I'm gonna create a new file here, and it will be my stripe dot, let's say ts. Okay, so this file, it will be responsible to create the Stripe instances. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna import Stripe from Stripe. And also I'm gonna define, okay, what's wrong here, there is saying something Stripe is still clear, but it's Stripe, yeah, it's just taking a bit of time to find the module. Here I'm gonna define like if Stripe is not like in the process.env, and here we're gonna pass that our Stripe secret key. If that key is not available, we are just going to pass one error, right? So what I'm gonna do, if that Stripe secret key is not available, means no Stripe secret key, let's just throw a new error so that we will let it know that the Stripe secret key is not available, the Stripe secret key is not set. That's the error it gonna throw. Now what it gonna do, if we have the Stripe key, right? If we have const Stripe is equal to new, from that Stripe we're gonna grab this Stripe and it will be process.env and then our Stripe key, and that Stripe key it will be as a string value. So for the TypeScript we need to define that, and here we need to pass the API version, the latest one, which is 2024 1120 Acacia. So that's the one we're gonna use, and directly you can export it here indirectly, like you can just call it export, it will work perfectly. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it as a default export, so it should be export default, and there let's pass it as a Stripe. So now we have the Stripe, right? So what we can do, as we having this type, we can directly inject that Stripe parameter within our application layer. So in that parameter on that function, now this function going to inject with two separate value, right? One value, it will be the items, right? So it will taking the items, which going to be grouped items. Let's say grouped card items. Is it not coming? Okay, let's see what we are passing. We are passing that grouped items and metadata. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna passing an interface here. So should be export interface. It will be grouped card items, and in this interface it will be simply as product, and that product it will be card item, and in that card item we'll directly just grab a single product layer. And after that also this product layer, it will also going to get a quantity which just going to be as a number. So we have the two parameter. So in that method, what we're gonna do, we're gonna first grab the items, and that items it will be grouped card items. So that will be the items layer, and it will be an array of the object. And then in the metadata, we will get that metadata, and that metadata it will be a constraint of the metadata we are passing. So right now what we are just having here, we're gonna get the group items as an items, and then we are having the metadata as the metadata we are just passing there. Okay, that's cool. So right now let's go and create our function layer. So here again we're gonna use a try catch value here. So if we are having an error, we're gonna pass the error. If we are having the success method, we're gonna pass the success method. If we are having the error, let's say console.error, and in the error we're gonna pass error creating a checkout session, and here we're gonna pass the error. That's it. And also we can just simply throw error here just to be in case sensitive scenario. So right now what it gonna happen, it gonna just show the error directly and make it simultaneously perfectly workable. Now what I'm gonna do, like whenever we are passing, because here we need to get the total value, right? Like you are passing some of the item which doesn't have the price value, right? That time we can grab that and easily constrain that. So now we're gonna validate the product. So items, it will be items, let's say without price, and here we're gonna make that items dot filter, and from the filter everything we're gonna take as an item. And here we're gonna define if item dot product dot price. So means, as you see, I'm passing the null. So that means whatever items has no price available there, means that is items without price. Mostly it will not be there, but it's just for a case sensitive scenario. If by mistake the product price is not available, only then it will take an action. So it will be items without price, and here dot length is bigger than 0, means we have the items price length. Then we're gonna throw a new error, and that error we're gonna reflect on that says some items do not have a price. So means just the indication you need to have everything with the price value. So now what we need to do, like defining if a user already have a customer. If there is already customer created, okay, fine, it will inject the data within the customers. If it's not available, then we need to create a new customer. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna retrieve the existing customer or create a new one. So that's the things we're gonna do. So say const, let's say customers is equal to await, and here as you see I'm using the async function, so you can use the await. So now here we're gonna use stripe, and that stripe it will coming from my live stripe. Okay, so stripe, and then we're gonna pass that dot, we're gonna get the customers parameter from this stripe, and we're gonna check the list, and that list what we're gonna say, we're gonna say email, and in the email it will be a metadata.customer email, and here we're gonna pass the limit as 1. So that's the way we're gonna grab the customer ID, right? So now we have a customer value, and now we can call a customer ID. Remember, we are just getting the first value, like with the email we are matching with the limit 1. So means if that email is matched with my customer's email, the metadata customer email, means we have the customers. So now we're gonna just pass that customer ID. So it should be customer ID is equal to, it will be customers dot data dot length. If it's bigger than 0, then it will be that customers dot data, and from there we're gonna get a 0 index value, and from there we can just directly got that with a ID parameter, otherwise is empty. So means now we're grabbing the customer ID. Like if we have the customer, we'll get the customer ID, otherwise we'll just get an empty variable. That's it. So now it's time to create the payload, right? By which we're gonna generate the payment instances. Now mostly is a typical feature, especially beforehand if you're developing the Next.js application, we are going to use that other parameter third-party library like Stripe client or some others, but today we are just going to hit that with server action. That's it. And one more parameter is yet pending, because as you see we are using as it action, right? So in the top we need to use a flag which will be use server. So now that itself, this function itself, it will be act like a server. If you don't use the flag, like the use client flag to make it the client, so that's the next one kind of flag is that by which we need to define that it will be as that will be in a server parameter, and you can use it as a server. So by which we are creating API and others, it will work as the simultaneously same parameter and same instances. So now this the time we're gonna create the other parameter. So it will be const session payload, and in that session payload we're gonna get the stripe. From the stripe and dot we're gonna get the checkout. Now here also you can just get that stripe, the stripe we have, right? Stripe dot checkout, right? The same thing, you can grab it like that. So let's say stripe dot checkout. So I think better to create that, yeah, should be stripe. Is it imported at the top? Yeah, that's the stripe we're gonna use directly. So that should be stripe dot checkout dot session create params. So we're gonna create the session with the params, and it will be an object. Here we're gonna pass the metadata, right? So in the metadata, remember the way we written that metadata, we can just define directly there the order number and others. So it's okay, it will directly go. But for that, what you need to do, you need to like destructure the metadata. That's is up to you, or you can directly fetch the metadata the way we render here. So we need to just go and grab it the way we supposed to be. So the order number, it should be order number here, which will be metadata dot order number, and after that the customer, we can just grab it. It's just similar properties, it's just as it usual like before. So there it will also having a 4 parameters which are going to be contradict with that. The order number, which will be the metadata, the order number we are passing, customer name, the customer name. You just need to destructure if you want it to just destructure the metadata. Like you can just go through that const, then destructure it. Like we have that order number is equal to, let's say, metadata, and now you can grab the other parameter, the order number, you see. So all the parameters, it will just come by like that. But right now I think this is the way we can save the purpose. Now after the metadata, now we have the metadata, we need to pass a mode, and that mode, it will be payment mode. Okay, we're going to accept the payment, and that allow promotion calls. If we have any promotion, we can now go through it. We're going to make it true. Later on, we're going to create our promotion code. Okay, and after that also payment, it will be payment underscore method underscore types. And here you can put a multiple types, but right now we'll just gonna grab the card. That's it, the card method it will go. It depends if you want to use the multiple payment instances, it will be simply as fine. Okay, now I'm grabbing one more properties there, which is the next public base URL key, which will be your localhost 3000 key. It will be there, so that's the one it will be using as that thing. So I'm going to copy that. So right now we're going to write the conditioning here, like which URL it gonna hit and how it will go through it. So for now, as the payment method types we define, we will pass the success URL. So after successfully align, where it gonna hit. So in the success URL, we're gonna define it within a backtick. So it will be a process.env. Then we're gonna pass our URL, base URL, and after that we will pass that. It will go directly in the success screen, the success page, and there within the parameter in the params, we're gonna pass our session underscore ID. At that ID, it will be the ID for the checkout session ID. Should be checkout and underscore session underscore ID. So that's the ID we're gonna pass, and also after that we're gonna pass our order number. So order number, so order number. So in the order number is equal to, it will be the metadata dot order number. So now if the payment is successful, what we are doing, we are just simply passing the variable, directly injecting to that our next public base URL, which is the localhost 3000. Then it will go in a success page, and we can do one more thing here. In the client, we will create a page success. It will be the folder, and here we'll just simply create a success page, page.tsx. it will be RAFCE, and that page, it will be our success page, just to be defined. And also this page, we're gonna render it within, or you can just make that, and let's say we're gonna render our container here. So that should be our container, a title tag. Did you have the title? Title, no, nothing. So let's say an h2 tag that will define success page, just without getting the 404 error, so we know we're having a page here. So that's the page. We're gonna redirect it, and after that also we're gonna having a cancel URL. So as long as you're having success, we're gonna have the cancel URL, and that cancel URL, it will be simply, we're gonna pass the user to directly go back to our, like, the process.env dot our public URL, and then it will just make that return back to our cart page. That's it, nothing fancy. Now as you're having that, now we need to provide the data by which the like for the Stripe going to showcase the data, how it will be. So that will inject with the line items parameter. So that's the one we are going to head back towards. So in the line items, we're gonna pass the items, and from the items we're gonna map with that. By default, we're gonna take a new item parameter, and from there, and in line return, then within an object. So what we're doing, we're returning the value with an individual product. So in the product, the price data, in the data we're gonna define the data, the currency we want to pass as currency, it will be USD. So the dollar sign, it will be there, the USD, and unit amount. In the unit amount, we're gonna make that round parameter, so the all, it will be equal. So math.round, that will be item dot product dot price, and into 100. So why? And also need to check that, yeah, you can make it as number, it will go also, or you can make that it will be available. And why we are making that? We are just making that to convert it within a sense. Why we need to do that? Because by default it will not look back to, we need to break down every single penny, right? If $1 have 100 cents, so means we are passing that if a product price have like $10, we are passing $10 into 100, means 1,000 cents. We are not passing the dollars, we are passing the cents. And why we're doing that? Because every single cent is counts while it's timing for the payment method. So we need to be ensure that yes, that method should be count equally there. Okay, now we are having that price value. And after that, you also need to pass that product data, which will be defined within also in an object. And in the name, we're going to pass that item dot, oops, it will be not that. The name should be item dot product dot name. If the name is available, then name. Then we're going to pass that unnamed product. So the name is given. Now the description, it will be there, which will be, let's say, item dot product dot description. And after that, the metadata. In the metadata, we're gonna pass the ID which will be, let's say, item dot product dot underscore ID. That's the product ID, it will be given. And the images, as you see, the images, we need to pass that item dot product dot image. If the image is available, then we're gonna pass something. If it's not available, we're gonna pass something. If the image is not available, then we'll pass the image should be undefined, means no image is there. And now, as the image is going to be retrieved from Sanity, in that, because it will go within a like the array format, we need to pass that our URL for, by which we can directly grab that our URL, image URL. And here we're going to pass that image.product.image, and here we need to pass that URL. So now it will directly grab our image URL data. So now we have the image, and one more things we need to also predefine here, not directly here but later. As you see that all the data is coming for as a price data. After the price data, also you need to pass the one value is the quantity, which will be item dot quantity. So that's the value we have here. So now in that session payload, what we are doing, we are grabbing that metadata directly, and we are passing that mode as metadata. As the metadata we have, we are passing the order number, customer name, customer email, and Clerk user ID. Mode is having the payment, allow promotion is yes, so means like it's true. So I'm going to show you how you can create that and how you can use that. Now payment method types, it will be in the card. We are forecasting the success URL, cancel URL, and then passing the line items. In the line items, we are passing the price data, which is the currency USD. We are passing the unit amount and the product data. Then we are having the quantity. Now this is the catch where we need to work and make it happen. So here what we're gonna do, if we have a customer ID, right? If we have the customer ID, then what you're gonna do? If doesn't have, then what you're gonna do should be session payload dot customer, and that would be equal to customer ID. Okay, done. And else, if we doesn't have the customer ID, means we doesn't have the customer yet, then what you're gonna do, session payload dot customer email, because we're gonna use the customer email to create a new email, to create a new ID, should be metadata dot customer email. Okay, so now with that we can grab this one, and from there we need to now, we should be able to grab one session, should be const session is equal to await. It should be stripe dot checkout dot, and then we're gonna grab the sessions, then we will get the create, and here we're gonna pass our session payload, and from there we will get an URL. We're gonna just simply pass the return. It will be session dot URL. So that's the URL we are needing right now to create the other parameter. And as you see, everything's good in place, but as we use the await method, we need to make that function as async function. Okay, we are getting async await, so everything is all right. Then we should be getting one checkout URL. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna inspect it directly in console. Now remove everything. Let's say create a proceed to checkout, and let's see what is happening. As you see, we are grabbing. If I open that in a new tab, you're gonna see that's the checkout format right now we are having. But we will not let the user to just let out from our like the payment section, right? We will drive it within that URL, within that, like we're gonna redirect that URL within our application layer. And how we can do that? But before doing that, remember we have that checkout button, so we need to make that one in a very crucial way by which we can showcase the loader and other instances. I'm gonna do it for one view, and you can feel free to go and do that for the other view. So what I'm gonna do, let's just go back here, and in there when we are okay, I'm gonna just go and initiate the loader. So that's our second parameter. That's the first one where we have order, and then this is the button, right? So in the button, we're gonna disable the button wherever we are having the loading. Like if it's loading, it will be disabled. And also for the checkout, this text we can define on that. If we have the loading, then what we're gonna say, we will directly say that it will be like processing. And if we have no loading, we will just say it simply that proceed to checkout. That's the one parameter, and that's it. I think we are good to go right now. And after that, once we are getting back the checkout URL, right? So in that URL, we will now redirect our window on the location, because as you see, the checkout URL is just an URL which we are facing. So we're gonna make that window dot, and we're gonna pass a location parameter, location dot href, and in that href it should be is equal to on that checkout URL. That's it. That's the last instant point we are dealing right now. So what we're gonna do, that's the moment of truth. If we are, everything is providing all right in a good format, we should be able to retrieve the order, like getting the data here, and that data, it should be available here if you go in that Stripe payment section. And we're gonna just go in the transaction right now. So we didn't have any transaction yet, as you see is empty. So what we're gonna do, let's go in our page here, proceed to checkout. As you see, disable and processing, so you cannot click it anymore. Now as you see, it's deriving to get my email, like the email we have, and 424, and we need to define that 4242, the default payment card value. And this one, this name we cannot get from the metadata, because that name should be matched with the card name we have, but we are not giving the user, because whatever user I have, we're directly passing the email to that particular user only, not any others, right? So now here we're gonna pass a name. Let's say I'm gonna pass my name and pay. Now after payment, when the payment is successful, it's gonna redirect back to me my success URL, my success page. As you see, I'm having in my success page, I'm getting my order number, I'm getting my as you see, session ID. So all are working perfectly. If you come back here, just need to hit a reload here, a hot reload, as the first payment is done. So now after reloading, we should be able to get one payment. As you see, 296. If you click on that, you will get the other value perfectly, and it will just work properly. As you see, wow, super cool. Everything is right here. Now as you're having the payment, now we need to go and work in a different purposes. But before working in other parameter, what I like to do is to create that success instances. Later on, what we're gonna do, we're gonna create our webhook by which we can now know how to create the other parameter. So let's go in the success page. So that's our success. I'm gonna close others. Now the success page also typically it will be an client page. Now I'm gonna just make that as a use client flag. You can take a new component here, make it as a use client, and page it will be make it as a server side page, is up to you. But I'll go in a very efficient manner. So now what I need to do is that first here I'm gonna create two parameters which will be const search params, and that search params is equal to, we need to get that use search params from the next navigation, and that we're gonna get the search params SEARCH need to be given. So that's the one, and then we will get that const order number, and that it will be our search params dot get, and from there we're gonna get it according to our order number. And if we just log our order number, we should be able to get our order number. So create, and let's go and inspect console. As you see, we're having one order number, so we get the order. Now we can just simply define what we want, like in the use effect hook, use effect, and here what we're gonna pass that if we doesn't have the order number, what we want. If we have the order number, we want something. So if we want to like empty our cart. That's, you can do it also after the payment is done, but you can also do it here. That's a simple procedure you can go and follow through. So const, it should be clear card, and that will coming from that use card store, and from there we will grab all the state, and from that state it should be there state dot receipt card. You can grab it from here, or you know how you can do that. You can just make that const receipt card. It should be use I think use card store. Yeah, use card store. That's it. As you see, the both way it will work. Now you see type receipt card is available. So now if I have the order number, what I want to receive my card value, and I'm gonna do it simply. Should be receipt card, and that will always take effect whenever the order number it will be available. When the clear receipt card it will be available. I think receipt card or clear card, which one we prefer. So let's go my store .ts, and that is, yeah, receipt card. So means the card it will be emptied, and we're gonna see, okay, what's wrong here. Use effect change size between renderers. The order and size, this is array must be returned and constant. Okay. If order number is available, only then we are passing that receipt card value. Okay, we need to go in a functional way, because as we are directly calling there, so it can be throwing an error. So instead of having that this layer, we can just go with, let's say it will be a clear card. So we're gonna just grab that card store, and from there instead of receipt card, we're gonna call that clear card, and it will just passing that instant value. As you see, it will go for sure. If we just reload, it will automatically disappear. Our order item, it should be emptied, as you see. So the first instant is just leading it here. Now what I'm gonna do is to create a simple that look like success page, by which we're gonna get the clear message, and after that we're gonna implement our like the webhook, so that we can check the action, and we would be able to send our order to Sanity order, which the schema we have been written, and particularly we're gonna just prefetch the data and directly dump it in the order session we have here. Then we can grab and prefetch that all the modules. So let's create a design pattern for the success page. So instead of passing that within, I think we no need to have that container. So what I'm gonna do, just grab that and put a class name here. You're gonna make that padding y as 10, because we want to keep it in the middle, so no need to put a max width here. So md in padding y should be 20, and then bj should be gradient and to be bottom right, and from it should be passing the value of from green 50 to green 100. Okay, now as you see, we are having a simple structure here. Okay, as we are having this structure, we will also make it flex, item center, justify center, and padding 4. So whatever we're gonna dump it here, it will be at the middle, right? Now here we're gonna also define a motion parameter. First, I'm gonna just take the motion, should be import motion, and it will coming directly from framer motion. Is the motion is not refactor? I don't know, sometimes it's not providing. Did we install the motion? If we go in the package, we should have been installed the motion, right? Oh no. Okay, cool. We are still not getting the motion. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna install the motion. So npm I framer motion. Let's see. Okay, installing. If it's not having any issue, okay, issue is providing, so need to pass with the legacy pair dependency. So let's try one more time with legacy. and that should be available. Yeah, now is installing, and after installing we can now directly inject it here. So should be framer motion. Let it install. We're gonna just showcase later on. So after that div, we're gonna having a motion div here directly, and if we just go, let's say it's still installing, we're gonna have a div called motion.div, and within that div layer we're gonna pass an icon which will be check icon. So let's say passing that check. Okay, I think yeah, check should be coming from the lucid icon. Okay, it's installed, so means it will be good to go. Now in the div, what we're gonna define is that, let's say that will be motion, but the check also we're gonna pass within a motion parameter. So should be motion.div, and here we're gonna pass that, injecting that our check icon. Right now you will only see the check icon, so we're gonna make that one looks a bit like put an initial value which will be, let's say that one opacity should be 0 and y it will be 20, and after that we will make that animate. So once the animating is happened, so the opacity should be 1 and y should be 0. So instead of skipping in vertically, it will be in place. And also we'll make the transition, and in the transition we'll make a duration which will be 0.5. Done. That's the one variable. And also you're going to make a class name which will be background color, it will be white, and then rounded should be 2xl, and then a shadow should be 2xl, and px should be 8, and padding y should be 12, and max weight should be xl, and after that text should be center. So that's the value. As you see, just we are having that layer. Now we will make it in a good shape so that it will be setting perfectly. Okay, and also it will be initial should be scale scale should be 0. Okay, so we will just make an keeping it bigger and smaller. So animate should be scale should be 1, and after that we will make that transition, and that transition it will passing a delay value which will be 0.2, and then the type oops, it should be not try. Okay, 0.2 it will be type which will be spring, and after that I think the stiffness we need to provide also. The stiffness we are going to provide as 200. So I think, yeah, that's the layer. Okay, still I think you will not see that much ratio here. For the check, we need to make the class name. The text should be tail of 600. Let's say 600, and weight it will be 12. Height it will be 12. So that's the one. If we just reload right now, let's see what's it's just casing. Yeah, see, just giving an effect. Okay, as you see on just reload, it's just providing a catchy effect, coming bigger and smaller. That's it. So it's just dumping like that way. So that's the design we create for this portion. Either if you want to make it also a square, you could just make that as you make the padding y value or padding x value, you can just make that padding as 8. It will providing that you that square shape. It's just up to you how the way you feel it look alike. Now in h1 tag parameter, we're gonna make that order confirmed, and after that also let's say a div. Then we're gonna pass a p tag which will be thank you for your purchase, and we're gonna make that using that an oppose. And using an oppose means you can either use that one, but once you are going to dump it in the next like for the versal, you're gonna grab an error. So it's better to using that an oppose so that it will not passing that error anymore. So we are processing your order and will ship it soon. A confirmation email with your order. Oops, it will be with your order details will be sent to your inbox shortly. So that's the message we want to showcase. As you see, we're grabbing the message, but we need to make it look in a better way. So right now, as you're having, that's the one motion we have. So that's the one, but we have the flex properties, but it's not injecting perfectly. It's because, as you see, that's motion, because we need to also drag that every single things within this parameter. So that will be on that layer. So that motion, as you see, once we just reload, all the effect should be directly coming here. Okay, we need to create in that way. Okay. What we are missing here? So we make the text center. That is really bad. We're missing something. And what is missing is here, I forget to provide that color for this one. So you see that div need to combine some parameter. So that div, put a class name. Remember the width for icon is 1212. So I'm going to provide a width of 24, height of 24, and then background color should be green. Green of, let's say, 100. And after that, rounded should be full. Flex, item center, justify center, MX auto should be in the middle, margin bottom is 8, and shadow should be LG. Now that's the layer we want to create. Now this will give a perfect effect. As you see, once we are loading, okay, cool, now it's getting in a proper shape. Now for the H1 tag, put a class name, should be class name. Text should be 3 axle, and font should be, let's put bold font. Text will be gray of 800. Text gray of 800, and after that margin bottom should be 4, and after that this div, it will be getting some way. So for the div, I'm gonna make it like, put a class name, a space y should be space space y should be, let's say, 4. Margin bottom should be 8, and let's say text, I think the text I'm gonna put in left proportion. By default it will be left, just creeping in that way. Class name, the text gray would be 600. So now we are grabbing the design ratio. So I think in a way it looks not so bad here. Now after that p tag, passing another p tag, it will be in the p tag should be passing that order number, and in the number on this pan tag we're gonna pass simply the order number. So to make that one in a proper shape, text should be black and font should be semi bold, and also we can just simply, instead of passing it here, I think I'm gonna just cut that, and I'm not gonna pass this value here. I'm gonna directly grab that one for this layer, so all the text, it will get the default value. So we have the order number. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass another div, and that will be simply just passing the structurable value. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna dump it here. So after that div, we're gonna grab the div, which is what next. So here we're gonna passing that UL list. Check your email for order confirmation. We will notify you when your order ships, and track your order status anytime. And as you see, passing that simple design parameter, making the background green, and then also this one, text green, text SM space Y1. So that's the one we are creating. What's next? Check your email for order and notify and track order. Now that's the, I think the one last parameter is pending, is to create the button, right? So I'm going to give a div, and in the div I'm going to provide a link, and in that link, let's say it will be a home icon from the Lucid React, and here we're going to put a name which will be home. And for the href of that parameter, href, I think need to import the link from the next link, and the href, it gonna just render to our home directly. So that's the home. So we need to make it align. First, to make it align, put a class name. We're gonna make it as a grid. So by default, grid call should be 1, sm grid call should be 3, and I'm gonna pass a gap of 4. So that's the way it's gonna structurize. Now what I'm gonna do, let's say for the home icon, let's put a class name. The width should be 5, height should be 5. Where am I? Yeah, width should be 5, and here height should be 5, margin right should be 2. I think that will be like that, but this one need to be properly aligned. So it will be just similarly, all of will be the same parameter. So first thing, put a class name. I'm gonna make it a flex, item center, justify center, padding X should be 4, padding Y should be 3, and font should be semi bold. So right now, after dealing with that, as you see, is coming together. And what I'm gonna do, background color should be green of 500, green of not 6 but 500 bg. Text should be white color, rounded should be LG, and after that, once we hovering, bj should be green of 600, and we're gonna make that as a shadow of MD, and we're gonna make it as hover effect. So now if you go here, as you see, yeah, if we click, it will directly take back to our home. So what I'm gonna do, that's the similar effect it gonna pumping up. So I'm gonna just passing my others value here, so which going to be my those of the links. So need to grab the package icon, need to grab that shopping bag icon. That's it. So now if we just come back within the same layer, okay, as you see, order confirmed, home, order, shopping. So now we can track those things properly. If you want to return back, not providing that much gap, you can just feel free to combine from it here. You can just make that padding white, and you know, it will give you a perfect view here. So now as we are passing here, if we click in the orders, we should be able to grab the orders, right? So what we're gonna do here in the client, we're gonna get one more page, should be order. And here we're gonna make a simple page, page.tsx rfce. So that one, it will be our order page. So in that order page, we will create a lot of things. So in that container, it will be passing that order page value. So grab the order page, and I think it should not be order, it should be, I think, the orders. That's why it's not generating automatically. So I'm gonna rename that one, and let's say orders, and that will be also just to put efficient, should be orders page. Now what I need to do, because once we are delving, like once we are creating the order, it's not saving, we are not directly getting it where it's supposed to be. And why we are not getting it is because we need to use that webhook. And how you can create the webhook, that's the first place, how you can use the webhook to generate the webhook. Okay, I'm gonna just rename that, reload that. Okay, order page is not defined, let's go backward. It's defined. Let's say click orders. Is it possible? Okay. So need to rename that one. Yeah. So now to create the webhook, how we can grab that? It's very simple to go and generate the webhook. So that is the order. I don't know why, what's happened. It just redirecting to all of that. Am I missing something? Okay, that's our local host. Let's just reload. I think, yeah, it's just having some issue of the reload or something. Now first we need to install Stripe, right, in our local machine. So let's say Stripe download. So let's go in the download option. Now here again, Stripe with the Stripe CLI. If we click on that on the documentation, you can see that install the Stripe CLI. So if we just make it try online, okay, that's the way we can install. I want to showcase the Google like GitHub platform there from where you can download. So let's say Stripe download. Stripe download, here is that GitHub. Yeah, that's the one I want to showcase. So okay, it's directly getting the download folder, so I'm gonna cut that. Let's enter so we can, okay, that's also not coming. Let's say in the download, I think it will be release here. Yeah, so it will be github.com stripe CLI release. And from there is a Linux version, Mac version here. So my system is like Windows 64-bit. So you can also go, and there is a various versions there. You can go, feel free to go and explore, and you can go directly here. I think okay, show 15 assets. Yeah, I use that one, Stripe Windows. So if I just open my terminal here, and in the terminal, if I just try that Stripe, you should be able to see the Stripe. Okay, let's just, okay, Stripe ENV. So now you should be able to see the Stripe version here, which will be available. As you see, 1.22, that's the one I'm using. So you download it. If either you're using Mac or Linux, you need to download, and then you need to go through to create the other instance. So after downloading, how you can run that one, right? So to run that one, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass a value here from where it can run, from where it can listen. So first command, which will be like that, Stripe listen. So first I need to give a variable which by which it can listen that one. So I'm gonna say Stripe listen, and I'm gonna forward that forward and forward to, and let's pass that the value of that local host which I'm gonna render. So it should be 3000 /API/webhook. Enter. And after entering, it's gonna pass me one variable here. As you see, that's the key, which will be my webhook key. So I'm gonna copy that, right? So after copying that, I will just directly go in my env file, so which will be .env, and here in that like webhook secret, I'm gonna just directly pass that one. So now I have my webhook key. So you feel free to install, then only then once you run that command, Stripe listen forwarded to, I need to pass the port, and then it will run. So I'm gonna keep it like that, and now it's time to create my route. And how we gonna do that? Remember which one I post that, localhost API webhook. So if I go in my app, I'm gonna create one structure here. So the directory name, okay, I'm gonna just close all the things. So here it will be my API, and in the API I'm gonna take another folder which will be that checkout, and in the checkout I need to just provide a route here which will be route.ts. So now I'm having my route, so it will be now working perfectly. So let's say export assign function, assign, and we're gonna pass that function, and that function, it will be a name of the post function, which will be a post method, and in the request we're gonna directly pass that request parameter, which will be request, and in the request the type should be the next request type, and don't import it from the server. No, import it from the server, not from other parameters. So that will be our total overview by which we can grab that function. Now in that function we will also grab some other property. We can grab the body. So the body, it should be body is equal to, let's say, await request.text. So whatever the text we're gonna passing there, we're gonna grab that as body. And also you're gonna pass that headers list. It should be is equal to await. We're gonna grab the headers from the next headers. And then we need to get the signature, right? That signature by which we can check that's what kind of headers we are getting. That signature, it will be header list dot get. We're gonna get the signature, like the signature coming from Stripe signature. So whatever the Stripe signature we're getting from the header list, we're gonna grab that. Now we're gonna check if we doesn't have the signature, like it's not, the headers is not coming from the Stripe, then we're gonna pass a value. Return should be next response. Need to import again next response dot JSON we're gonna pass, and in the JSON we will pass the error, right? The error, it will be no Stripe signature. Okay. And after that we will also pass an status code, and the status should be 400. Okay, server failed. So now if we doesn't have the signature, now if we have the signature, we will make a secret which will be webhook secret. Webhook secret is equal to process.env. And in that env, remember the name we have been given there, and whenever you are getting the name, better try to copy paste it, because sometimes you will get the misspelled and it will be false. Now we have the webhook secret, and also I'm gonna check if we doesn't have the webhook secret, means sometimes it can be fallback. We will just log in that persistence, like if we say Stripe webhook secret is not set, and instead of log we will pass that error. I think that will be perfect, and I'm going to return the value, which will be again the next not next request, it should be response. And for that instances, I'm going to just copy this layer here, So pass this one. Status, it will be 400 again. So here we can pass the similar message by which we will know that what's happening there. So this will be passing there in the message that no stripe secret is set. Now this time is like if we have set the secret, right? Now if we having the secret, we're gonna get the event. So that event is equal to should be stripe dot event. So we're gonna grab the stripe event value, event. Okay, what's wrong here? Event is saying event does not exist. Why? Did we import the stripe? Yeah, that's our stripe. Then it should be okay. I think event. Okay, we're gonna get a try catch block, then we will see why it's not getting there. So in the try catch, we're gonna pass if we are having that error. So we can also grab that. So if we have error, we can pass that response here, and in the response we can just simply pass that, which will be webhook error. And we can also pass the error because it's in webhook error, so we know what kind of things is happening. So here we can pass directly the error here in the front end, and also I'm gonna set case that console dot error, and in the error it should be that webhook event error, and in the error we can pass the error. Now in the try block, we will just define how we can grab that property. So the event is equal to should be stripe. That stripe need to be coming from my lib stripe dot webhooks dot let's say construct event, and from that event we're gonna pass the body, we're gonna get the signature, and also you're gonna get that webhook secret. With that property we will be available, like we can create our stripe secret, like stripe. Okay, the one thing is that it should be a clone. That was the problem. So now that's our event. First event is going to grab the stripe event, and now whenever we are getting a try catch value, we are just going to create a constructing a new event with the body which you are getting, passing that stripe signature, passing that webhook secret. Means we should be having an event. After having the event, we can now pass that event to get the value. Now if we have that event dot type is equal to, now we can check all the event type. Let's say checkout, session, expire, and others. So now you need to be check carefully one more thing. Like see, once I type the event, I can grab all the event values. So if that things is not happening with you, means something is having error. So if you're using TypeScript, that should be providing that. So now we're gonna get that checkout session completed. If that happen, only then we're gonna grab the value. So passing that session is equal to, it should be event dot data dot object, and we're going to pass that as stripe dot checkout dot session. So that will be the value for it. Now after that we need to also getting that properties should be, let's say, try catch. So in that try catch value, I think something we have been putting in wrong motion. It should be there, and that should be removed from there. I think so, yeah. Now in the try catch properties, remember if we have the error, we can pass the error, otherwise it will be fine. So we're gonna just passing that error value here in the catch properties. So if we having the error, so here, because now we're gonna create the order, so what we're gonna do, so we will say that order created in sanity error. So now we know what kind of error we are encompassing. So after that, what we're gonna define is there in that try block, we're gonna say const order is equal to await, let's say creates order in sanity, which the function we didn't create yet, so we need to create that function. So it will be create order in sanity. we're gonna pass our session injecting session directly here. So we're gonna create that function at the bottom layer, and that function will be responsible to create our property. So it will be assign function. So assign function, passing the function name, and in the parameter we will grab the session, and on the type it will be the session type, which the type we are passing that should be checkout.session. And now we're going to create the variable. As you see, we are passing the order, so that order will be validated once we are just going to inject the order. So after that also we can make a log here just to see, which will be order created in Sanity, and here we can just check the order. Okay, so that's we're gonna check now. So after that we can create the order here. And how we can create, first we're gonna interject everything, like id is equal to we get from the session. Okay, so what kind of things we want id, we want amount total. After that we want the currency, we also want the metadata, we want that payment intent, then we want total details. So that's the things we want directly from this type. So now from the session as a D structure, let's say const order amount should be order number, and that should be equal to metadata, as it can be as unknown, also it can be as metadata. Okay, note that metadata, it will be the metadata of action checkout metadata. So now we are having that order number. Remember the 4 instances which we are passing there. We can also get our customer name, we can grab back our customer email, and also we can grab back our Clerk user ID. So now we are having the order number and everything. So it's time to create the order. So const line items and say with product. So we're gonna create the line item, duct product is equal to, and that should be, let's say, await stripe dot checkout, not charges, checkout dot session dot line items. And from the line items we're gonna pass the id, and after id we need to expand the value, and that expenditure we're gonna grab that the value which will be data dot price dot product. So that's the value we are going to grab. So the line items with product, it will be that checkout session, we will go all of the line items, and then from id we're gonna destructure that with the data price product. Now we're having that line items with product, right? Now const, let's say Sanity products. Okay, now here this time we need to create the products for Sanity, should be line items with a product dot data dot map, because we need to individually recognize the product. And here we're gonna take an function, then in return we're gonna pass an object. Here we're gonna pass the underscore key, and that key should be, let's say, crypto.random UUID. And after passing that id variable we need to also pass the product. So should be a product, and that product should be, we need to pass a type which going to get a reference, REFEREN, I think that we're missing an n, and in the ref type would be reference, and the ref okay, and the underscore ref we need to pass the ref should be item dot price dot product, and s we need to product s let's say stripe dot product, and here we can now pass that as the value is there dot metadata dot id. So I think we need to make ensure a null check here. So now we are getting a 2 different value. In that product we are passing a type underscore type which is going to get the reference, and the reference key which will be from that item dot price dot product as stripe product, and then we're gonna pass the metadata dot id. And also we need one more properties. Remember, we need to grab that quantity, right? So the item dot quantity, if the quantity is available quantity, then otherwise it will be 0. Now we are getting the Sanity products value. So this time we need to construct the order. How we can construct the order? So let's say const order is equal to await. Now here, if you see, we can make it that backend client, that one which is still not yet created. We need to create a backend client properties by which we can grab that properties and directly inject the data in Sanity. Remember, in the lib on the Sanity folder, we have a lib here. So in that lib, I'm gonna get another file which will be my backend client dot, let's say it will be also a TS file. So in that file, we're gonna create that properties to go and fetch the other value. So let's say export const backend client, and that client should be create client, let's say client need to be import from Next Sanity, and from there we're gonna pass an object, should be passing that project ID and then passing that data set. And that project ID need to be imported from okay, where is not coming from that. I think we can directly go and grab from that env file we have. Okay, it should grab from Sanity env, but did we have Sanity env? Or we can directly destructure it as from the env file. So we can just name it here as API version dataset project ID, and it will automatically get from the env file. So now as you did that, so now we have the dataset, we have the project ID from directly from the env file we have, and also we have the API version here available. And now we can make that useCDN should be true. Right now I'm just keep gonna true it, and the token I'm gonna passing that token which is going to be process, let's say process.env dot. You can also pass that, or directly you can fetch that API token if you want it to. I'm gonna just pass that. So now we have that our token properties. So we are just creating that one of the backend client. So as you're having that backend client, let's say that backend client would be responsible to create the orders. So create, as you see now my data is correct. If we see, I can grab the variable. If anything is missed, the variable information you will not get. So you can just destructure and let's see where is the missing properties. And underscore type, it should be the order. Remember our schema. If we just go in the order schema, order type, you see in the top layer, we are declaring that name. See the order, that's the name should be matching here. So be careful once you are passing the name, it should be the similar name. We're gonna pass that order number, right? So order number, which we have the value. I think we are in the shape. Okay, we are destructuring the order number. So let's say, we're destructuring, but why is not suggesting order number? Okay, cool. And then we will also get that Stripe checkout session ID, which going to be the ID we are injecting. Then also it will check that Stripe payment intent ID, which will be payment intent. And then we're going to pass our customer name, which will be as a customer, not email, customer name. And after that, we will make that Stripe customer ID. Let's say that will be our customer email. And after that, we're gonna pass that our Clerk user ID, which going to be that Clerk user ID. You can keep it similar like that if you want. Then the email should be our customer email. Okay. And after that, also need to pass some of the value. So let's pass the currency, should be the currency we are passing, and that amount discount. So the discount amount should be the amount which we are going to inject. That should be the total, like total underscore details dot amount discount. And if it's available, we're gonna pass, otherwise it will be 0. If it's available, then it should be the total details dot amount discount divide 100. Remember that. So we're gonna just destructure on that parameter. After that, we also need to pass our products, and that product should be the value of that Sanity products. Remember, we have one key parameter by which we're destructuring the Sanity product with ID and product type. So that's the one it will inject here. So we grab the products, and now we will grab the total price. The total price, it will be amount underscore total is available, that amount total, and it should be divided by 100. Why I'm dealing that? Remember, once we are passing the price, we are making instance, right? So whenever we are going to get back the price, it should be that parameter, right? Otherwise it will not work. Okay, webhook line, right, map error when writing ping message. Okay, I'm gonna just close it for right now. We're gonna open it again. After total price, then let's put that status, which will be, let's say, paid. For right now I'm going to keep it paid. Also you can make unpaid and also other parameter. The order date should be the new date, and I'm going to make it dot to ISO string. Okay, and from there, from that person, I'm going to just simply return our order. So right now, if everything is working perfectly, we should be able to create our step in order in Sanity. For right now, in this, from this parameter, I'm going to remove my older product, delete altogether. So now in my order list is totally empty, so no order is available. And also if we just come back, so my thing is loading. So now we can create one Stripe payment, but before creating that, I want to make it / Stripe to run that parameter. Okay, it's running, and this secret, because it's gonna change after a certain time, like after 1 day, 48 hours or 72 hours. So you need to just check that it's finished or not. If it's changed, you need to also change the secret by itself, otherwise it will not work. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and grab my here. So let's say we're gonna add some more product here. Okay, so this time we're gonna create a checkout instances. If everything is good, we should be able to grab that. We have 114. If we just proceed to checkout and see, there is nothing happened yet. And why it's not happening? Because it will only happen once the payment instance going to be started. So 4242, let's say 1235 123, providing the name of in the card, and hit pay. Now we can check if anything is created here. So as you see, I can track right now, but in my track it's not created. Your webhook sign-in secret is I think it's because I need to also make sign in. Maybe that's what I need to do. Let's open that. Let's say Stripe login, enter, because I need to go to create the Stripe login, otherwise it will not inject. And this one I need to check which account I am using this here. So I have multiple account in the Stripe instances, I think. Yeah, so I need to go in my authenticator app to pass the value, because it's a multi-instance. I create that. So in my authenticator, I should be able to grab one. I think I use, which account I use. So okay, it's not showcasing here. Okay, let me, I can grab it. So let's say Stripe. Okay, I got that secret 101625. Okay, now I need to give the access, so allow access. Now access is granted, so that's the step which I misspelled, so I forget to create that one. So you should be able to see two payment is done here. So what we're gonna do, as the last one 114, we will create another order. Let's go back to the home, and we will create one more, and this time I think the Stripe can listen and pass the order and do the trick the way it's supposed to do. Now let's go in the card, and from the card we're gonna directly go in the payment option. Okay, Stripe is still not doing anything. It's not supposed to not do that. So this time hit pay. So now let's see if it can connect. Only then I think, is it? No, it still can't connect. Your webhook sign-in secret is that. So okay, we can debug that. I think the mistake we have been done here is, see the checkout. Okay, that's the problem. Instead of checkout, it should be our webhook. Oh my god, yeah, that's the problem which we have been dealing right now, because we are passing it as a checkout, so my webhook is not running, right? Okay, I'm gonna close again and then I'm gonna run it again. That was a simple silly mistake again. The name was the problem. Instead of that webhook, I provide the name as checkout, so that's just freak out because it's not finding the link. That was the issue only. So let's roll back to the card. I think this time it will not give me any issue. I think so. I think, okay, let's pass that. Okay, pay. Okay, now you see payment intent success. So the checkout session completed, payment intent created. Now I think it's just going to take an action. There is some error we are having. No worries about that. We can just go and check 404 in okay, we are having a 404 error in, okay, maybe that can be happen. Okay, we're having 404. If we roll back here and hit reload, it's not coming anything. I think we can fix that. So we have the product number, we have the value, but from where? API webhook 404 in 1465. Or instead of error, I think we can log the event so that we should be able to see where is actually things is going wrong. So that's my webhook, and we can also grab that log here. Okay, did you create everything perfectly? I think so, but let's just revoke one more time just to see what we missed. I think the mistake which we have been done, especially, you see the client, I think our entire that API webhook need to not to be in the client, but we need to move that not in app but in the client. Yes, that's why it cannot read here. Okay, webhook, okay, the API is mismatched. No worries, we can delete that. In the client, because we are now injecting directly in the app layer, because we have two different directory there. So I'm gonna just put that within our webhook here. So that's the webhook. I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna directly pass it in the client. We have API. I'm gonna just paste it here. I think now we will be able to grab those things. So let's just go try one more time. I think it will be fine. And also if we just come back here, okay, okay, I'm gonna just close it again, and this time we're gonna let it listen one more time. I think this time it will work perfectly. And while it's happening, check that if it's the similar or not. If we change, means something gonna be error again. So now I'm gonna try one more time, because as you see, I'm now moving my not in the app directly. As you see the structure in the app, in the client, I'm passing the API, then the webhook is destructuring, right? So that's my webhook. Okay, so here I'm just end passing. Now put an add to cart, and that's it. Let's see if this time we can check or not. So 196 to be paid, and that's our webhook is still running, good to go. So I think if we try this time 4242, okay, and now hit pay. So the instances should be creating. Okay, charge succeed. Still I am getting that. So let's try again something. I think in the code layer we're not getting anything. If we just check here, okay, see WWB, it should not be, it should be only one, you see, webhook. So I think the naming issue having the problem. So I think, yeah, webhook should be a single category. If we enter, I think this time it will not providing me the problem. Okay, secret, yeah. So now it could be matched, because you're getting 404 means not found. So every time it's running here, see the name here is the webhook, but here WWB, so that is having the problem. So let's try one more time. This time if it's having issue, it's really freaking me out. It's just a silly mistake, but you know, even the silly one, it can be a more, and it can be just making injecting that not to be happen. So now if we try this time, I think the problem is only for the mistake, I think so, but let's see, anything can happen. React PD, let's pay. and if it's found means it will work perfectly. Okay, created. Okay, now it's a different error. So 404 now 500. So API webhook means, yeah, if we click on that we should be able to get some details. Now we know it's changing, so means we can now debug and go and find other parameter why this is not happening. Okay, chart succeeded. Okay, we have the view. Okay, let's just go and debug a bit. I think the error can be aligned. Remember, I changed my product, that data layer in the Sanity. I changed the key, so there I have two separate, like I changed the shuffled account, right? So when I change the account, I need to also change my the token which I have, because right now what I've token have is just my this token. So in my Sanity, especially if we go back to our env file, we can just check that. As you see, that Sanity API token and Sanity API read token, these two token is the new one which we created, but I'm using the data from that Sanity project ID and dataset. So that was the error causing that, because it's mismatching. So I think that can be the valid reason to having an error. And there is one 500 error we should get because we doesn't have a return value from here. So once everything is making perfectly, we will pass a next response.json, and here we can just simply pass that receipt should be true. Okay, so now with that layer we can go and grab fetch every other thing. So other procedure is okay, the similar passion which we have been done. And if you're having an error, you can just make that, like I'm gonna close that, you can just simply make Stripe login directly from there, it will be fine. And also, if you cannot inject the Sanity property, you can also hit here Sanity login. I think that two parameter can give you access to go on that. So now this time, if we try, I think this time it can be possible to create a better way that it can work. Now let's try this time. 4242 1235 123, and let's say React PD pay. Now after dating that, now this time, yeah, payment to 200 yes. So as you see, I think everything going to work perfectly. And if we just roll back status paid, we are receiving all the data. Okay, now we are getting it. Especially if we go back here, as you see, the previously I created one, the success one, so now we should have that one also. So 144, and we just go back in this tribe, we should be able to see our payments which just recently we have been done. So the recent value is coming as value of 141, and that's the value of 141 which I am having the data, product data, I having the price, currency and others. So now we're having the data. So that can be sometimes it can be a real issue, like it will be difficult to grab that, you know. So what I'm saying, you just check some of the criteria. Either your API is in the client side, which should be here API webhook, and this here, this time everything was perfect, especially two things was mismatch. One, I didn't lock that properly, and the next one it was that I didn't connected it properly, and I didn't change the secret, especially the secret, and the API token key, I didn't change it. That's why the problem arise. I think now we are good to go. So we are having the event, we are having the session, everything is properly aligned. So I think also I'm getting on log from somewhere. I need to remove that log. So this the data. Okay, the session. Okay, here that's the order, so I'm gonna remove that. So now, as you're now still, if you are facing problem yet, let me know in the comments. I will try to reach you out and help you if you are facing those kind of problems, because for me it was just to having those problem, because it's just a mismatch of the data connection or others. So now, as we are having the data layer right now, so it's time to showcase our order properties, right? And how we can showcase that? Very simple. And to grab that, let's go back to our page here in the order page. So here we can grab the data, right? And to get back the data directly here, it also be a simple constraint, it will be running here. So first thing first, let's go and fetch our, just typing our query and other parameters. Let's go here in the helpers. On the queries, we're gonna write another queries which will help us to get our order data. So let's say to grab that, it will be a simple query, export const. It should be my orders query, and is equal to, let's say we're gonna make that define query parameter. On that define query, in the backtick we will put an asterisk mark, and here it should be underscore type should be as equal to order. And after passing that and we need to pass that Clerk user ID, should be user ID, and that ID also going to pass that value, should be user ID. And that going to also, we are going to make that order, which going to be passing that as order data and DESC. So we're gonna make it as descending parameter, and from there what kind of data we are going to get, right? We need to define which data we are going to inject. I think did we miss anything? Supposed not to be. So we are defining the query, which we have underscore type is equal to order, and after that and we are passing that, okay, we're passing the Clerk user ID is equal to user ID, and then the order should be ascending, so means it's supposed it to be, okay, yeah, from there we're gonna return whatever we want. We will get everything, and from there we're gonna destructure the products, which will be getting that products array, and after that from the products array we're gonna get the product. So all the products we're gonna get back from there. So that is our define query. So now as you're having the define query, we can now simply write our function. So let's go and make the function here, which will be export const, and that should be get my orders is equal to async, and here we will get our user ID, which will be coming as a string format. Oops, I need to close that, should be. And then if we doesn't have that user ID, that time we need to throw an error. So that should be throw an new error, and that error going to be user ID is required. So that's the error it's going to be. Now if we're having that, like if we passing the ID, put a try catch value, should be try catch, and in the catch we're gonna pass that our catch value. So that will be the catch fetching products, or error fetching, we can just simply say error fetching orders. Okay, now if we are successfully get the order, let's say const orders is equal to, it should be await, and here sanity fetch. So in the fetch method we're gonna directly just inject one oops, it should be query. So in the query it should be my orders query, and the params, it will take the params of that user ID. Okay, so now if we are receiving the product, so let's say if we are getting that, so return should be orders dot data, and if the data is available, okay, otherwise should be an empty. Now here we will run one more properties which will help us to get that. So should be npm run typegen. So that typegen will be responsible to create the properties of the value. As you see right now is the property data is any. I say y to go and proceed. So in the page we will now be able to grab the data. So let's see, to get that user ID, and we're gonna make that a async function, because here we're gonna get the user ID, should be const user ID should be await. Let's say we're gonna grab it from auth, which will be passing the value from our I think Clerk next auth server. And now as you're having that user ID, we can get the orders. Like if we doesn't have the user ID, so user ID is not available, we don't want the user should be coming here, and that time return redirect directly, we're gonna redirect to our home page. Okay, only once a user having the ID, they will be available to come back here. Now you see we are getting in order page. Now whenever we are coming in order page, now we can grab the orders, should be await, and that time you will make that get my orders, and in the orders we're passing that our user ID. So right now we should be able to get the orders. If we save and let's say put a log just to see if we are receiving that or not, we can face the error, but no worries. If we are facing that, we're gonna fix that, no worries about that. So let's say put a log here, we should get back the orders. What's the error we are facing? Get orders. Okay, yeah, I think okay, client error we are facing. So no worries. In the queries, I think the unexpected character in the queries. So let's roll back to the queries. We will fix the query parameter in the define query. Okay, so that's my orders query here. So in the define query, we are getting that underscore type is equal to order. We are passing that order, and clerk user ID is equal to, we are passing that user ID, the ID which we are passing, and we're making the order. So order data, whatever we're receiving, we are making is descending, and from there we are grabbing that, passing that products, getting all the products. Okay, that's the mistake. That should not be like that. Yeah, that's a simple mistake we are passing here. We need to pass a variable from there by which we need to inject the products in between this parameter. Okay, I think we can fix right now. Yeah, and this time we should be able to grab the order data. As you see, we're getting our product. Okay, and also if we come in the pages, especially if we just click on that in the queries, in the index parameter, as you see, if you're running here order, we should be able to see the order data. So in the order data, we are having data any source map counter. Okay, so we supposed to get, but what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a reload window so to see the view. Okay, it will not be there. Yeah, because previously once you generate that, because that time we are not having the data. So right now, if we are having the data, this time we need to generate it again. So I'm going to type gen again to generate my new data. And while it's generating, let's structure what kind of things we have. We have two array. Remember, we have the currency, we have user ID, discount. Now here is the product value we are having. We're having status, customer name. So everything is good to go. Okay, this time is created the value. If we go our index, this time if we check, okay, you see data, my orders query result. So now in that order, we know we have the order ID. So what you can do, you can go and check that payment method, and you know that's we are having some of the small mistake which is created by so far. It's not so much, but you need to fix that. So whenever you are doing, remember again, check the API if working properly, check the value of Stripe is working properly, also get that Webhook secret if it's working properly, then it will work. Because for you it will be perfect. For me, because I changed the product ID, the dataset and others, but I forget to change my token, read token and the Webhook token, the API token. That's why the problem was arised. I think for you it will be fine. Give it a shot. If you're facing error, let me know in the comments. I will try to reach you out and help. Now, as we are having the data in that properties, we can now showcase that data in our headers. How we can showcase? Remember, simply we can just go and grab that. So we can remember how we get the user ID. I think that user also having an ID. So if we log user dot ID, yeah, we have user ID from here also. So we can now check if we have user dot ID, let's say we can make const orders is equal to awaits and say get my orders, and here we're gonna pass that ID. Okay, I think if user ID, that's the one parameter. So let's say cannot find name ID. Oh, sorry, it should be user dot ID. So we should be able to get orders, right? But what's the error? Let's see. Attempting to fetch resources, the type error. Okay, let's reload again. I think it should, yeah, it's happening. It's supposed not be there. So okay, we can make that. We can make let orders is equal to, let's say, null, and here we'll just pass that let orders to grab the orders to once is possible. Now here in the order parameter, so as you see, we can now simply pass the value here. So it should be orders available if orders dot length, and I think in the orders we should be, yeah, we should be get that if orders dot length is available, gth length is bigger than 0. What's happening? Then passing that something, otherwise passing something should be orders dot length. Okay, let's see. Okay, property length does not providing. Why? That is the orders we are grabbing directly. Is it not coming? It's supposed to come. Yeah. So we are having the orders if users. Okay, we are. Okay. No need to attempt that let's, because we are now featuring that, so no need to capture that. So orders dot length is available, and if that length is bigger than 0, that time only it will affect. So right now, if we just go back, it should provide us the items. Okay. No, it's not providing the items. So I think we can check the orders. So let's log again. Should be orders, and that should be passing the orders value as a. So now if we go back here, okay, go at the bottom, we should, yeah, we are having two data, so orders, so we are passing that orders length. Yeah, we are having, so we can check orders dot length, and we should be able to see 2. Yeah, we have the length, so means we are just misconcepting, we are having some misunderstanding. Ling, let's say orders dot length. Yeah, okay, we're having that. Okay, we need to also cross check because we are setting that, right? So now we will make the NN flag. Whenever the orders is available, only then it will redirect. See, two items. So now we know this user having 2 items of orders. So this way you can grab it perfectly if you wanted to. You can also fetch it in different way. Now we have 2 orders. This time to showcase the orders data. After passing the orders, we will deploy it in Vercel. As we are having the orders data, it's time to just showcase the data in our orders page. Here, as you see, the order page is rendered. So we will make the similar of that. So where we can see the order list, and if we click off the order list, we should be able to generate the data according to the order. Every order, that would be a different order list. So that's the one we are going to create. And to create that one in the order page, let's go back here. And now, this is our order page. Here, as you see, if we doesn't have that user ID, we should be go back from here. And also you see in the logged, we are having the order data details is right there. So now what we can do, we can now generate the data according to that details. So first we're going to create this simple list view. After that, we will create the other possible view here. And to create that, let's go in that div on that container. We are going to roadmap on that. So over here, we will make that, as you see, we have the orders. So orders dot length. If we have the length, we want to show the order details like orders. And if we doesn't have anything, like if we have no orders length, means there is no orders available, that time we are going to showcase another div, and that div it will showcase that no orders. So no orders. So right now it will not popping up as we are having that order, so it will go and generate. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove one so that it will work in perfect way. Okay, so now in the orders, how we can align, because later on we're gonna shift. As you see, we can delay, like we can roll back from there, and then we can pass through that also. But to make that, let's just put a null check just to go and define that we are going to have one value, which is the no orders. So you're gonna just make a design on that. After that, we'll just go back to forecast the orders. So put a class name over here. I'm gonna make it a flex. Flex should be column and item should be center. Justify center. Padding Y should be 12 and also padding X should be 4. So whenever it will hit in the small screen, padding X should be 6 and LG padding X should be 8. Okay, it's just go out of the way, or we can do one more thing. I'm gonna just for right now keep padding X as 4, so you're gonna see all the details is here. Now what I'm gonna do first is that I'm gonna put an icon which will be flex. I think it will be flex file X. Yeah, file X. Why is not giving me the... So let me just import at the top that icon. I just not suggesting here. Okay, so file X. Okay, so that will be my icon, and for that one also height it will be 24, and I'm gonna provide a width of 24, and text should be gray of 400 and margin bottom should be 4. So you will have to see one file icon, as you see, means it will restrict that no orders. Now after that I'm gonna put an H3, and then it will saying no orders found, and after a p tag it will be there like it looks like you and of course we are going to use that and oppose. You haven't placed any orders yet. Start shopping to see your orders here. So that's the message it gonna pass. After that it will generate one button, and in this button we will also generate a link parameter here by which we'll showcase the link that they can go back to, like let's say browse products. And for right now I'm gonna just focus that in our href/home. So it will just go back there and showcase our home data. So from there we will make it make some little small design to make it more creative. So here put a class name, and there I'm gonna make it text which will be a 2XL, font will be semi bold, and text should be gray of 900. Done. And for the p tag we're gonna render of that class name. Margin top should be 2, text should be small text, and text should be gray of 600. And then text I'm gonna make it in a center, and max width should be MD. So as you see, yeah, looking good. Now for the button parameter, let's just put an button I'm gonna render as a child, and class name margin top should be 6. And that's it. So that's the design for our no orders found. And now as you're having the orders, that should be go out from there. So now we will showcase the product by which we can just go and create the design. And to implement that, instead of that div, or we'll use the card. So the card, and of course that card already we implemented from the Shadcn UI. And here I'm going to render the card header. So in the card header I'm going to pass that card title. So in the title it will be like order list. So we're gonna just showcase the order list value, as you see that's right here. And what I'm gonna do in the container over here, I'm gonna just make a class name, padding Y should be 10, so it will be having a space overall on the font and in horizontally. And for the card I'm gonna just make a class name which going to take us the class name width will be full width. Okay, so that's the card header done. After the card header I'm gonna render the card content. So in the card content I'm gonna also render that our scroll area. Now this scroll area we doesn't have it yet, so what I'm gonna do, let's just roll back to our friend over Shadcn UI, and I will try to find one which is called the scroll area, and it will be at the bottom letter S. This is the scroll area we need. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just copy that, and let's just open the terminal. In the second one I'm gonna just install that. So after having the scroll area we can now render the properties. So area, and within the scroll area I'm gonna pass a table. I think the table also we need to render. So now here I will not go by force, I'll go with legacy path dependency, and also I need to have the table. So let's go in the letter T, and I'm gonna render the table. Okay, so copy that and paste it to generate the table. And I think for this purpose, yeah, right now table enough. Later on, if we need, we're gonna get one by one. So the scroll area is still not okay. What I'm gonna do is to make that scroll area is not, it is not imported. Let's go check. It will be in our components, UI, and scroll area. Yeah, it's there. Okay, so it's just messing with me, but it's there already. So scroll area. Okay, now it's coming. So in this scroll area, what I'm gonna do is to create that table. So it will be table, and now this table is making me okay table. And what we can do is there, just I'm gonna open that table here. Now my file can read and it can import it automatically. Table. Okay, now see, table is there. And after table, we're gonna pass a table header. So it will be table header, not the head, but the header. And after table header, I'm gonna pass a table row, where the row it will be generated. So in the table row, I'm gonna pass first, it will be that table head. Okay, that will passing the head, whatever the value it will be in the head. So first head, it will be order number. If you just save it, and if we go back to our application, as you see, the order number is just popping up here, and it looks similar like that, right? So we are going to default style parameter of the Shadcn UI. You can see how that design is just implemented. So no need to be much more headache to create the design. And don't worry, if you want to make it in that way, you can do it. You can enter your own class name. Like if I want to make it width of 100 pixel, I can render. There is no of like every single component. Like why the Shadcn is much more complemented. As you see, whenever we go in the table, you see all the components, like you can pass the props and you can grab the class name. So as you see the CN and all the class name, you can just appropriately enter there. So no worries about it. Now I'm gonna take a width of 100 pixel for a smaller screen, and a bigger screen, it will be just taking that entire auto weight. Now I'm gonna make it 3, I think 1 2 3 4 5 6 should be there. So okay, 3 4 6. Okay, now after the order number, it will be passing the date. So let's just generate the date. Should be date, and here in the date there will be some more class name here, which will be by default, it will be hidden. Only in the like in the empty screen, it will gonna pass as a table cell, so you should be able to see that as you see the date. But a smaller screen, it will be hidden after the empty. If we just roll back there, as you see, if we come back in the empty screen, there is no date. Okay, others is available. And after the date, we should be taking the customer, and for the customer, I will not get any of the class name, or I think, yeah, no need the class name. I'm gonna just keep as it is. For the customer, it will taking our email parameter. Let's just put the email. For the email, I will just keep that same setup of the one is here. So let's just copy that class name here. I think that is not required. Okay, and for the other two, for the and this one, I think it will be for the total number. Should be total. Oh, not total, I think order total. And here I'm gonna pass the status. Okay, and for this logo here, it will be also randomized, like class name done, and also is done. Now if we come back here, we will see that a several ratio here we have, and now as you see, it just redirecting on that. We have order number, date, customer, email, total, status. The similar order number, date, customer, email, total, status. So that's the same scenario we are creating here, and we will also make things in a proper way so that the data it can flow perfectly. Now after that table row on that parameter, like the table header is passing, then we are going to, so table header is done, I think so. Did we miss anything? I think one more parameter is that is the table header, right? So after table header, we are passing the table row. So the table row is done, table header is done. Yeah, now here after table header, we will generate one more component here. And let's just create it first. It will be our order component, like say orders component, orders component.tsx rfce, and this going to hold our order data. So let's render here, should be orders component, and by default what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass our orders, right? Whatever orders we are grabbing, we are just going to pass that in this portion. So that would be order, should be our orders. I think not order, should be the orders. So what are you gonna see that here right now, that order components is rendered. Okay, now we can do one more thing, is that we can just keep that I think the scroll area which we define, that put a class name which we're gonna define that as width, it will be full width. And after that, at the bottom layer, so now we have that orders component. So after the table, we can now pass an scroll bar also to having an scroll bar effect. So what I'm gonna do, taking this scroll bar from here, so right now let's see, we have any scroll bar, scroll. No, really, this is, I think is on the scroll area there should having the bar. Let's just see. Scroll bar, yeah, with the scroll area is coming the bar, and I'm gonna pass that orientation which will be as a horizontal or horizontal. Okay, so now it's time to let's our order to be flourish. So how we can show the data in our orders component. So let's go and fix that. So this is our orders component, and here we're gonna forecast the data ratio and how we can show the data in a proper manner. To implement that, we're gonna just destructure the orders, which will be the orders directly coming from the as a props, and we will define the parameter which will be our orders, and here it will be, remember, the my underscore orders result query, right? That's the type we have. Now after that, we can also make a parameter which will be const selected order, and that will be set selected order, and we're going to define that use state. By default it will be just taking that, let's say it will be null. Okay, and why we are doing that, remember, because every time we click it will render only this order data. Every time we click it will particularly grab the data according to the order. And to do that, as we're using the selectable parameter using the useState hook, we need to make our component as a useClient component. And for this order data, also we need to pass a type parameter, which going to having that my orders result. So that's the query we need to pass. And here we need to pass also, it will be as a number. Okay, so now the error, I think, okay, that will be number, or I think null. I think so. There should be another parameter we need to define, or it will be null. Okay, done. Now as you're having that portion, it's time to make these things to be working in a proper shape. First thing first, let's go in that div, and instead of particularly having that, I'm gonna just take an empty braces to keep the things aligned. And how we can do that? So first we're gonna render a table body. Okay, so it will be a table body. Remember, this is under the table, right? As you see, this is the top of the table. Now we are having the table header portion. Now we're gonna render our table body. So within the table body, we can also pass a tooltip. Remember, if we say tooltip, no, tooltip is not there. And what we are doing, if you just hover on that, as you see, click to see all the details. That's the one we are creating. And to get that, we need to install this tooltip here. As you see, hover, we can see the message. So just copy that, and let's just go and grab and install this one. That's very handy. If you're using Shadcn UI, it's super handy. You see, the design itself is just creating. Okay, so you just need to configure it. You just need to make it the way you want, the preferable. That's it. So no worries about it. You can use it perfectly and without any hesitation. Okay, now as we are having that, so first to use the tooltip, what we need to do, tooltip provider. Let's see if the tooltip is available. So here is our tooltip. So now first we need to wrap that tooltip as a tooltip provider, the way it's showcasing here, provider then tooltip. So now also you can just trigger up the toolkit. Let's go back here, and now again, instead of that, we can just make that tooltip provider. Inside tooltip provider, we will map through our order status. So orders.map, and individually we will take it as order. And now within that order parameter, we're going to render something, and that render, it will take first of the tooltip. Why is tooltip? Because once we are gonna hover like entire area or anywhere we hover, the tooltip should appear. That's why we need to wrap everything within that parameter, and then we need to make that tooltip trigger. So that's the one which gonna trigger our tooltip. So in the tooltip trigger, we're gonna pass a table row, so should be table row. And on that table row, we now going to make that table cell, and within the table cell we're going to pass the parameter the way we want. So first we're going to render the order number, so order should be the order number. And what we're going to do, we're going to make it a slice portion to just showcasing the last 10 digit. Okay, not the first one, last 10 digit. If that one is nothing there, we're gonna just put an A. So what we're gonna do, just last one, with that it will be very simply we can find the order data. Okay, now what we can do here for the tooltip, as you see, we're gonna make the key should be order number, as the number will be unique, and the trigger, it will be as child trigger. If we save, we should be able to see, as you see, the data is pouring up here. So right now, as we are having that, so now also you can just make that one just to showcasing that there is some more or some others, you know, or if it just first, you can make it in the first align to just showcasing that something is also at the beginning. It just depends your natural instinct, how the way you prefer. On the table row, let's put a class name, should be cursor, should be pointer, and also whenever we hover, bj should be gray of 100, and I'm gonna put the default height of 12 so that it's gonna grab this space. As you see, if we hover over here, now the tooltip is not passing anything, right? So means our tooltip is not triggered. Why? It's because you see the tooltip trigger, we need to also pass the tooltip content. After the trigger, we will get that tooltip content, and in the content we will pass the value, the one we want to show. So you're gonna pass a p tag which will be say click to see order details. Now if you click like hover on that, you should get that one. Okay, let's see. As you see, yeah, you can change the color if you want. I will just go with the default one. Okay, now we are having the order number, and after having that order number, I'm gonna take another table cell. So that one, let's just make that one a bit of design here. Put a class name, font should be, let's say, medium. And after this one, let's get another table cell. And within that table cell, I'm gonna pass our order date. So as you see, that's a date parameter. If we have that order date, like if order.order date is available, only then that will be rendering, and we're gonna pass that new date. And within the date ratio, it should be order.order date, and we're gonna make that .to local data string. Okay, so whatever the data string we are using, it will be just go and grab the local format. Okay, done. After this, let's say grab I think for the date also, let's just pass some class name. It by default it will be hidden. md should be table, not caption but cell. Okay, after this one, the order data, now it's time to get our email. So in that table cell, we're gonna just pass our order email, should be order.email. And the similar parameter, we're gonna pass it here. Put a class name, by default it will be hidden. sm should be table cell. Okay, so now we can see the email and others respectively. Now it's time to provide our the total price. So in the table cell, we're gonna render our price formatter. Remember, we have one price formatter, and here we're gonna pass our amount. The amount should be order dot total price, whichever we have, and also for the class name, text should be black and font should be medium. So now you will be able to see the price. Now you can make it more bigger, more exceptional. That depends on your preferences. So after this one, we're gonna get our last one, which will be another table cell, and here we're gonna render a button. So what we're gonna do, if we have the order.status, only then it will render. And we're gonna render a span tag. Okay, not that span but a manual span tag. And here we're gonna pass a message. What kind of message it will be there? If the order on dot status, if is equal to, like, let's say we're gonna put a character 1. So I think what we are actually going to do it, if we come back here, it's just making the camel case. Yeah, that's one of the person was saying why we are doing it in previously. So we can, yeah, I think that's you're right. So we can just simply go to make it in a camel capitalize. Class name, if we go, it will be paid. Let's say capitalize. Yeah, one suggestion I got that you can make it in that way, which I forgot. Okay, welcome for that. Now I'm implementing this one for you. So now we are having the capitalized parameter here. So now what we can do, we can go and make some default class name. And how we can do that? So instead of rendering this one like that, we're gonna go the second bracket, we're gonna get the capitalize here, and padding X should be 2, padding Y should be 1, and after that rounded should be full rounded, text should be extra small, and font should be, let's say, semi bold. So now you're gonna have a proper ratio here. Now we're gonna render with that if the order status is equal to paid, then we're gonna render something. And if it's okay, first thing it will be the question mark, and if it's not that, then we're gonna render something. If it's paid, we're gonna make that background color should be green of 100, and also text should be green of, let's say, 600, and also this ratio bj YOLO should be 100, and also text YOLO of 800. So now we're gonna see our forecast as the paid version. Okay, we messed up one thing. We forgot the customer name here. Okay, I think we can roll back on that. Remember, after the email, like after customer should be the customer should be before the email. So here we need to provide that. Okay, so should be table cell. Maybe you already know that we messed up. If you know that, you can just keep that one in that proper order. Now should be order, and it should be customer name. Okay, now we have it, right? And for the customer name, I'm gonna keep it like that. As you see the smaller skin, now you can make it more tightful, right? I'm gonna just keep it a simple way. You can make it more complex, more proper, in a proper manner. Now whenever I click on that, I need to popping up this notion, right? That's the one I need to configure. And how I can configure is very simple. I need to write a function here by which it gonna render that on click event. As you see the table row, that will be responsible to click on that. So I'm gonna make just an on click event here, and here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna trigger that handle order clicked. Okay, that's the one I'm gonna pass, and I'm gonna pass our order, and that order directly coming from here, right? So now I need to get that function here. So should be const handle order clicked, and there I'm gonna take the order, and the order should be that my order result query, and I'm gonna take that as a number parameter, and here let's define the function. If I just go on that toast.success order clicked, you're gonna see if it's working. You see the order clicked, so now we know it can still work on that ratio. So now we need to render that, what we call that is that to create on that, this need to be rendered here. And how we can render this is to create that, we need to create the dialog, so that will be a very visible way on that. And to do that one, remember we have that our Shadcn UI, we will go and select our dialog parameter. That's the dialog. So from the dialog, if we click there, as you see how it's just rendering, so that's the one we needed. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this portion here, and let's just go and install this one to use it. Okay, so what I will do right now, I'm gonna create another component here. So that will be not in UI, but in my component, that I'm gonna pass that as order, let's say details dialog. I think it will be perfect name, details dialog.tsx RAFCE. So this one gonna render our orders data. So here like after the table body, so it will be alongside, that's why I use the empty basis the beforehand, should be order, let's say order details. Okay, order details dialog. Here there I'm gonna take some of the parameter, so I'm gonna pass our order. So the order that will be the selected order, because the function still we are not passing through, we need to fulfill the function. And how we can make the function should be set selected order, and we're gonna pass our simple order. That's it. You can make the console.log to get the data. It's up to you, but I'll just go in forecast way because I know it will be just set on that. We are doing it very long time. And is open. When it gonna open, right? That's the one also I need to check. If we're gonna put a double null check, if we have the selected order, only then it gonna open. And on close, how it gonna work on that, because we need to pass the function, right? So in the function, we're gonna define on close how it gonna close, like set selected order, that should be null. So now we are passing 3 value from there in the orders dialog. Okay, I need to get that to go in the legacy dependency. So in the order, we're gonna pass the selected order. So that's the order value it will take. And every dialog, like the dialog having an opening shut and also the closing parameter. So click is open and on close it will close. So this both function, as this is my parent layer, right? If I click, it will come back here. So it will trigger, as you see. If I click, it's just triggering. So this just trigger, but I need to also make the functionality by which I'm gonna close it and it will close perfectly. So let's just make a reload. I think, yeah, forget about that error because this is coming from here. So now I think, yeah, that's what it's saying. Dialog is open. I'm gonna just say enter. That's it. It will be just overpassing. Now I need to configure how I will just go and make that parameter to work. And to make it work, I'm gonna create it as a React dot functional parameter fc, and from here I'm gonna take a order, let's say order details, or I will just simply pass that as a props, right? I'm gonna pass that value in the props so that I will know what kind of parameter it's just initializing. So to do that, I will just go back here. Let's say interface, it will be props, and in that props should be props. I'm going to define that the order should be my underscore order result, and for that it will take as the number value, and by default if it's not available it can be also null. So that's the one value. And is open, it will be is open, as is a true false value should be boolean value. And after that we will have that on close, which going to be a function, so should be, it will be a bot. That's it. So now our function is good to go. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna grab the 3 things. So it should be, we're gonna grab the order. You see, once I'm typing, is showcasing what I have, is open. Okay, on close. That's the perfect, that's the best way to work with that TypeScript. You know, you have the very good combination on the letter. If we have no order, we can now define, I will say return null. So means if that, whenever we click by mistake, if it's also open from anywhere, if the order is not found, it will automatically close, right? It will not open at all. So now we need to provide our dialog. So instead of div, I will just remove that. I'm gonna use our dialog. So let's import the dialog, and here I'm gonna also get that dialog content. So get the content here, and from there I'm gonna get that dialog header. Let's say dialog header. Okay, so in the dialog header, I'm gonna pass that our dialog title. So, oops, it should be, and remember also because we have that Redis UI, Redis icon and other parameter, all are putting a lots of suggestion, but you need to be very careful to get the proper things. So I need to grab that title. You see, I have Redis UI React dialog, and I need to get from my UI dialog title. Now I'm gonna pass that order should be details, and here I'm going to render how I want to showcase my order. Should be order, and after that should be the order number. So now not the date, should be number. If I save, if I click, anything happen, click, nothing happen. Okay, I need to pass the is open value. See, now it will not open because I need to pass when it gonna open, right? So it will open once the is open value is available, and when it gonna close on open change. Okay, on open, let's say open change, it will be just go on that. Let's say I think it will be on close, I hope so. It's not the value. Oh, I think, yeah, it is the value, but you see I grab it the second because it's just capturing this one. So now I have two parameter. I know when it gonna open, when it gonna close. As you see, if I click, it's opening. If I click, it's opening. So it's having the ratio, but I need to make it in a proper way. So let's just roll back in our orders component. Let's see if anything we messed up. I think everything is good to go. So we have the order details dialog box and we are good to go. Yeah. So that's our dialog, and here put a class name. Should be class name, and max width should be 3xl. Okay, that will be the max width here. Now if we come back here, and you see how beautifully it's opening, but I want to make a reload here just to see why it's not giving me my promising data ratio. What is there? Okay, the card contain the child. Something we messed up. Okay, we messed up in the dialog. So let's just go in the dialog. We'll see. So we have our dialog, then we have our dialog content, we have our dialog header, then we have our dialog. Oh, yeah, after the header, so content, after the header, we have our title. So the header is done. Let's just grab a div. I want to see why it's not providing the things it's supposed to be. Okay, that's supposed to work. Anything we messed up? See the dialog content? You see, that's the one I was talking about, because if we messed up, it will be a problem. So we're just getting from the Redis UI. That's why it's just freak out. It doesn't know how to work, you know. So now if you click, okay, you see, that's cool. So that's why I told you, be careful when you're making the imports. So in the div, I'm going to take a p tag, and within the p tag, I'm going to take a strong parameter, you know. So there, I'm going to pass the value, which will be the customer, and here I'm going to pass another, like after the strong parameter, I'm going to pass that our order number, order customer name, I think, order, and that should be customer name. So you should be able to see the customer name. Yeah, that's cool. So I'm gonna just render it like, I think 1, 2 more, 3 times maybe. So let's just get 4 times. So see how the value going to generate. So one, it will be the customer, another it will be the email. So order, and that should be customer, I think email, order email, and then we're gonna get our date value. So the date, and here it will be getting that same parameter. Remember the way we did it. So I'm gonna just render again. So if we have the order dates and we're gonna render, you need to make that because it will structureize on that. If you don't put the and function, maybe the TypeScript it gonna freak out and it gonna cry for some of the TypeScript parameter. So it should be the order date, and we're gonna just transfer that one to local data string. So whatever the local we are using, it will just grab that. And after the order date, we will also pass the status. Okay, so in the status, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass that order status. Done, we're good to go. So now our div is done. Okay, so after having the div, I'm gonna run showcasing the other parameters. So passing the div, I'm gonna generate a table here again just to showcase the data. So in the table, I'm gonna just pass that table header. So the table header. So on the table header, I'm gonna pass the table row here again. So if you're familiar the way we did it, you will be knowing that. So that will be table, let's say head. So on table head, I'm gonna pass, let's say, the product. What kind of parameter we have? If you go back here, we have the product, quantity, price. Okay, that's 3 only. So that should be the product, quantity, and price. So let's say it should be quantity, and that should be our price. So we have 3 header here. So now as we have the header done, now we need to focus to have our table body. So now the table header is done. Let's say table body. So in the table body, we're gonna pass that order, and then order dot products. Let's say order dot products, because individual order having the products, and we're gonna map to it. And here we're gonna get 2 parameter. We're gonna get 1 product. We're gonna also get 1 index, because particularly it can be mixed up. So now we're gonna render from that particular instance, and we're gonna just get that table row from there. After table row, we're gonna pass the table cell. So it should be table cell. So on the table cell, the first instances, we're going to render our image. If the product dot, you see the product dot image, what I prefer you better do one thing is that console it before typing that. I know because I did it multiple times, you know, to practice and to configure the project. So I know what it's gonna showcase, but what I let you understand, you better log it, console log it, see the data value, and then try it again and again. Once you know what is happening, what the result should be out, having the outcome, then go forecast it in a perfect way. Okay, just don't follow me and do it, it will be a messed up. Okay, if you want to learn by yourself, follow me, but try it yourself. After watching, then try again by yourself. So do it in a proper manner. Now if we have the image, only then I can render the image parameter. So that will be my image from the next image, and here I will generate the image source property. So in the source, remember the way we do it is should be the URL for, and on that URL for it should be the product dot image, and after that we'll just pass that URL. Okay, you can also put a question mark here if you want it to, no problem. Now here we can also pass that an alternative tag, which is going to be the product image. If the image is not there, it can showcase the width. I'm gonna give a 50 because it will be a simple small image here, and the class name I'm gonna make a simple property, which going to be, let's say it will be border rounded, should be SM, not MD but SM. So now as you see, we have two products. Now there is one catch for you. You can also hook up with the link parameter. Once you click on that product, it will go to the particular product link. And how you can do that? Remember the product card we designed, right? In the product card, once you click, you see the Slack.current. So we're gonna bring that. Let's see. We're gonna bring that and we're gonna see if it's working here. Okay. If we do that and just wrap everything in the link parameter, I don't know it will work or not, but let's give it a try, you know. Okay, because for in here I didn't implement that. If you just go back here, you click, it will not go anywhere, but here I want to just create it. So product, and that should be product dot, let's say product. Now it should get to the Slack.current, and here I'm gonna just make that hover scale, let's say 105. We're gonna pass that hover effect value to provide the design. Okay, you see that's happening. Now you can just, if you click on that, is it entering the parameter? Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's really amazing. If I click on that, it's generating. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's working. That's perfect. Okay, that's really cool. Okay, now you can do one thing, that's for your tags. Once you hover, you see the overflow, you need to stop the overflow. So that's your tags, you can do it. Now on the table cell, as you're having that, after having the image here, so that's the link. After the link, after passing the image, I'm gonna pass that our product dot product, and if that one is available, I'm gonna pass that product dot name. So the product name, it will be there. As you see, it's getting together in that ratio. So what I'm gonna do in that table cell, let's just put a class name of flex item center, put a gap of 2. Okay, so now it's having a 2 of the gap, and also we can do a little bit more thing if you want. You can make is the to just keep it on that one line parameter. It's up to you. You can pay for it if you want it to. I will just go with the default parameter. Now the next table cell, it's gonna render our quantity, which going to be having that product dot quantity, and after that the last one, let's say table cell. On that table cell, I'm gonna pass our price formatter, and in the price formatter, in the amount, I'm gonna pass that product dot let's say it will be the price, and also for the class name, it's going to be text should be black and font should be medium. Okay, what's wrong? Yeah, it should be medium. Okay, now we are having the quantity, and also we are having the product perception. I think it's a similar on that. You can make it in the center, and you can do it if you want. That class name text should be center. Is it going? Okay, it's just, I think it will be simple. Yeah, quantity like that. So right now what we're having the proper ratio. So after passing the table, we can also generate one more div here, so where I'm gonna pass our total value. So it will be a strong tab. Here I will pass the total, and after passing the total, I'm gonna make that our price formatter, and here I'm gonna pass the price, which should be the amount, should be order dot total, should be order dot total price. And for the class name, text should be black and font should be, let's say, bold. So now we have the total price, and for this one, what I'm gonna do, put a class name, then the margin top should be 4 and text should be right. So now we have a total value ratio. So as you see, if we go back here and if we click any of the product, okay, that's cool. Now there is pretty much everything to create on that. Let's just go through it. I want you to settle down if everything is working perfectly for you, because after that we are going to deploy our entire thing. Because right now what you're watching, that's my deployed version. You see, it's deployed, it's live. So that's the things also you should have it if you are following each and everything with me. So before rendering that parameter, I want you to make sure that everything is perfectly aligned. So let's just go. I'm gonna just recap everything. If it's okay, then we will be just referring the parameter. And also I want to change my Fabi icon. So here I'm gonna just grab my previous icon here, which will be properly aligned on that. Okay, just make a refresh. I think this one, it will work. Yeah, my icon is changed, and I'm gonna close my latest version, and let's go and check. So now I have header. If I search, let's say search for the juice, enter. So it's supposed to provide me all the juice data. I can now add product here. I can add quantity. I can decrease quantity. I can go back there. And after that, as you see, also from here, I can filter by category. I want some chocos. So the chocos data should be implemented here, and it should be providing the chocos data from there. So I can add, I can delete. The last one, it will be saying remove successfully. Also, I can filter from here. If I filter the chips, it will appear. Now in the product section, what I can do, I can add product from here, and I can remove the product from here also. Now this one, the chili flex pack, which is out of stock, I want that one to be in stock, right? So let's go in my terminal, and here, not in my terminal, in my studio, what I'm gonna do, as you see, the chili flakes right now is out of stock. I can't sell it because even I can't click it, you know, I can't render it anymore. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it like I purchased that. I want to make it, yes, it's available, people can purchase. So that will be the chili flakes pack. And here I'm gonna just make that one as available for the customer so that they can have it. So right now, as you see in this stock, I'm gonna add 10 pieces and publish. So after publishing it, that should be removed from there, so it will automatically render the prompts and properties. So we should be able to now sell that again. So now as you see, we can now add more products and we can go through it. So let's roll back to create some more product, because after that also there is one more parameter to keep that live, so that lively we can change that one. So in the card we will create an order, and as you see, our listener is already open. So go and proceed to checkout. So here we can also open the coupon. So that's the part which we need to work on that. And to make our coupon should work, I'm gonna go in my Stripe to check my account, because we need to create our coupon there, otherwise it will not work perfectly. So if we just go back, I will show you how you can open the coupon. So that's the e-commerce app. I think that's the one we are using, right? So yeah, that's the one I think we are using. I will just check the secret here. Yeah, that's the one. So what I'm gonna do, as you see, we have the product catalog, and from there we can add the coupons, right? So I will open a few coupon here so that we can just render our coupon parameter, and we can testify it, and we can add it, then we can have the discount. And also you can make in that studio to prefetch the coupon the way we are preferring. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go back in my cart, because I will render, as you see the promotion code is available, I need to add the code. Okay, let's just provide a little bit time to load the data. Okay, now as you see, we have a new year. I think this one is creating for the previous one. I'm gonna create a new one. So create a new one. So that one should be Christmas, and that's it. So the percentage, it will be, let's say 20% off for the Christmas, right? And that one duration forever, you can make, or multiple months. Let's put a multiple months, or I will make it as a 2 months, as November and December and January. They can just go on that. So I think that is it. And ID is optional, so the apply is specific for 2 months. Let's create a coupon. So now our coupon is created. If we just go here, as you see, if we just go back for our one coupon here in the new year, which is having 25%, you see the promotion code was the vary. So now also we need to add a promotion code. So in that parameter, we need to just go and add one promotion code. So that's the promotion code, add it. And that should be, let's say, new year. Okay, so all are capital. Eligible for first time orders. You can limit the specific customer. I will not choose anything. I will apply, anyone can just go with that. So let's roll back here and again to proceed to checkout. So what is gonna happen, the 20% discount, it should be applicable for that. As you see, we have 2 for 2. So if we go and apply that, let's say type new. Okay, let's see it's working or not. It's checking, no, new code is invalid. So let's say new year. So that should apply, right? So it's applying. You see the 242 and 48.40 is coming, new year 20% off. So now you are getting a dynamic coupon code, right? So we can just go and grab that 4242 and the valid month, CVC, and the name. And this name, it will not reflect because that's the name for the card holder, like for the card name, okay, not your actual name. Let's pay. So after paying, you know, the things, the way it work, everything, it will render here. It's supposed to fall back to grab the data, and it will proceed all the parameter. I don't know why it's taking more time this time. Yeah, it's taking more time, and unluckily it's nothing happened there. You see, the Stripe can't listen. Why? What's wrong? Again, my Stripe is making me problem. This is really troublesome. Last time also my Stripe giving me trouble. So again, this is my Stripe also providing the trouble here. So client API webhook, then we have our Stripe, we can directly render there. Okay, oh, that's my bad because I need to change it. Okay, again, one more time. No worries, I'm gonna change that. So I logged with my browser. I think this time everything gonna work for me. So I'm gonna just choose and go back there. So right here, now I can do it again to check if it's working or not. So let's go and try again that promotion code, which is new year. Apply. So the 20% off, it will be applicable here. I'm gonna go with the default value here. So let's see if it's working this time. Hopefully it's supposed to work. And enter. Let's see. Okay, yeah, this time it's work. So it just because of that you know, the initial token, you just need to log in with Sanity for the Stripe and generate a new one, as I did, and then now it's working fine. So now it's rendering. I think after everything done, you see I have the orders. If I click, I should be able to see 3 orders here. Now there is one catch, because remember the Stripe, how much the payment is done is 254, but check that align that price is not the actual price, because the okay, what's wrong here? Unique key prop, where we are missing the key prop. That's really that's not good. We are missing that. So where, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, we need, no, not that one. In the table row, we need to provide the key. We can just pass the key as index. That's it. Yeah, now even we come here, it will not giving us that headache. So now there is another tax for you. If you just roll back to our Stripe data, if we just go in the transactions, the actual transactions 54, right? 254.40, but is it was actual data? No. See, 318 was the actual data. So now if your customer, if they want to calculate the data, if you just click, if you add that all together, it will be coming 318. Then you can pass the coupon code, then you can show the total payable price. I think that way it can be more reflexive, it can be more customer orientation, right? So it's up to you. You can do it if you want. So now one more thing is that to make the parameter as the live, so I'm gonna close all from here. So let's go back here, and now let's go in the sanity, in the leave, on the live. We will use that. Yeah, we have the revalidation properties. I think that's working perfectly. So one more thing is pending, is that to create the draft mode. So to do that, let's go back here. As you see here, there is no draft mode parameter. So we need to implement the draft mode by which we can initialize our draft mode within our parameters. So let's go in sanity config.ts. Here, as you see, we have the Bayesian tool and others in the plugin. So now there is a structure and the Bayesian tool. So after that, we can go and grab that one presentation tool, the way it will supposed to be present on that. So should be presentation tool, and in the presentation tool, we in that tab we can just focus how the way that should be aligned to make that presentation. And I think to grab that, I think we need to make one package here, which not the package, it can directly coming from that sanity presentation. So now here we can create a draft mode parameter by which we can present the data. So it should be the preview URL, and here in the preview URL, the preview, the where we want to see the preview, it will be our /home, right? So now we can also forecast that preview mode, right? How the preview going to work. So there will be like, once it's enabled, and there we will pass that draft. I think the draft mode, it will be there. So draft mode, yeah, that's it. So if it's enabled, it will force us to go back there in the draft mode. I think, where's the error? Something we messed up. Okay, my printer is broken. Okay, I think so. I think we need to add the comma here. Why it's not injecting directly? Okay, that's weird. Yeah, because of that comma. Okay, so now we should be able to see one presentation URL by which, as you see, is loading. So means it will inject here. So with that, we can directly get the feature of initializing the draft mode within our application parameter. So now also we need to create a page in our client by which we will initializing the draft mode. As you see, you can also make it draft dash mode. So I'm going to just keep it like that. So here in the client, like app client, I'm going to use a page which will be draft mode, and there I'm going to create a new page, should be page.tsx or fce. That should be for the draft mode page. So that will be for the draft mode page. As you see, we have one presentation URL. So with that, we can focus our presentation to follow back. Remember the ID we have. So now, as you see, in that /draft mode is there, but we have nothing to match. So now we need to create that page to enable each and everything entirely from our that page ratio. Only then we should be able to get the data properly, right? So in the draft mode, there should be a two value. One, it will be enable, and one, it will be disable. So let's go here. I think no, you should not create the page. That was my bad. It should be analytically getting a two parameter, like that's the draft mode. So one, it will be getting that enable. That should be, let's say, enable, and another, it will take us to make that as disable. Not here, but should be disable. So in the enable, that should be both of the route parameter we're going to focus. So in that enable, we're going to create a file called route.ts. So in the route.ts, we will make that to create our old forecasting visionary. Let's say we're going to define a functional parameter here, should be export const. We're going to make that an async function. Let's say async function, and here in the function, the name should be a get method. So let's say get, and in that get method, the parameter, it will be as a request and request, and in the request, the type value should be is coming from as a request, and on that request parameter, request, I think, yes. Okay. So now in that request parameter, we should be able to generate the request the way we can be handling the operation. So now let's say we're gonna get two properties also, like is valid, and also it will get that. And by the way, from where you can grab that, there is a package on that to create that Sanity preview URL secret. So I'm gonna just popping up that one. So let's go in npm, and there in the documentation is already explained how the way you can grab that. As you see, the preview URL secret, that's the package we need to install to amazingly drafting that ratio and enabling all the parameter we want. So I'm gonna just copy that, and here in that application layer I'm gonna install that. Okay, that's one name, this one is having mistake. Okay, so now how it gonna work? You see, the way it will do that, and you see it gonna make the plugins and presentation the way we create that mode, and here you're gonna just render how the way you want to showcase the draft mode, and you see the is valid and redirect to. So that's the one it will going to go and click within that parameter, how the way we are going to focus. So feel free to read, and that will make a lot of sense to you, if you just go and read on that. So now there is something wrong because you need to also install that in the legacy path dependency. So let's go and enter. I think this time it will install. So right now what we are missing is that first let's make that I'm gonna import that. I'm gonna import some of the value which will be getting from there. So let's see the sum of the parameter, it will just go, because remember we also need to grab that token here. I think we already prefetch all the token, which the client is Sanity client is there, validate preview URL. You see the URL should be coming from there. That's why we installed it. And the redirect should be coming from Next navigation, and the token should be the process.env, and that one is coming that Sanity API read token, right? So right now what I'm gonna do is that to go and initialize all the properties, and let's say also we need one more properties that we will just make that import that should be draft mode, and that draft mode it will just import it from next. I think next headers it's going to be implemented. Why it's not coming? Okay, we will see that. We'll see that. All right, now what I'm gonna do, let's say const is valid, and I'm gonna pass that await as is an async function. There should be validate preview URL, and on that we're gonna pass the other value. So that one should be is valid, and also that should be redirect to, and redirect to is equal to /home. Now in that preview URL we want to pass that client, that's the client should be our Sanity client dot with config, and here we will pass our token value. Okay, and after that we will just make that request dot URL. So the request is URL should be serving here. And now as you see I was showing expected a comma. Okay, I think this one. Now after that we will make that if like no valid. So if the validation is not success, we're gonna pass a return value. So return new should be conducting a response, and that response going to say as that invalid secret. Okay, and we will also pass an status code on 400. You can pass it 500 also, that's up to you. So after that is everything is all right, we're gonna pass the draft mode. So should be draft mode, and you see is coming from the next headers, and here we will just pass that. And now this time as is enable, we're gonna pass the enable mode. So the draft mode should be enable, and the redirect to, it will be a redirect should be forecasting on that redirect to. Okay, so that is our first draft mode parameter for our the route for the enable. And now also we need to create another route to make it as disable, route.ts, and to disable it will be similar fashion, but this time we will make it as disable parameter, and this very simple, and it will be the similar pattern, similar fashion. So should be async a function, and here we're going to define that also coming a get request, and here that should be coming a request, and also the type should be the type of request. It should be coming from the next request from next server, and here we're gonna make that await, and from there it will be await, and then await dot it should be the draft mode, and this time we'll just simply make it as not enable, just simply make it as disable. That's it. And after disabling it, we're gonna return a response. Should be next response, not request. Next response dot redirect, and here we're gonna redirect within a new URL, and here it will be a /home, and also it will pass that request of URL. That's it. So now we are having the draft mode parameter and the font mode parameter, but still you see the continue anyway. It's not still shifting. So let's go back to the structure. Now we need to inject that within our layouts. See, we have in the client side. So in the client, we have one layout here. We need to inject in our live version so that it will be always be primitively be a structure, right? So first thing first, we need to go to create another button here by which we can disable the draft mode parameter. So in the components, I'll create one more function, like one more components is there, should be disable draft mode.tsx, by which we will be able to disable the draft mode. And to disable the draft mode, we will use some of the properties. So should be in environment, it should be equal to, and we're gonna use that use draft, I think draft mode, yeah, that should be next sanity hooks. So we need to create a hooks over here. I think that's created already. We can just need to be implemented. So I'm gonna just import it, and of course as we're gonna click on that, we need to make that one as use client. So that's the one we're gonna use. So use draft mode environment, so it will be use draft mode environment, and that we're going to use to grab the environment. And also const router should be use router from the next navigation. And after that, if the environment variable is not equal to live, right? So means it's not a live project, and the environment is not equal to unknown, only then it gonna pass the message. Then we're gonna say return null. So if the environment is not getting the live and unknown, it will return the null. And also we're gonna render a button here instead of the div. Let's say button, and in the button we will pass that a message disable draft mode. So after clicking on that, it will automatically disable the draft mode parameter. Let's just put some class name. It will be a fixed button, and from the bottom it will be 4, from the right it will be 4, and also bg should be gray of, let's say 50, padding x should be 4, padding y should be 2, z should be 50 to keep all like the top of the things, and the text should be black, and also hover text should be white, and we're gonna pass that hover effect value. Okay, so now we are having a button, and after we click on that, we need to pass a function, should be, let's say, handle clicked. And what is gonna happen once you're gonna click that? So const handle clicked, which going to be generating an asynchronous function, because we need to disable the parameter. And how we can do that? Await, we need to fetch the data from there. Remember where? We're gonna fetch it from the draft mode. Remember where? That's the method which we're gonna fetch is here. So if we just come back here, you see the draft mode, that's the one it's gonna fetch, as we have the disable and enable. So now await fetch, and from there we're gonna select our disable, right? Disable. So that's the method we're gonna choose, and router dot refresh. So the home /home, it will refresh, and then it will provide us the particular action which we are looking for. So that's the button we need to provide, and we're gonna inject that within our layout parameter. So let's go back in the layout here. After before the header, like after the body, we're gonna render that. So we're gonna pass the method of that as should be default. It should going back to as an async function, because we need to make the await formula here. So here we're gonna make that await, and there we're gonna make that draft mode, which gonna come from the next header, and we're gonna pass that is enabled, and only whenever the draft mode is enabled, only then it will take an action. Then we're gonna pass two variable. One is that it should be passing that disable draft mode, and also it should be like visual editing, that's the portion need to be imported from the next sanity, I think. Yeah, visual editing, that's to be imported. And after that parameter, we need to pass our sanity live key. So sanity live will be responsible to render the parameter to inject everything as a sanity. So is it not acting as live.ts? So let's see, that should implement it, but why it's not working? Okay, let's I think it should be coming from there, sanity live. Yeah, it's just taking a bit of time to render. So now what is gonna happen, now we can change the thing in live properties. Like I want to make a reload, and also that's as well, so all the properties should be reload properly, otherwise you're gonna just follow through an error. So let's just provide the time to reload each and every single page. Okay, enable app ssr. Okay, something is strong here. I'm gonna just reload one more time just to see if everything working perfectly. If it's not perfect, we need to fix the things because maybe it's messed up or some error is occurring here. Okay, I think yeah, we're good to go. So let's go in the presentation mode. So this time the left side should be our website, and the right side it should be generating our documents. As you see, okay, no matching documents because it's still loading. So in the draft mode, okay, yeah, something missing, require HTML text, unable to connect. Check the browser console for more information. Okay, we're gonna check it for sure in the console. Okay, the connection is not established. Your setup sanity visual editing correctly. Okay, it's saying the Visual Studio not setting up correctly. That's why it's not giving the proper data. So if we go in our live preview, we should be able to see everything is concat perfectly. So sanity, live, and live here. What's wrong? Okay, we can debug on that. I think maybe here, because it probably we put that enable draft mode, then we need to also pass that / enable, because we need to pass that all together, the ratio, so it can render all together. I'll go back to the structure and then try again. I will make a reload here. I think that can be a problem because we are not forecasting how it's gonna choose, because that's just injecting draft mode, then we are not passing any route here. So by default, once it's gonna be taking the presentation, it should enabling that router setup. Okay, now yeah, now you see the URL is getting for that draft mode enable. It's loading. I think this time something gonna happen. Let's see. Yeah, so now we are having our application, which is the / of that. I think now the problem is we are not fetching the data. Okay, so why is not so in the preview, why it cannot grab that? So that's supposed to be draft mode enable. If we go here and enter, okay, that's having the invalid credential. Okay, let's make a reload here. Did we have that credential, the read token? So that's the one we need to check. Okay, there is something in the console which the misleading here. Okay, staging map result, register stega. Okay, we need to set the stega. Yeah, that's the problem. We messed up, we didn't set the stega. That's why it cannot forecast like where it gonna happen and how it gonna work. So to implement that, we need to go in the client, not in the client, especially in the sanity, and here in that leave, let's go back to our client. Here we need to pass our stega method, so that's why it can just interact on that. Let's say pasted stega. On that we will make that studio URL, so on that it gonna know where the URL is going to head up. So first thing first, I'm gonna pass that let's say process.env and let's say node env is equal to, let's say, the production. Then we're gonna pass something, otherwise we're gonna pass something. If it's not production, we're gonna just go in the backtick, and here remember in that our Sanity Studio setup we have that our all the parameters there. We have one URL there where we need to find that, say process.e not that one, should be process.env dot, and here we're gonna grabbing one thing is that which the next public sanity URL, so should be next underscore public underscore base URL, should be base underscore URL, and after passing the URL it should be, let's say, /studio. And here if it's in the production mode, I'm gonna just put that https your domain, it will go here. Okay, I'm gonna just keep it like that. So now it can find the stega here. So the studio URL, it can, because it cannot read the studio URL, that was the problem. So it's not in the production, means we are in that normally in the URL of which you are in the developing mode. So it can now render the actual URL. It can find the URL for our studio. So let's see if it's working right now. So we're having a preview mode here. Okay, yes, this time as you see we can now see the data. We can just make it bigger, ignore that error, it is not a problem. Now as you see we have the chili flags. So now once we click the product, it will directly render that one within that parameter. You see the chili flags. Now I want to check that, I want to change that chili flags. I will change the pack. I'm going to delete that. You see, after deleting that one, it will redirect that one. Also it gonna impact, you see, live impact. If you go back here and you see here that disable draft mode is enabled. Also why is here, it should be in the right side, right? So let's go in our in the app, on the client, on that particular layout, why it's still here, disable draft mode. And you see the ring, it should not be the ring, right? Yeah, after keeping right, you see the disable draft mode is right here. Also we can make a border here. Let's make a border so that it will be visible perfectly, and border gray of 500. Okay, cool. You see, now it's rendering perfectly. So now because that enable is in draft mode, so I know it's enabled in the draft mode. And also as you see the chili flags, if I disable the draft mode, it will automatically disable the draft mode, like the draft mode, and it will go back to its previous scenario. It depends on how the way we want. You see, it's not render, it's not taking that the byte, right? Also if we come back here, but here is okay, right? So now if I just go and click on publish, it should be implementing that as the chili flags without the other parameter. You see, it's implemented. That's how cool it is. So every time now your website can be handled by any of the non-tech guy. That is how simple and how pure it is. It doesn't matter about only the product, it's also can be dependable of any particular parameter. You can now momentarily like edit each and everything. You can edit this one. Once you click, it will automatically it's gonna provide the all data ratio, right? Like you go back here, also you can view the orders. You can just go and check the order data. You click on that, it will render the order parameter like it's paid. Okay, I will make that one as unpaid. Okay, let's go here, let's say it's pending. And after pending, let's see how it gonna render. You see, the pending is available, so means it's not yet paid. Okay, so that's the way we can choose, right? So that's how simple and how cool it is. Okay, so if I come back here, I'm gonna just close that because right now I don't want to change. And from here, it's already, I make it disable, it's disable. So I think everything is working perfectly cool and in a proper manner. So the one more thing is that to make it live. Okay, disable the draft mode. So after putting it live, you are good to go to showcase this project anywhere in your portfolio, because you see this kind of project really can mandate something more. You can visualize it. It's super cool build, a simple application but having a lot of creativity, and you can do more from it, right? So it's our task to deploy that in Vercel with entire our frontend and backend. As we did everything perfectly, our page is looking clean and all the pages is rendering perfectly, it's time to deploy our application, and we are going to deploy it through Vercel. Before deploying it, I want to focus on of the error which we are having here in the terminal. As you see that image with source, the source image, we can click on the image so that particularly you can see which image is having the cause. So that's the image which is particularly coming from our discounted banner image. If we just search for that file discounted banner, and now here you see the error is showing that as legacy prop object feed. So now here as you see that legacy object feed which we don't want to use, we're gonna just remove it and enter. After saving, it will just go back and the error it will resolve. Now what I want to focus up about that is that I want to go back and showcase the package.json file. Now here there is some of the trick. As you see, the React is coming with a 19 RC mode, and also React DOM is coming in 19 RC mode. And what basically we did, a lot of the things we used in that using that npm like legacy path dependency, or some of you can use the force, but still that can cause some problem because as the legacy method can having some up and down with the version wise. So what I'm gonna do, you can go with the npm, that's up to you. If you go with the npm, you will also fetch some of the problem which can raise the issue. But for me, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close my terminal. That's up to you. If you want to follow, okay. If you want to go with the npm, let me know in the comments. I will let you build just as your application built by npm. Basically you're going to npm, but I'm gonna run the pnpm. I'm gonna remove that package.log, and here I'm gonna make that pnpm I. So the pnpm method, it will all install those packages, and I will get less error for the dependency. Just to sort out that issue, I'm using pnpm. Okay, that's up to you. If you go npm, just run that npm run build before that to just see what kind of errors you're having. And if you want to run the pnpm, if you doesn't have the pnpm, you can just check in here that if we have that pnpm -v, see I have the version. If you doesn't have, you can just simply run npm I. You can go with the global flag, and then you can use simply that pnpm. Okay, that will do the save the purpose. Okay, so now it's installing. I will just provide a little bit time to install all of this. Okay, I use the pnpm. Now I am getting, I think I need to just reload my window. It will just prefetch everything and working properly. So now I'm gonna run my application. I did nothing, just to use the pnpm method and pnpm run dev and hit enter. And also you can easily configure that, just downgrade that React version 18.0.3. you can go with there, and 18.3.1 also. This time it will work perfectly aligned with you. So let's just reload my window. I want to see if everything working perfectly. After that, I'm just going to deploy this entire application. Okay, it's compiling. While it's compiling, we can also do some other method. As you see, we can just check if we have a git initialized in our application. Let's say git status, and right now that is in my root directory, means that project is not initialized yet. And you can also check all of the things. Let's say we'll check the login if everything is working perfectly. I'm gonna go with the login, and then okay, cool. I think it should, yeah. So means all the things is working perfectly. And as the git is not there, I will check the git dash version, means the okay should be git dash version. Yeah, I have the git. Now to initialize the git, we need to run one single command, which is git init. That will initialize the git repository like git method in my application. Then as you see, there is one more file is here, .gitignore. That file is just beside on that is like a components.json. You can see here. Now whatever the directory is projected or the file is projected, the git will ignore. It will not add it on that image, right? So in this image, it will ignore those files like the node modules. I don't want to set to my add in the git. I don't want to set the next or the env. So those things I don't want to just pass there. So now what I'm gonna say, git add dot to add everything except those mentions in the git ignore file. After that, just pass that commit, which will be development done. And here now, as the is locally just committed, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in my GitHub here, and in the GitHub I'm gonna open a new repository, and it's very simple to create. If you just log in with your Google account, it's very simple to easily way to just access that. So I will go in my repository, and from the repository what I'm gonna do, just create a new repository, and that one I'm gonna just make that e-commerce app. I think the name is e-commerce web YT. Let's say web YT. I'll choose my account and I'm gonna keep it as public, create the repository. After creating, there is two options. One is that create a new repository on the command line. That's also you can go through the command line to just connect your repo and just click it from there. And also you can push an existing repository from the command line. So I'm going to select that 3 line. You can go select one by one and then copy paste, it will work. But I'm going to just select these 3 all together and I'm going to paste it all together, hit enter. Now this all 3 command, it will run together and do the all other things. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a reload, and after reloading, as you see, everything is just in place, right? So now momentarily one more thing we need to do is to deploy it Vercel. We'll just go in that vercel.com, and also it's simple. If you have the GitHub account, you can link it here and you can just make that as usual. From add new, I'll go to create a new project, and from there I will choose that e-commerce web YT. You can search your project here, it will just find for you. After import, as you see, that's you can manipulate. See, the framework presets is here, is already automatically grabbed, like from which framework you are putting that. So it's coming in Next.js by default, and also you can change the directory here, but by default I'm going to keep it as root. As you see, the build and output settings, I'm going to keep it like that, and you can also do it that install command, as you see. So now if you go through that, you need to go that like npm like install for legacy path dependency, you can run, so it will follow that command. Okay, so that's up to you if you are following that npm. Okay, I'm not going through because it can still cause some issue. Now on the environment variables, there you need to focus. Remember, we have lots of environment variable file. If we go in the .env, so those are the files which we need to go and implement there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy all of this, right? I'm gonna just get one of that next base public base URL. That one we're gonna render later, but I'm gonna select all of that. Next public Clerk publishable key, Clerk secret key, except that Stripe webhook and next public base URL. All of that I'm gonna copy and paste here. Okay, so that's it, just here, and click on deploy. Again, I'm saying you can go with the npm, so that can make your practice. Okay, so that's a challenge for you. If you've successfully deployed in the npm, let me know in the comments. I want to see how many you can finish that. If you cannot finish, or if you want it to finish with an npm, let me know in the comments. I will do the same thing with npm. Okay, so now it will go and prefetch everything. Now still there can be some error, you know, the Vercel is checking each and everything very politely. It will not let you go. Even there is a single error, anything there, it will not let you go. So we need to be very careful once you're deploying. So let's see, you see that everything is installed, package and dependency, just checking, building my application. Now you can go through with the create that npm run build or pnpm run build to check the build command in the locally. So you can do that if you want, but I'll just go directly on that. Looks okay. We are having some issue here. Okay, we can now go one by one. As you see, assertion type is strip. So in the cart page, I think there is an error of that. We can just go and read the error properly so that we can understand where we are messing around. So in the cart, as you see, there is something written here which can causing the error for that. I think the ESLint error. So now we can feel free to find it, and in the orders we have one visualize scroll provider is defined but we didn't use, button defined not used, so it's just a little bit not that much complex. So let's go in the cart and page. So we'll go, I'm gonna close that, and okay, now let's go in the cart. So that's also gonna have a very better understanding. Whatever you build, you can really focus on that. So in the app we have the client, and as you see, all the routing is just described here where you can find that. It's very simple. In the card and the page, and there is saying in the line of 65 by 22, so 65, that's the one. Yeah, that's user, and we use that line here, so that is not finding that type, so we should not use that. So now how, alongside without using that, how we can configure? We use that user. Okay, we should not use that question mark only. Yeah, that's the one. So that's the one it will go, no question mark. And after that, we will go in that orders page. So if we, after the card, let's go back in the orders, and in the page we use one, okay, virtualized scroll provider is defined but never used. So that should be for this one. Yeah, we import that, but we didn't use it. That's how simple it is. You import it, you didn't use, Vercel will not let you go. After that, we have another one, success page, container defined but not used, a similar parameter. So let's go in the success, and in the container, as you see, you can find very simple and easily. Okay, now go in that product list, product card is defined but didn't use. It will in the component. So instead of typing that, I will let you show where it's lying. So let's go back in the components, and in that is naming that product list. So that's the one. And here we define something which we didn't use, the product card. So we can just remove that, hit save. I think, yeah, hit save. And after that, we have the quantity buttons. Border style is defined and is out of stock assigned, but value never used. So quantity buttons. So that would be here. So this one, we didn't use that, is out of stock. Okay, done. If we didn't use, you're going to remove right now, because also border style we are not using. So why we are passing the dependency, we can also remove from here as it's not acting on that. So as you see, as we finish correcting our application layer, what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna just make that git add dot to adding everything there, and I'm gonna pass that git commit error resolved, and let's say git push. Now still I'm not sure that only be that error, there can be more error there. So let's go back here, and we're gonna focus on the deployment. So let's go in that Vercel here, and we can check our application, and still in the deployment it will take the next build, which is coming with the error resolved one. So let's just open that and see what it's gonna happen in this time. Again, it will start building from the very beginning, and it will do the process. Now if you're using the npm run or pnpm run build, and you are focusing to attach that build folder, that time it will take less time, but this time it's gonna just prefetch everything again. Okay, I think, yeah, optimizing the production build, I think we are good to go, but still I'm not sure, because last time also once I'm deploying the project here, which now you can see Ecommerce app, this one, it caused a lot of problem here. Okay, so as you say, it's not simple to build and run that, but by the way, it's work. So it depends. Sometimes it can happen because as you are using RC mode, and also once the package is updated, especially Next.js is updating in a different version, it can have minor issues and cause. But one of the best suggestion I can provide is that be patient. So whenever you are deploying your products, especially in Vercel or any of the platform, Netlify, Heroku, you should keep patient. Okay, that is the only key, and you need to focus and read each and every error, each and every fundamental things. Then only it will be very helpful for you to understand that better. Okay, got compiled successfully. Okay, only got one error. Okay, as you see, only one error. That one is coming from that client page. Okay, that's very simple. I think that was we didn't see the last time. Okay, we can now figure it out. Client, that's our root page, and here we got a button, see, but we didn't use it. Okay, how we missed that? Okay, now I will do the same thing. It's really little bit of just oops, it should be there, passing a message, error resolved. I think I'm gonna pass the value second time. I just want to see how many times it will take us to deploy the Vercel. It can be a test for us. Okay, let's go back in our application layer, and I'm gonna reload it so it will just come back. Okay, now again I'm gonna just let it make fast forward. I'm gonna pause it just to go in our previous mode. Okay, now we are at the same position here, creating an optimized production build and lint. Okay. Oh my god, again? Really, that's really freaking me out. Oh my god. So now it's coming in the search page, and that's the problem is that it's not taking one by one. You see now this there is some top here, top search of error, or there is some the middle layer of error. So now I think that's the top class error. So now here the error is coming from where I see it's just mentioning here that query string is missing the following properties from the promise any, then catch finally. Okay, cool. I think okay, that one is not getting properly. Okay, I'm gonna just not using that props. I'm gonna define it in this layer. So here okay, we can define that. That's the query we have. So instead of defining this parameter right now, okay, that's better to just remove from there. I'm going to define it all together in this parameter. So where it should be our search params. So instead of the props, we will define it in a different manner, like directly here. So the search params we are getting here. So in that parameter, it will be that search params, and within that params, I will pass that within a value layer, which going to be up like depend on to make that as a query, which will be as string. I think, yeah, did we miss anything? Search params. Okay. Oh, okay, I'll roll back again. I'm gonna just close everything so that you will also not having that much problem. Make a bigger, and here first thing we will get our parameter, which is going to be our search params, the one which we are using at the bottom. Right now it's time to define our types, right? So the way we define is that creating a second bracket to define the parameter, right? And here we'll get the same value, which will be the search params, and here I will pass a promise. Okay, so that promise will resolve our query. So in the promise, I'm going to define whatever query we have. So it will be the query, and the query value is the string value. Okay, I think that, yeah, you see that two dot is from there from the await. So I think that can helpful for that. So I will do again git add dot, git commit, and error resolved, that time git push. So again, I'm gonna just go back there to focus on that where we are heading right now. You see that a second time is there. So if we just reload, we should be able to see the third time. Yeah, that one. So now it's loading. So I'm gonna just pause it to go until the lint position there. So after that, we will know what's happening again. Okay, so now again in the linting positioning. So I think, okay, collecting page data, something new. So it's building the page. Okay, cool. So means I think that can be, okay, generating static page 12. Okay, that's happening. Our application is just passing each and every single tactics happens to grab our versal. Okay, now we're grab the static page. Okay, also making the dynamic the server render on demand. Okay, cool, because we create all the server side, we didn't static generate the pages. You can feel free to go and force to get a static generate, it's up to you, but I'll just go for that in a simple way. So now, okay, our application assigned domain and everything is completed. Let's go and visit our page. Okay, cool. So now we are having it. We are having our application in a very, very cool manner. Okay, cool. We are having it. Also, we can prefetch that. We can just go in Ecommerce Web YT, and we can just go in our project view. And here, as you see, Ecommerce Web YT.versal.app. That is our application. That is the one, the similar one which I pass in my subdomain. That's the one is there. That's the same layer which we are creating. Okay, now let's see what we are going to have. If we click on the login, it should enable login, right? Okay, I use my email and continue. Let's see if it's working or not. Okay, perfect, it's worked. Okay, super cool. Now if I add to cart, and let's see if it's going to add it to the cart. Yeah, it's there. If I go in items, is it taking my items? Okay, it's still accessing my items. Okay, cool. So now I will make to proceed to checkout just to see how it's handling. If I click on proceed to checkout, Is it going to call the function? Okay, I think something is wrong. Let's see, inspect that console. Okay, there is the course origin, remote sanity, okay, events, production, loader live, okay, then same site. I think something we are missing around, which can be passing that error. If we are creating that proceed to checkout, it's actually loading. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just take my network tab just to see what's actually happening here. Or application, I think the network should work. HTML, I will just get that. Okay, check all, click all. 500, we're getting a 500 from the server is not found, ecommerce app control. Okay, that could be having an error, especially when we are running the function in our Vercel. Okay, we can check that. How we'll do that? First, let's go in our cart, we'll configure that and see what's actually happening in the cart. In the page, as you see what we are doing here, first thing first, especially to make that handle checkout, so that's we are passing. Okay, cool, create checkout session, and here we are creating our checkout session, and from there we are getting that next. We don't have that public URL, so let's go in the Vercel. What I'm gonna do, go in the settings, and from that what you call that, environment variables, I'm gonna add that environment variables, the variables which I have here. So that's the one which it's going to take from there, and that will be the value. So that will be our like public base URL, and save, because once running that, it's not finding that base URL. I think that can be happen to be one error, but it's still it's confusing. So let's see, I think that can read out all of this error. So let's try one more time, and this time let's go in the cart. It's a lot of things fetching. I'm just gonna go with, okay, so if we click on proceed to checkout, I think maybe the secret I change. Okay, I will just redeploy the secret again. I think because the secret I'm using, it can be changed, I'm gonna just replace it with the new one. Or I will just go in one of my Stripe account. I'm gonna open a different account here. So let's go in my dashboard, and from there let's just give it a time to load. Okay, from here, instead of that e-commerce app, I'm gonna change that account. I'm gonna use a new account. Let's just go and check. I'm gonna use that e-commerce app YT or Amazon clone. I'm gonna go and check the e-commerce app YT. Let's see if it's working or not. So now for this one, if we go in the transactions, did we have any transaction here? Okay, yeah, previously we have. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and grab the API from there and replace that from this. And by the way, you can check that one, like whenever we are clicking on that particular function and this is not happening, you can check where is the error is coming. As you see in that log, you can, each and every single activity is just logging here. Okay, in the card, what's happening, checkout session ID. Okay, see, we are not undefined success session ID checkout. So undefined is coming right from here. So that's the one invalid URL is defining. So means, as you see in here, so now simply we can do is that as we are adding that, I don't know how long it will take to just grab that in our, especially we change this one. So if we go back to our environment variables, okay, we added it. I don't know how long it will take. So next, did we add? Yeah, next public base URL key. That's the one which we added. So I think similarly, it can work perfectly. Okay, next public base URL. So process.env. Okay, we can now define on that. Or for right now, what I'm gonna do, because it will take, I think it will deploy that, but it will take a bit of time to go and finalize that as we are deploying right now. So what I'm gonna do, instead of dealing that, I'm gonna simply copy this one, and right now I'm gonna just paste this one right here, just to go and bypass that error. Okay, so just to forecast that, and also I'm gonna pass that. But it will definitely work. It will just take a bit of time. So let's say git add dot, and here git commit. It should be git commit and deploy URL edit git push. So that's the one you can do one thing. And also, by the way, you can also make that one as a config separation. You can also go in that scenario, but let me know in the comments which one you were preferable by deploying that way, or just going to grab that URL in that env, or directly injecting the env in your file. So that's all the way we can manage. So I'll hit the reload to just to check if it's coming or not. Yeah, that's the one, deploy URL edit. So now this time, if the build is perfect, I think we should be able to generate our URL for the payment. So deploy it again. So now let's to check this time if it's working or not. Again, I'm saying multiple scenario can be happen, but we'll go with just one by one. So in the project, let's open our e-commerce. So that's the one. I think, yeah, that's the one. Why is getting toolbar? I should not take. Okay, I'm gonna just hide that toolbar. Okay, I think Flex Explorer. Okay, anyway, let it be. So now let's go in the cart. This time I'm gonna add and try proceed to checkout. Okay, it's processing. Okay, cool. It's now having that. So that's the only reason. You can also make a config file. You can just generate that one for production or not. And I have those implemented in one of the previous build. So it's because this build is getting a little bit of time consumed, so that's why I'm not configuring that. Now after payment, something gonna be happen. It should deploy the products, and also my order count should be 4, right? But still, as you see, I have order count as 3 because it doesn't enter like the one I have here. So first thing first, if we just roll back there to access my Sanity account, so let's go in and access to check the sanity.io, and if we just go back from to just configure the Sanity, so that's my project, and let's see which one I'm using. So from here, I think Ecommerce YT. Okay, no, not that one. 23 should be. So I think, yeah, that's the one I'm using. So here I need to, in the API directory here, I need to allow it, and because the same scenario I'm using for my production also. So this one is not allowed. Why is not allowed? I'm gonna delete that for right now, for time being, because later on I need to allow that. Okay, so this one, as you see, that's the route I want to allow. So let's copy that and let's go in that Sanity, and here I'm gonna paste that. So this one I will allow the credential, okay, and save. So now as you see, it's allowed. So what it could be make to eval to do is that now if I just go and open a new terminal, I can now check my studio here. So the studio is available. So if we just open it, so let's configure the studio. While it's doing that, I need to also configure. As you see, the payment 141, that should be another payment. So the payment is happening. That's why it's getting in the success page. And I think this one 141, yeah, 110. So the payment is happen, and that's my also I need to go to login with my provider. Okay, the same account I chose. And now I should be able to come back here in my studio. Okay, it will just come back. Now in the order is not happening because remember we did it using the webhook, right? So we need to configure the webhook, only then it can work, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove one. If I just remove one from here, it's supposed to be reflect in my application layer. I'm just deleting one. As you see, I have 2 order right now, and it's automatically rendered because it's forecasting on live. So no need to make any reload here. Even I remove another one, as you see, this maze, and if I just delete that, as you see, I need to configure. After deleting, I come back here, should be 1. You see how quickly it's generating, even the product anywhere you do that. So now I need to configure one more thing, my webhook. So in the developer tabs, I will select the webhook. So in the API, I think the API keys app SDK, I will just check the events. I think that will be responsible for that. In the events, I have that webhooks. I need to set add a destination. So I need to add the webhook destination, and that destination should be, remember the way we create the file, that should be our line. Then it will go where? It will go that our API, then it will go our webhook. So that's the where we wrote the function, right? Only there it will work. So now we need to configure that in that way. So that will be API webhook. So now to do that, I think here we just need to a destination. We need to add an account, and I think, okay, your account, show advanced options, and your current. Okay, that's cool. Let's just keep it that. Select all events. That should be billing events and account events. I'm gonna use that checkout events. We have 4 events. Select all checkout events. So all I'm gonna accept that. So all checkout, like we are actually doing that checkout session completed. If you are not forget it yet, if you just roll back here and go in the route, as you see the events, checkout session completed. That's the event which we are forecasting, right? So continue. After that, I need to like webhook endpoint. So to do that, as you see, HTTPS, that will be my endpoint. So the HTTPS e-commerce web YT Vercel app API webhook, create destination. So now we're going to create the destination. So this time, whenever I'm going to create our application layer, the event should be start like pouring here, right? So in the logs, I should be able to see that my events is running, my application layer is instances is creating, and everything going to happen. Now let's see. This is the moment of truth. We did the things which supposed to be. Now here we're gonna create some of the orders and add more products. So 4 items there. Total is 235. Okay, fine. Proceed to checkout. So 235 should be deployed. And now also let's go for 242, and I'm gonna go with the valid month. Let's provide that name and hit to pay. So now if the configuration is perfectly done, that should work. But still, there can be minor calls here which cannot be work. So we have only 1 order previously that should define with 2 orders. It's taking a bit of longer time. I think something happening. No, nothing happened yet. If we go in order, that's the previous one. So let's go in here, and in the event, why the event is, if we see the checkout session completed, it's taking time to do that. Okay. Errors. What's the errors it can be? So in the webhooks, it's not. I'll just make it test event. Okay, it's a trigger. We have, if we edit the destination, that's supposed to work, or I will just make that destination should be this one. I'll try with one more time. If just going with that this analysis, let's just see. That should work, but it's really can be causing a problem because our this parameter is working perfectly, so that also supposed to work. Okay. Let's say pay. And when you're deploying, that's a constant process. You know, it will not just happen to be at a time. You need to configure that. Okay, we can debug a little bit more. I think one of the part is that to implement that, as you see the sign-in secret. So I think that's the one we need to also pass there. And how we can do that is pretty simple and fast forward. So remember, we have one webhook secret. So let's go in our env file. We have that Stripe webhook secret. I'm gonna copy that, and this one I'm gonna also add it in our env file. So let's go in the settings, and from there let's add in the, I think, environment variables, and we're gonna add a new environment variables by which it will render. So the Stripe webhook secret, and this time we're going to add this one right there. So Stripe webhook secret, and here we're gonna add our secret and hit save. So now it will add my webhook secret. And also there is one fundamental things which really important. I believe that one should not this one. Okay, that's the one. I believe in our overall data it should just be checked up there. And also need to configure one more thing. Is it in the app, in that client API webhook? So that's the one we are having, right? So I need to configure it again. Here I'm going to edit the destination, and this time I'm going to add the entire URL. So that should be and that should be like that, API / Webhook. Okay, so that would be the destination. And select the events. As you see, I have selected the 4 events. I'll just go and save again. So that should 4 events, and in the event deliveries, okay, nothing. Okay, nothing found. So how we can do that? Yeah, you can get it started. Okay, no worries. We can try one more time. If everything is working perfectly, then can something be happen. So let's just add some of the more products, and also better hit to have a reload setup. So now this time again, I will go back with a the same procedure on that. So photo, and this time let's see what happened. Pay. Okay, again, taking a little bit of time means something is happening, something should happen, but in the events, is it? Yeah, in the events, okay, status is okay. So if we come back here, no, nothing is happening at all. And also in the events, we are not getting. So Stripe, send a test events, Stripe, and Stripe trigger payment intent succeed. That should work. So that is our e-commerce web YT Versal. Okay, let us just take a bit here in our API route. So are we missing something? Are we missing something? So it's getting the header, getting the Stripe signature. Okay. As you see, Webhook secret is coming from the process.env Stripe webhook secret. Means it's not accessing the secret which we are generating here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in my overview, and I'm gonna just grab the secret, the one which we implemented. That's the one I want to just pass it there. So instead, remember the one which we are providing here as a secret key. I'm gonna copy that, and instead of that Stripe webhook, I'm gonna use that one. Okay, again, that one you can generate by just creating a config file. So here I'm gonna make that npm, get add dot get commit, and that should be webhook added get push. So after building, it should generate that same parameter. As you see, that's the one which is just coming from that direct version. So let's just give it a time to build our application first and foremost. Then we should be able to generate everything in proper manner. So again, I'm saying constant building process, so should have patience. Okay, everything is running properly. Deploy done. So let's try this time again. So as we are passing that our webhook, I think this can really take an action there. So we can now go in webhook parameter, and we can check the overview and event deliveries if you're having any event. So I'll go with the same procedure, and let's see. But payment is happening. If you just check in the dashboard, your payment is going on, but it's not accessing that Stripe payment instances to go and create that webhook parameter. So let's try this time, and let's hit pay. And if anything coming, no, nothing coming here yet. So means it could work, it could not work, it depends. Yeah, it's a work. Okay, that's fantastic. It work, really, it's work. In our view, in the event, even is not generating, but it's working. Okay, if we just go, or you can check in the log, it should taking the event. It's just happened. You see the payment? Yeah, okay, that's the payment. Okay, I'll just showcase one more thing. I'll just go with the payment methodology so you will getting a better understanding. So right now, if I just hit reload, it's the normal procedure which I'm having right now, so that can go on. So if you see the amount, we'll just go back to with the amount. So we have 58, the last amount. So now I'm gonna go and roll back one more order here, right? So let's just check 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna get a big amount, a big number. Let's try with that big settable amount and add more products. Go in the card, and here we can add multiple product instances. As you see, 857. We will add little bit more. 1022. Proceed to checkout. So 1022 should be added, and we should be able to grab everything. So 4242, And now this time, okay, let's go in a proper manner. But one thing is that why this one is not okay. We can debug that, but let's hit pay. So after having the payment, we should be able to see that everything is working perfectly. We should grab the order. So okay, we got it. Get 3 orders, and in the orders we have 1022 and we have all of the data, right? So everything working perfectly. Also, if you go and check in orders, you should be able to see that 1022 and all the products is right here available for you. And also I think this webhooks is supposed to showcase the event. So if we go and check the event, that's actually there. You see a USD 1022. Yeah, that's happening. You see, that's the payment method. Is checkout session completed, payment intent, charge succeeded. So everything, you can only grab that checkout session completed. I think that's the one we are checking. So you can only grab that portion and that will also work for you. That will be perfect. So now I think that can be really a helpful build for you. You can go and deploy that. So now you have a fully functional e-commerce application running in your domain. Feel free to let it work and make it happen to do something better and bigger. I think that can really help you to find a better job in your career or let you learn something more, okay? So I'm not saying that you just stop here. You explore more, add more products, add more categories, add multiple payment instances. Up to you. You can meticulously do a lot of things here. It just depend on you. It just depend on your favors if you want or not, okay? So I think that is all for this build. I hope so in the next build we'll come up with a lot of more projects, a lot of great videos, and I think till then stay with me. If you're feeling that really helping you, subscribe the channel and of course like the video and comments whenever you are having an issue. I will try to reach out. So many people are commenting, but sometimes I can reach, there's a time things, you know. So whenever I am having free time, I'm trying to reach you out and I'm trying to solve the problem, okay? So all the best, do the things, and wish you to see you in the next video.